a certain eastern region, a desolate desert war-torn area. In the dark cave of the Ten Commandments gang stronghold, a white man slowly woke up. The intense pain caused the man to instantly frown and cry out in pain. Where am I? As the man slowly sat up, he felt that something was involving him. He reached out and pulled out the oxygen tube in his nose, and then looked at an iron lump on his chest connected to a wire. The man looked confused. At this time, a sound came from the side. If I were you, I wouldn't move. There is a piece of shrapnel in your body, very close to your heart. Without this thing, your life would be gone. After hearing this, the man's expression suddenly changed. He didn't know whether what the old man in front of him said was true or false, but he didn't dare to bet. Just as he was about to ask more, a sharp pain suddenly hit his mind. At the same time, a series of memory fragments flashed in his mind as fast as a movie. After a few minutes, the pain in the man's head eased, but his face became even more ugly. It is mixed with various emotions such as weirdness and surprise. He just slept normally and never imagined that he would travel through time when he woke up. He also traveled through time and became the famous Iron Man, Tony Stark. As a very popular character from Marvel, Tony Stark is a world-renowned being who claims to be as powerful as a god as a mortal. Realizing this, Tony was overjoyed at first. He had been unhappy in his previous life and had nothing to worry about. Now that he has traveled through time and become the famous Iron Man, what else can he not be satisfied with? However, the joy in his heart did not last long, and his face soon became ugly. Tony. The reason why Stark is as good as the gods is not due to any mutation, but because of his clever brain. Although he has now taken over Tony's identity, he has not inherited his smart brain. And if he guessed correctly, he is now in the first part of Iron Man, Tony. The scene where Stark is kidnapped. This time Tony Stark, the iron suit hasn't been built yet. In other words, although he inherited Tony's identity, he also killed the existence of Iron Man. After all, he was a good young man in his previous life, but he couldn't make a steel suit. If it were just that, Tony would be uncomfortable, but not sad. He didn't have much interest in being a superhero. It's not bad to be an ordinary billionaire like this. However, his current situation is that he has been kidnapped, and the kidnappers are about to threaten him to make missiles. But he can make a wool missile? Once those terrorist kidnappers know the situation, will he still be alive? I'm afraid he will be chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly panicked. And just when he was in a state of panic, a cold electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, you have become the successor of the Shadow Kingdom. The Dark Lottery system is at your service. Name, Tony Stark. S*X, male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability none. Newbie gift pack, to be opened. Number of draws, 0. Mission release, escape from death. Mission introduction, your current situation is very dangerous. You may be chopped into pieces by armed kidnappers and fed to dogs at any time. Please escape from this place as soon as possible and get out of danger. Mission reward, number of draws +1, control authority over the ninja corps of the Shadow Kingdom. Looking at the series of information that appeared in front of him, Tony was slightly stunned, his face changing constantly. Finally, a trace of ecstasy surged into his heart, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up with a look of joy. They say that a gold finger is a must-have for time travel, and netizens honestly don't deceive me. Although, he may not be able to make an iron suit, leaving the world without an Iron Man. But with the help of the system, he will only become a more powerful existence than Iron Man. Fortunately, he was not carried away by the surprise and knew what the top priority was now. Open the novice gift pack. Ding, congratulations on getting 10 ninja soldiers. Ding, congratulations on getting the permission to travel through the Shadow Kingdom. After the brief prompt ended, Tony felt an inexplicable power in himself. As long as he drives this power, he can summon 10 ninja soldiers and can freely enter and exit the Shadow Kingdom. Tony looked around and saw that the old man who had just spoken had left at some point. After calming down, Tony quietly felt the power and secretly called out to the ninja soldiers. Come out. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of black mist appeared in front of his eyes. When the black fog dissipated, 10 figures wrapped in black ninja clothes appeared in front of him. Unlike ordinary ninjas, they are all pitch black. Including the exposed palms, the only thing that contrasts with the black is their scarlet eyes, exuding the desire to kill. Looking at them, Tony looked at them carefully, as if he were looking at some amazing masterpiece. In the Shadow Kingdom, there are 9 Shadow Corps, and the Ninja Corps is one of them. They may not be the most powerful among the Black Shadow Corps, but they are definitely the most comprehensive among the Black Shadow Corps. Whether in battle or in life, they can easily help. Compared with fighting, the Black Shadow Corps has a more powerful ability, immortality. As a soldier born in darkness, as long as he dies, he will be reborn in the Kingdom of Shadow. Moreover, they are absolutely loyal to their master and are the best subordinates. According to the introduction in the anime, the Shadow Kingdom where the Shadow Corps lives can connect to all parts of the world. So can I escape from this place with the help of the Shadow Kingdom? At this thought, Tony's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately ordered, "Take me into the Kingdom of Shadows." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 black shadow ninjas came to him immediately, each put a hand on his shoulders, and led him to sink into the ground. As Tony disappeared, the shadow ninja he summoned also sank to the ground. Time passed minute by minute, and suddenly, Tony's figure appeared in the cave again on the ground, breathing heavily with a hint of fear in his eyes. He thought of the convenience of the Shadow Kingdom, but he forgot to consider the danger of the Shadow Kingdom. As a kingdom of dark creatures, not only the Shadow Core but also powerful dark creatures survive in the Kingdom of Shadows. Although Tony is the successor of the Shadow Kingdom, he only has a title and no real power. Now, he can only summon 10 ninja soldiers. This is a novice gift package given to him by the system. As a living person, breaking into the Kingdom of Shadows is like a light in the darkness, extremely dazzling. Tony, who had just entered the Shadow Kingdom, was attacked by dark creatures before he could take a few more glances. If it weren't for the protection of 10 ninja soldiers, his life would have almost ended up in the Shadow Kingdom. It seems that I may have to control the 9 Shadow Core first, and then I can become the true master of the Shadow Kingdom. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth. He looked at the sunshine outside the cave, with a cold look in his eyes. There is no other way but to get out. Tony's voice fell, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he soon restrained his murderous intent. As a member of the Dark Camp, although the power of the Shadow Core is not affected by day and night, they can exert greater strength at night. At present, he can only summon 10 dark ninjas. Just in case, Tony decides to wait until night falls before taking action. Having made up his mind, Tony quickly fell into a deep sleep. He had just woken up and experienced a series of great sorrows and great joys. His mind was full of exhaustion and he needed more rest. As for his own safety, he doesn't need to worry about it for the time being. Since the kidnappers want him to help them build missiles, he is safe for the time being and doesn't need to worry too much about them. After 2 hours of sleep, when Tony woke up again, the sun was almost setting. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the entrance of the cave, reflecting the beauty of dusk. A sound of footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the cave, and the old man he saw during the day walked in carrying a piece of food. Looking at Tony sitting on the bed, the old man said, "You are hungry. Eat something. Although it doesn't taste very good, I think you should need it." As he spoke, he placed the food in front of Tony's eyes and went about his own business. Looking at the dark food in the bowl, Tony frowned. If the old man hadn't said it was food, he would have thought it was cement. A bowl of grey paste exuded a somewhat sour smell. If Tony had a choice, he would never eat it. But he hadn't eaten for a long time, and if he didn't replenish energy, he wasn't sure he could stand up again. After hesitating for a while, he finally pinched his nose and ate everything in the bowl. Perhaps because of hunger, although the food was unpalatable, it was not difficult to swallow. When he finished eating everything in the bowl, his body finally regained some strength. Only then did he have time to look at the old man. In the plot, this old man seems to be a talent. It is precisely because of his surgery that his predecessor was able to survive and have the opportunity to create a steel suit. Tony was silent for a moment and then said, "Hey, old man, what's your name and why are you here?" The old man who was flipping through the books glanced at him and replied in a calm tone, "Yingsen Bogli, I am a prisoner like you, so don't expect me to rescue you." Obviously, Yingsen thought Tony wanted him to help him escape, so he interrupted Tony's thoughts directly. Tony didn't mind this and didn't continue to speak. If the old man is willing, he doesn't mind letting the old man follow him when he leaves. Time gradually passed, and the night became darker and darker. Outside the cave, a black mist emerged. 10 ninja soldiers appeared quietly and then disappeared quickly like ghosts. Tony sat on the bed, looking at the darkness outside the cave, and couldn't help but sigh. The moon is dark and the wind is high, it's a murderous night. The 10 Commandments gang's camp is not far from the cave, just halfway up the mountain. In order to seal off the cave, they built a camp that directly surrounded the entire mountainside, with tents standing tall on the mountainside. Although the night was dark, the lights in the 10 Commandments gang's camp were still bright. The roar of generators continued to sound in the dark night, and groups of patrol teams wandered throughout the camp. Compared with ordinary evil forces, their vigilance is very outstanding, basically eliminating the possibility of being raided. If an ordinary army attacks at night, the members of the 10 Commandments gang can react quickly. But what they have to face today is not an ordinary army, but a ninja corps from the Shadow Kingdom. Although their number is small, only 10 of them, the power of each one has already exceeded the limit of human beings. The campground was brightly lit, but it was impossible to dispel all the darkness. Not long after, a patrol team entered a dark area. The moment the team entered the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the expressions of the members of the patrol team changed, and one by one they were about to speak. Puff puff. But before they could make a sound, there was a series of meat-cutting sounds of knives slicing throats. The entire patrol team members only felt a sharp pain in their throats, and their vitality quickly drained away, and they fell to the ground one after another, turning into corpses. As these people fell down, in the darkness, the shadow ninja slowly walked out, one person dragging a corpse into the darkness. Soon, the scene was cleaned up, and not even a trace of blood remained. The whole process was silent. The cooperation between the shadow ninjas was perfect, and the killing slowly bloomed in the darkness. What happened in this corner did not attract the attention of the Ten Rings gang at all. The Black Shadow Ninja continued to hide in the darkness, killing the patrol team in the camp bit by bit. As long as someone goes into the darkness, no one will come out again. This situation lasted until 12 o'clock in the night, when someone from the Ten Rings gang finally discovered that something was wrong. Mountain Wolf, Nightingale, if you hear me, please say something back. If you hear me, please say something back. In a tent, a bald man held a walkie-talkie and said in a solemn tone. He is the captain of the patrol team and is responsible for overall planning. Just now, he suddenly received a report from members of the patrol team that the patrol team seemed to be missing a few teams. The bald head's first reaction was that it was impossible. His team members were all very capable and had undergone professional military training. Even if something happened, it would not be silent. But after calling several times in succession, he never received any response. He had to believe that something had happened. An enemy has entered the camp? Realizing this, the bald man quickly said, "Sound the alarm, there is an enemy invasion." As soon as he finished speaking, a member beside him quickly pressed the alarm button, and a rapid alarm sounded in the camp. The camp that had fallen into silence suddenly came to life. Noisy sounds rang out from each tent. Those members of the Ten Rings gang who had rested quickly put on their equipment and walked out of the tents. At the same time, the shadow ninjas who were only hiding in the darkness and hunting suddenly scattered away when the alarm sounded. Without anyone's orders, they just started killing people in the camp. As a killing weapon, the Black Shadow Ninja has completely integrated into his instinct for killing. Whether they were hiding in the dark and killing at the beginning, or whether they were killing in all directions now, it was all their subconscious behavior. They will make the most advantageous killing behavior based on the current environment. Soon, many members of the Ten Rings gang had their throats slit by cold blades as soon as they walked out of the tent and before they had time to join their companions. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and killings broke out in the camp. Many people saw the figure of the Black Shadow Ninja flashing past, and they shouted and cursed. "Farki, what is that? There is an enemy, shoot, shoot." In an instant, there was a loud sound of gunfire, and countless bullets poured towards the Black Shadow Ninja. Looking at this scene, the scarlet light in the eyes of the Black Shadow Ninja became more intense, and the ninja sword in his hand kept waving. There was a clanging sound, and a large number of bullets were directly chopped away with the knife. Such a scene made everyone in the Shija gang look full of fear, but the Shadow Ninjas did not hesitate at all, and rushed directly towards the crowd in a flash. The ghostly speed exceeded everyone's imagination. Before they could react, the Black Shadow Ninja had already submerged into the crowd, causing endless killing. There was a sound of flesh penetration, and many people fell to the ground before they could even scream. Blood flowed from his throat and gradually dyed the ground red. And this scene was not an isolated case, but was staged throughout the entire camp. The 10 Shadow Ninjas have completely turned into the Death God in the darkness at this moment, and no one can stop them. All the militants could only watch death come to them and die with endless fear. In the cave, Dr. Yingsen, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by gunshots outside the cave. He sat up and looked in the direction of the cave entrance with a solemn expression.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Not knowing what was going on, he turned and glanced at Tony next to him. Seeing Tony staring at the entrance of the cave with a fascinated look on his face, Yingsen couldn't help but said, "Hey, what happened outside?" Hearing this, Tony glanced at him and nodded. "I know, my rescuer is here. Save you." Dr. Yingsen's mouth twitched, he shook his head and did not continue speaking. When Tony was brought here, everything on him was destroyed. Even if he had a locator, it was useless. Except for the people from the Ten Rings gang, it is impossible for anyone to find this place. Therefore, he did not believe Tony's words. But he didn't speak, but Tony stood up and said proactively, "Let's go, it should be over soon, we can go out." A look of suspicion appeared on Dr. Yingsen's face. Tony ignored him, holding the battery in front of him, slowly stood up, and walked out of the cave. Seeing this scene, Dr. Yingsen's expression changed instantly. He is a smart man, and it is precisely because of this that he does not believe Tony. But when Tony took the initiative to walk out, he was shaken. As the head of Stark Industries and a renowned genius, he did not believe that Tony would be a fool. Now that the outside is obviously in chaos, and he still dares to go out at this time, then what he just said is very likely to be true. Someone really came to save him? Thinking of this, Dr. Yingsen's expression changed and he quickly followed Tony's footsteps. The two left the cave and walked halfway up the mountain. In the silent night, screams could be heard from time to time. As the two got closer, the screams became less and less frequent, and in the end they were almost inaudible. Gudong? Dr. Yingsen swallowed hard and felt a little panicked. He didn't notice it at first, but now he suddenly reacted. The gunfire in the camp was not intense. If the people of the Ten Commandments gang were raided by the army or other armed forces, the gunfire should be very fierce. But apart from the gunshots he heard in the cave just now, he had only heard scattered gunshots so far. It doesn't look like two armed forces are fighting at all. So besides the armed forces, who is raiding the Ten Rings gang? What about the screams coming from the camp? People are afraid of making up their minds. As he thought about it, Dr. Yingsen, a Christian, was instantly filled with fear. A cross appeared in his hand at some point, and he held it tightly. His eyes focused on Tony, trying to find a sense of security from him. In this way, the two of them stepped into the camp one after another. Vomit. A sound of vomiting suddenly came from Dr. Yingsen's mouth. Standing at the edge of the camp, looking at the broken limbs and corpses in the camp, and the corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but vomited as he had been studying them so intently. A look of shock filled his face. Even though the physical reaction made him very uncomfortable, he still felt unbelievable when he looked at the scenes in the camp. How did you do it? Dr. Yingson said with a trembling tone. The corners of Tony's mouth suddenly turned up. What do you think? After saying that, he ignored the corpses on the ground and walked towards the center of the camp. After taking control of the Black Shadow Ninja, his character also experienced some changes inadvertently. The most obvious point is that the Shura scene that is currently unbearable for ordinary people does not make any waves at all for him. Walking among the blood and corpses, Dr. Yingson followed him with a pale face. Soon, the two came to the tent in the center of the camp and found a satellite phone on the messy table. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but feel relieved. Dealing with these members of the Ten Rings gang is only the first step. More importantly, how they leave this desert is the key. The importance of satellite phones is self-evident. Holding the phone, Tony was about to dial Pepper's number, but when he was about to press the dial button, he couldn't help but stop. If he remembered correctly, the person behind his kidnapping seemed to be his uncle Obadiah. Moreover, Obadiah wanted him to die in this desert. It's just that the Ten Rings gang wanted missiles, so Tony was saved. As the second-in-command of Stark Industries, Obadiah will definitely know once Pepper uses the power of Stark Group. How could Obadiah, who only wanted to die, watch him return to Stark Industries? I am afraid that other armed forces will be contacted immediately to assassinate him for the second time. Of course Tony won't be afraid, but it's just a waste of time. He needs to leave here as soon as possible and return to the country. Although he has killed all the kidnappers, the system has not determined that the mission is completed. Perhaps he has to return home safely to truly escape. So, Tony deleted the number, re-entered another string of numbers and dialed. Soon, with a beep, the phone was connected, and a slightly tired voice came from the phone. I'm Rhodes, what's the matter? Rod, it's me, Tony. Fake, where is your kid now? After hearing Tony's voice, Rhodes instantly became excited on the other end of the phone. During this period of time when Tony was missing, the US military was in a state of panic. As a member of Tony's bodyguard and friend, Rhodes couldn't sleep for several days. Now that he suddenly heard Tony's voice, how could he not be excited? He put the phone away from his ear, and after Rhodes vented, Tony spoke again. I don't know the specific location now. Find someone to track the signal of this phone and pick me up. By the way, remember to stay hidden and don't make any noise. Listening to Tony's calm words, Rhodes quickly calmed down. What's the meaning? Rhodes whispered, if he could become a military colonel, he would naturally be very intelligent, and he immediately heard the implication of Tony's words. Tony didn't explain this, but just urged, let's talk about it when we meet, so hurry up? Okay, I get it. Rhodes hung up the phone, selected 50 elites overnight, and followed the signal to the depths of the desert. Comments. Previous Ione night passed quickly. When the sun rose the next day, the convoy of Colonel Rhodes and others also followed the signal and came to the camp of the Ten Rings gang. Ahem. Colonel Rhodes coughed and waved his hands to disperse the yellow sand in front of him. He looked at the deserted camp in front of him with a trace of vigilance on his face. A heavily armed soldier quickly stepped forward to clear the way, holding a firearm in his hand and looking alert. At the same time in the camp, Tony and the two also heard the sound of cars outside, and they immediately walked out of the tent after not sleeping all night. Soon, the two sides met in the camp. Shit, Tony, you're okay, that's great. Seeing Tony, the vigilant Colonel Rhodes immediately came up to him with a happy face. 50 heavily armed soldiers spread out and started to be on guard, but no one noticed anything unusual. Only Dr. Yingson, who had been following Tony, changed his expression. He remembered that there were corpses everywhere in the camp last night, and blood flowed all over the ground, covering the entire Shura field. But now, it's gone, nothing. The camp was so clean that there was no smell of blood, let alone corpses. How can this be? Thinking of this, Dr. Yingson suddenly looked at Tony's back with some fear. What secret is hidden in this man? Just when he was in a daze, Colonel Rhodes also noticed him behind Tony. He looked him up and down and asked softly, Tony, who is he? A poor man like me. Oh, Rhodes responded, but obviously didn't believe Tony's words. However, he did not pursue it, but asked how Tony escaped. Tony didn't have a good explanation for this problem. He could only vaguely say, last night, the terrorists here evacuated for some reason, and I don't know either. After saying that, Tony shrugged helplessly, giving the impression that he didn't know anything at all. Really? That's really God's blessing. Come on, let's get out of here first. Colonel Rhodes took a deep look at Tony, his eyes full of suspicion, but because of his relationship with Tony, he didn't want to say anything, and he couldn't get to the bottom of it, so he could only expose the matter. In any case, Tony is fine, which is the best news. The group of people did not delay and got directly into the vehicle. Because they had not slept all night, Tony and Dr. Inson fell asleep soon after getting in the car. Tony still held the huge amount of battery in his arms, causing Colonel Rhodes to look sideways all the way. 2 hours later, Tony finally returned to the American military camp, and his tense mind could not help but relax. As a capital-first country, Tony is in the stage of friendly cooperation with the US government, so Tony is not worried that the US government will be detrimental to him. Without staying too much at the camp, Tony quickly took Dr. Inson on a military helicopter and headed for New York. As for Colonel Rhodes, he had to stay here for a while due to his mission, so he did not accompany him. After sending Tony away, Rhodes also conveyed the news of Tony's rescue back to the United States, which also included the weirdness of the entire incident. As a friend, he would not take the initiative to inquire into Tony's hidden secrets. But as a professional soldier, he will not ignore the doubts in this matter. Apart from anything else, it is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. The kidnappers spent so much effort to capture Tony and then retreated in a hurry, leaving Tony in the desert. Tony had no idea about Rhodes' actions. After a 3-hour journey, he finally returned to bustling Manhattan from the desert. After the plane landed, Xiao Jiao and others got the news almost immediately and rushed to the military area. Back in Manhattan, Tony is no longer afraid of the threat posed by Obadiah, so he no longer needs to hide his whereabouts. At the entrance of the military area, when Tony walked out with Dr. Yingson, he immediately saw a row of luxury cars parked at the entrance. A large group of bodyguards in suits stood respectfully aside. The leader was a tall and beautiful workplace beauty wearing a professional skirt. Looking at her, relevant information suddenly appeared in Tony's mind. Virginia Potts. His predecessor's right-hand man and his successor's sweetheart, also known as Little Pepper. With a smile on his lips, Tony walked up quickly, and Potts also quickly came up to him at this moment. Without any hesitation, Tony hugged Potts and kissed him deeply. The sudden movement made Potts stunned. Although she was very excited that Tony had returned safely, kissing him directly in public was still a bit beyond her expectation. However, after reacting, she did not refuse, but responded more enthusiastically. She already liked Tony, but she kept a distance because of Tony's style. After Tony's disappearance, she had long lost her previous reserve. Now, under Tony's initiative, she responded without any shyness. Everyone around looked at this scene, coughed slightly, and quickly looked away. They did not dare to get involved in the big boss's affairs. After a while, Tony let go of Potts, smiled and waved, "Go home." After saying that, he hugged Potts, who was nestled in his arms, and got into the car. Naturally, Yingson could not ride in the same car with the two of them, so he could only sit with the bodyguard. In the car, Potts had sorted out her emotions, restored her image of a strong woman, and reported on the situation of Stark Industries during the period when Tony was missing. The Stark in the past would have been impatient at this moment, but now Tony listened quietly and did not interrupt her. Among them, there are two most critical points. The first was Tony's disappearance, which caused Stark Industries' stock to fall by nearly 20%. The second is Obadiah. During this period, he has won over many shareholders, seized more power from Stark Industries, and has the potential to replace Tony. After Potts finished his report, Tony said, "Don't worry about the stock falling. Now that I'm back, the stock will naturally rise back. As for Obadiah's matter, my good uncle has really taken great pains, but now that I'm back, he has no chance. Collect his evidence and convene a shareholders meeting. I will kick him out." After saying this, Potts' expression changed. After all, Obadiah is the second largest shareholder, and he also holds half of the power of the group. If you want to touch him, I'm afraid the entire group will be shaken. Now that you have just come back, the group needs stability. Should we wait a little longer? Potts' suggestion was very reasonable. As the second largest figure in the group, if he wanted to kick Obadiah out, it could be said that a single move would affect the whole body. If it were a peaceful world, Tony would definitely plan slowly, but this is Marvel, and Tony doesn't have time to spend time on these intrigues. At that moment, he raised his hand and interrupted Potts' words. "That's it. Let's cut the mess quickly. As for the turmoil in the group, as long as I am still here, the group will not fail." For this guy Obadiah, Tony had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Going to hell was his only option. The calmness and confidence on Tony's face made Potts a little distracted. She found that Tony had changed after returning this time. Although he was a genius before, he was just a Lothario. But now, he has a domineering temperament, which makes people more fascinated than before. The City of Liberty, in Tony's seaside villa, Tony was devouring the food on the table with a look on his face. Although he didn't stay in the desert for long, the birds had already faded away from his mouth. The first thing he did when he returned home was to satisfy his appetite. As for Potts, after chatting with him, he immediately launched an operation to collect evidence on Obadiah. Yingson also stayed in a villa to rest under his arrangement. At the moment, he was the only one in the entire villa. Of course, there is also an artificial intelligence, Jarvis. "Sir, based on your current physical condition, it is not recommended that you overeat. In addition, according to the test, the energy consumption of the instrument on your chest is huge. If it is not solved, your body will collapse quickly." Jarvis's voice rang in the villa. After Tony swallowed the last bite of steak, he put down his knife and fork with satisfaction. "I know my situation very well and don't need you to remind me. Jarvis, help me collect it and see if there is any way to solve this iron knot on my chest." "Okay sir, looking for a solution for you," Jarvis responded and fell silent. Tony looked helplessly at the iron lump on his chest and the battery not far away. In the original work, the predecessor used a miniature arc reactor to maintain life and provide energy for the steel armor. But what should I do now? There is no need to think about the arc reactor. This thing is in the research stage all over the world and has not yet been perfected. Not to mention that it has to be made into a slap file size. It is simply challenging his cognition. In addition, he does not have the brains of his predecessor, so even if he wants to rub an arc reactor with his hands, it is impossible. Now we can only see if Jarvis has any other options. After waiting for a few minutes, Jarvis's voice soon came again. Sir, I'm sorry. According to the system search, the existing technology is not enough to solve the problem on your chest. Even the most advanced biotechnology can only ensure to extend your life. As an artificial intelligence, although Jarvis has a high degree of intelligence, he does not have human emotions, and his voice seems a bit cold. After hearing this answer, although he had already expected it, Tony still sighed and seemed a little helpless. It seems that we still have to find a solution from the system. After muttering something in his mouth, Tony was not discouraged and looked for solutions from the outside world, but he just wanted to give it a try. His trump card has never been anything in the Marvel world, but the system in his mind. Apart from anything else, as long as you can get a dog charm that can make you immortal and stay young forever, solving the chest problem is just child's play. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly remembered his mission to escape. As he expected, this task was completed after he returned to Freedom City. It's just that there were too many people before, so he never had time to receive the mission reward. Name, Tony Stark. S*X, male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, control of one of the 9 divisions of the Black Shadow Corps not integrated. Number of draws, 1. Mission, escape completed. Looking at the personal data that had been refreshed on the information panel, Tony first chose integrate to bring the Black Shadow Ninja under control. Suddenly, an inexplicable power filled his body, and his physical fitness improved rapidly at this moment. He, who could only control 10 shadow ninjas, instantly felt that his control was greatly improved. Directly from the control authority of 10 shadow ninjas, completely control the entire corps. The Shadow Corps is divided into 9 divisions, and the number of people in each division is endless. Now that he has completely controlled a Black Shadow Ninja, his power has increased so much that it is simply unimaginable. From now on, when he goes out, he will be surrounded by troops at any time. Even against millions of heavily armed regular troops, he was fearless. This power was naturally nothing in the later stages of Marvel. After all, in an era where timelines were frequently revised, the role of numbers was greatly reduced. But in the early days of Marvel, controlling a dark ninja, not to mention invincible, was definitely a power that stood at the top of the world. Except for the Ancient One, Hulk and a few perverts, some other superheroes can kill them even if they are exhausted. What's more, the Black Shadow Ninja's combat power is not low at all. His mood became more comfortable, and Tony set his sights on the lottery again. If the Black Shadow Corps increased his power, then the ability gained from the lottery would enhance his personal strength. To be honest, although the Black Shadow Corps is very popular, the strength it possesses is even more delicious. Rubbing his palms together, Tony directly used the number of draws. Suddenly, a disc appeared in front of his eyes. The disc is black and divided into 12 grids. Each grid is marked with a question mark. If you don't take it out, you won't know what is inside. As the pointer rotated, Tony's mood became tense. In just a few seconds, the pointer rotates at a speed that is invisible to the naked eye. Stop. With a loud shout in his heart, the speed of the pointer suddenly slowed down and soon gradually stopped on a grid. A burst of light instantly appeared in front of his eyes, and soon a horse appeared in front of him. Hey! There was a sound of horses neighing. The white horse turned into a stream of light and went directly into Tony's head. At the same time, an inexplicable message appeared in Tony's mind, including that the pony's power was easily controlled by Tony. Seeing this sudden change, Tony was stunned for a moment, and then a burst of joy appeared on his face. There are 8 demons in the adventure, the most powerful of which is the demon Lord of Fire. In addition to the demonic energy of fire, the source of the Lord's power is 12 talismans. The 12 talismans are represented by the 12 zodiac animals, and the pony just now is the power of the horse talisman in the 12 talismans. The horse talisman is not a battle charm, but an auxiliary charm. It can not only cure all diseases and relieve all negative conditions, but also has powerful healing ability. As long as there is still breath, it can be saved on the spot. This made Tony, who had just been having a headache about his chest, instantly overjoyed. After controlling the power of the horse charm, he will become the best doctor in the world. As long as he is willing, he can save even the dead. This reminded Tony of an old saying from his previous life: if the king of hell wants you to die at the 3rd watch, who dares to keep you until the 5th watch? Tony, I dare you? Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Tony looked at the iron lump on his chest and without saying a word, he pulled it out with a slap. Suck, hiss. A sharp pain caused Tony to take a breath instantly, and at the same time, a bloody hole appeared in his chest. But before the blood could flow out, a burst of milky white light instantly enveloped the blood hole. Suddenly, the blood hole quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, Tony's chest injury completely recovered, and his originally pale face turned rosy. Sir, what's going on? Special biotechnology. Why have I never seen it, and there is no record in the system? Just as Tony was recovering from his injuries, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded in the room. As an artificial intelligence, although it does not have human emotions, this does not prevent it from imitating an exclamation tone, and Jarvis's shock can also be seen. Hearing this, Tony also had a smile on his face. Biotechnology, you can understand it this way, but I prefer to call this power magic. Tony said in a surprised tone, while Jarvis remained silent thoughtfully. As a product of science and technology, it has no understanding of magic. Compared with these fantasy things, it prefers science and technology supported by data. Magic? It seems that human power is far more complicated than I thought. Jarvis sighed inexplicably, and Tony's voice sounded again. Jarvis, check my current physical data. Okay, sir. After saying that, Jarvis immediately started scanning and quickly gave the answer. Sir, you are in good health now, and your physical fitness has reached 3 times that of ordinary people. You are healthier than ever before. Hearing this answer, Tony was completely relieved. Just then, a phone rang. Sir, Miss Potts called. Did you answer the call? Put it through. After Tony finished speaking, Potts's voice suddenly sounded in the villa. Tony, I found what you asked me to check. Obadiah did betray a lot of group intelligence, but all the evidence was destroyed by him. I can't find the evidence. I'm sorry. Potts' tone was apologetic. When Tony heard this, he frowned at first, but soon relaxed. I understand. Since I can't find him, there's no need to check. Should I use other methods to deal with him? Good. Potts responded, but he couldn't hide his curiosity in his tone. She wanted to know what method Tony used to deal with Obadiah. However, seeing that Tony had no intention of saying more, it was hard for her to ask further questions, so she could only hang up the phone. When the phone hung up, Tony's voice rang again. Jarvis, check Obadiah's location. Okay, sir. Jarvis quickly started operating. As the most complete artificial intelligence in Marvel, although he knew nothing about magic, no one could compare with it when it came to technology. In the original work, Tony upgraded his armor. In addition to relying on his clever brain, Jarvis also played an important role. Even if the predecessor could rival the gods with the power of a mortal, Jarvis's help would also account for a large part. Even if Tony doesn't plan to take the technology route now, Jarvis is still an important assistant. Sir, Obadiah's location has been found. He is currently at his villa. After getting the answer, Tony put on his clothes and left the villa without saying a word. Driving a supercar, Tony headed towards the rich area of Liberty City. At first, he planned to use formal means to kick Obadiah out of the company, make him fall from heaven to hell, and then take his life. But this guy was obviously smarter than he thought, and he didn't leave any evidence at all. In this case, Tony could only choose to take action forcefully. Firstly, this method is the fastest, and secondly, with control of a shadow core, he has enough confidence to deal with any danger, so there is no need to compromise with Obadiah. Although this guy is the big villain in the original work, he is nothing without Big Mac. He did not take the technological route in this life. Without his steel suit, Obadiah would not be able to build a Big Mac even if he wanted to. After all, not everyone is a former person who can make steel battlesuits with simple conditions. In just 20 minutes, Tony arrived at Obadiah's residence. Beep. The doorbell rang, and a maid's voice came from the villa. Coming. Soon, the door opened, and the maid saw Tony standing at the door, and said respectfully, Mr. Tony, is Uncle Stan home? I have something to ask him about. Tony asked with a smile on his face. The maid nodded immediately and made way for her. Yes, Mr. Tony, please come with me. Because Tony was the head of Stark Industries, the maid allowed him to enter the villa without much questioning. When he came to the living room, a 50-year-old white man with a bald head suddenly appeared in front of Tony. He is Obadiah, the most powerful person in the entire Stark Industrial Empire besides Tony. Stan. Looking at Tony, a trace of surprise clearly flashed across Obadiah's face. He had received news of Tony's return before and wanted to see Tony, but Tony refused. Unexpectedly, Tony would come to him at this time. However, Obadiah hid it very well. His surprised emotion flashed away, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face and he said, Tony, welcome back. Your disappearance during this period has made me worried. Fortunately, God bless you and keep you safe. Looking at Obadiah with a sincere face, Tony would have almost been deceived by him if he hadn't known the old man's true identity. By the way, you just came back. If you don't take a good rest at home, why do you have time to come to my place? Obadiah was a little strange, and at the same time he was full of vigilance. As a libertine, Tony would rather go out and pick up girls than take the time to see him, let alone visit him like now. It's like the sun is coming out in the west. Looking at Obadiah's confused gaze, Tony smiled slightly and said, Uncle Stan, I'm here today. I really have something I want to discuss with you. I hope you can sell your shares to me. This is the sales contract. Take a look at it. After speaking, Tony put a contract on the table. As the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, Obadiah holds a lot of shares. Although he wanted to kill him, he also wanted to get the shares, which is why he made a trip in person. Otherwise, he could just send the Shadow Ninja directly, and there is no need to come in person. As soon as these words came out, Obadiah's expression changed instantly. What do you mean, Tony? Stark Industries, which your father and I founded together, do you now want to kick me out as the founder? Obadiah demanded. Tony didn't hide anything at all and nodded openly. You're right, I just want to kick you out. Then I'm sorry, my shares are not for sale, please get out. Obadiah suppressed his anger and said, Uncle Stan, this is not up to you. Today you have to sell whether you want to sell or not. As he spoke, 20 shadow ninjas also appeared in the villa instantly, and a katana with a cold light fell directly on Obadiah's neck. Suddenly, Obadiah's expression changed instantly. Tony had a warm smile on his face and looked at Obadiah steadily. At this moment, Obadiah was also looking at the black shadow ninja who suddenly appeared in the living room. His face kept twitching, and his face became ugly. Tony, what do you mean? I am your uncle, are you still planning to kill me? Seeing the fierce look on his face, Tony waved his hand quickly. Uncle Stan, you wrongly blamed me. How could I do such a thing? As long as you sell the shares to me, I will naturally not embarrass you. If not. Tony did not continue, but Obadiah immediately understood the underlying meaning of his words. It would be fine if he sold the shares, but if he didn't sell them, he couldn't guarantee what would happen. And through Tony's coercion, Obadiah also saw more things. Tony had respect for himself before, but the reason why he became like this now was probably because he was aware of what he had done. But how did he know, and where did the group of guys in front of him who were obviously not normal humans come from? In just a short moment, the thoughts in his mind went through thousands of times. In the end, he decided that a good man would not suffer the immediate loss, gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll sell it. However, you must swear in the name of your father that you must let me go afterwards. Obadiah said. He knew that Tony seemed to have a gap with his father, but in fact he still respected his father and would never joke in his father's name. Regarding this condition, Tony agreed directly without any hesitation. No problem. I swear in the name of my father that as long as you sell me the group shares, I will let you go. Hearing this, Obadiah was obviously relieved, and without hesitation, he directly signed the share transfer contract on the table with a pen. After he finished signing, Tony picked up the contract and checked it, then flicked his fingers and said with a smile, done. Can we let them go now? Obadiah said gloomily. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Tony's face. Okay. However, I said I would let you go, but I didn't say they would let you go. If you want to kill me, of course I will kill you. Deal with him. A hole, you liar. Obadiah roared instantly, but before he could continue, the cold blade slashed directly across his throat. Suddenly, a drop of blood bloomed in his throat. Obadiah's life force passed quickly, and his body fell on the carpet, his eyes fixed on Tony, refusing to close his eyes. If I don't kill you, wouldn't I be sorry for my predecessor? Tony smiled playfully, kicked Obadiah's head away with his foot, and walked out of the villa. As soon as he walked out of the living room, Tony saw the maid who was holding tea looking at him in horror. Apparently she saw everything that happened in the living room just now. Seeing this, Tony raised his eyebrows slightly, snapped his fingers and said, deal with her. Before the maid could react, the cold blade had already penetrated her chest, and there was another corpse on the ground. With the appearance of the maid, Tony also realized that he still needed to deal with the beginning and the end, and immediately ordered 20 shadow ninjas to search inside and outside the villa to see if there was anyone else. After confirming that there was no one else, Tony destroyed the surveillance system in the villa, and asked the shadow ninja to drag all the 2 corpses on the ground into the shadow kingdom, feed them to the dark creatures, and then left the villa leisurely. Not long after Tony left, a group of people arrived outside the villa. They are Obalia's bodyguards. They were sent out by Obalia before and have just returned now. A group of people stood at the door of the villa. The leading man in a suit rang the doorbell, but after a while, no one opened the door. The expressions of these people changed one after another, and they broke in directly. As top bodyguards, their strength was no weaker than that of the military region soldier king, and they quickly entered the villa. They searched around but could not find Obalia, and suddenly everyone's faces looked a little ugly. At this moment, a bodyguard searching the living room let out an exclamation. Head, come and see. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading man in a suit quickly came to the living room and immediately saw his team members standing on the sofa. His eyes subconsciously looked at the sofa, and he immediately saw some blood stains on the sofa. Suddenly, his expression darkened. They are top bodyguards, and it is their duty to protect their employer. But now that something has obviously happened to their employer, their careers are over. Who dares to ask for a group of bodyguards who cannot protect their employer? Head, what should I do? A bodyguard asked. The leading bodyguard was silent for a long time and finally sighed helplessly. Call the police. Soon, the US Police Department arrived, sealed off the villa, and traced the scene. On the other side, Tony left the villa and walked directly towards Stark Industries. On the way, he contacted Potts and asked her to convene a shareholders meeting. The share exchange must be notified to other shareholders to take effect. At the same time, Tony also wants to take this opportunity to see if he can drive all shareholders out of the group and privatize Stark. Of course, this idea is not urgent, it is just an idea. Tony holds 75% of Stark Industries shares and Obalia holds 20%. The remaining 5% is shared by 3 small shareholders, and the remaining 2% is circulated in the stock market. Now that he has obtained Obalia's shares, Tony's shares have reached 95%, and he is an absolute controlling shareholder. It does not matter whether the remaining shares are recovered or not. It's just that Tony prefers the number 100% to 95%. Soon, Tony arrived at Stark Industries and took the private elevator into his office. This is his exclusive elevator, and no one else has the right to ride it except him. Sitting on the office chair, Tony called Potts. As the office door was pushed open, Tony looked at the door subconsciously. Potts was seen wearing a black suit with a white shirt underneath. The slender legs were wrapped in a pair of black stockings, and the black high heels made a thumping sound when walking, which made Tony couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Fortunately, he still remembered the business and quickly withdrew his gaze and said, "Has the news of my return spread?" "Not yet. I'm planning to arrange a press conference tomorrow," Potts said a little strangely. "Well, I'll give you a task, acquire the shares of that group of shareholders and buy back the shares. This, I'm afraid, is difficult. Obadiah will not give us this opportunity. He already knows about your return." Potts frowned. Hearing this, Tony suddenly showed a smile on his face and pushed out the contract. "Look at this." Potts subconsciously picked up the contract on the table. When she saw the content clearly, a look of shock suddenly appeared on her face. "How is this possible? How did you do it?" Potts looked at Tony in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. "Obadiah actually transferred the shares to Tony. How is this possible?" Seeing her disbelieving look, Tony's smile remained unchanged and he said, "In short, Obadiah won't be an obstacle, just let it go." "Good." Potts responded, and the expression on his face quickly calmed down. No matter how Tony got it, she just needed to get rid of the remaining small shareholders. Soon, Potts left the office and headed towards the conference room. The conference room was on the same floor as Tony's office. Soon Tony, who was sitting in the office, heard a roar coming from outside the door. Obviously, those few small shareholders couldn't sit still when they heard that they were going to buy back their shares. However, Tony ignored it and left professional matters to professionals. In business, Potts was undoubtedly a professional and I believed she would take care of everything. At this moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding, mission released. Main mission, forming the Dark Alliance. Mission content, recruit enough ability users, form a Dark Alliance, and spread darkness to the world. Mission reward, if you successfully recruit one person, you will be rewarded with a drawing and part of the Shadow Core. Looking at the system panel that suddenly appeared in front of him, Tony's eyes suddenly froze, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Although he had long known that his system was not a good thing, he did not expect that it turned out to be a villain system. "I am the famous Iron Man, the leader of the Justice League. Although something unexpected happened and I can no longer transform into Iron Man, I am still a good person. Now I let myself spread darkness to the world. Am I that kind of person?" Glancing at the corner of his mouth, Tony's voice suddenly sounded. "Jarvis. Sir, I'm here. Check for me to see if anything strange has happened in New York City recently." "Checked, sir, nothing strange happened." "All right." Tony smacked his lips in disappointment. Although he is a good person, the system gives him too much, whether it is the lottery or the Black Shadow Core, they are both good things. It's a pity that none of those superheroes have emerged, and there is no place for them to recruit them. No, why do you have to spend so much time and effort searching for her? Not only does it take time and effort, but it also delays your ability to pick up girls. They should be allowed to come to them on their own initiative. Who is the most annoying thing about superheroes? It's naturally the villains. These people are all experienced superheroes. If they had an army of villains, superheroes would not be able to come to their doorstep in a steady stream. As the saying goes, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Once this idea was opened, Tony's thoughts suddenly became extremely clear. Looking for a superhero is like fishing. Putting down the bait yourself and waiting quietly for the fish to take the bait is the most perfect way. But before that, he needs a bait. And this bait should not be too weak. After all, it is troublesome to change the bait every day. Thinking of this, the limited Marvel knowledge in Tony's mind suddenly came to mind. What are the famous villains in Marvel? A Thanos, a Kingpin. These are the only two he can remember, which are relatively representative. Needless to say, old man Thanos is still not sure which planet he is on at this time, thinking about family planning. Therefore, Tony only has one choice left, Kingpin. Among the many Marvel characters, Iron Man and Kingpin are the most similar. One uses the power of a mortal to rival gods, and the other uses the power of a mortal to fight against a group of superheroes. But from this point of view, both of them are outstanding figures. Moreover, Jin Bin's power was huge, his business was spread all over the United States, and he was known as Niuyu's underground emperor. Even superheroes like to cause trouble for him. He is undoubtedly an excellent bait. No, he should be a partner. If you have gold and attract attention, you can keep fishing. By then, forming the Dark Alliance will not be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly laughed. Just when he was thinking about how to get the down payment and reach a cooperation with him. In the conference room on the other side, Potts also succeeded in taking over the shares from a few small shareholders at the cost of 400 million meters of gold. Regardless of how much money they have, at the peak of Stark Industries, each of their shares was worth 10 figures. 400 million meters of gold to take over the shares in their hands is simply a cabbage price. At this point, Tony's shares have increased to 98%, with only 2% of the shares circulating in the market. Looking at Tony, who had just returned and had the entire group in his hands, Potts had a complex look in his eyes. What's next? The entire group now only has your voice. Delisting. Take back the remaining 2%. Tony said calmly, and Potts's expression changed instantly. You are crazy, do you know how big the impact of delisting will be? Once it is delisted, your wealth may be reduced by half in an instant. Potts couldn't help shouting. But Tony doesn't care. The share repurchase has reached this stage and delisting is inevitable. Even if the loss is huge, he will persist. It's not that he has a grudge against money, but that if the group does not delist, it will be subject to government supervision and public supervision. After delisting, although it suffered heavy losses, it also turned Stark Industries into a completely private kingdom without looking at anyone's face. In order for Stark not to be exposed to the sun, he must delist. You don't have to worry about other things. You listen to me and must be delisted. In addition, a false news was released to the outside world, saying that the group planned to shut down weapons manufacturing. If Potts could tolerate everything before, then as soon as these words came out, she couldn't sit still. What? You want to shut down weapons manufacturing? This is the lifeblood of the group. Potts said loudly, obviously disapproving of Tony's decision. Tony immediately rolled his eyes and said helplessly, I told you it was fake news. I just asked you to announce it to fool those investors who said it was going to be closed. Maybe he would have done this in his predecessor. After all, that's what he did in the original work, but Tony is not stupid. If you don't make weapons, others will. It is said that there is absolute demand in the market. Unless the world becomes unified one day, weapons will always be needed. If this is the case, then why should you deceive yourself and others and give up your wealth to others in vain? Listening to the explanation, Potts breathed a sigh of relief, and even his previous decision to delist was no longer important. As long as weapons manufacturing is not shut down, delisting will be done. Thinking with a headache, Potts left Tony's office again, not daring to stay any longer. Otherwise, God knows what shocking remarks Tony will make. She moved quickly, and within a few hours, the false news that Stark Industries was about to shut down weapons manufacturing had spread. The stocks, which were already tumbling because of Tony's disappearance, suddenly fell like a dive. In the US stock market, after the news spread from Stark Industries, everyone began to sell their stocks, and even more people cursed Tony endlessly. They never imagined that the high-quality stocks of the past few days would now plummet like this. In order to stop losses, they have no choice but to sell. And just as they were selling, Potts had organized a team to buy in all the stocks they had sold. However, this is destined to be a big project and cannot be completed in a day or two. So after telling the matter, Tony ignored the matter and asked Jarvis to find some information about Kingpin and study it. Kingpin was born in the slum of Hell's Kitchen, but because he dared to fight on the road, he quickly reached a high-level position. Later, something happened in Hell's Kitchen, and Kingpin's power also declined. However, he was so ambitious that he swallowed up his old club and completely rose to prominence. From this point alone, we can see the danger of Jin Bin. Cooperating with such a person is undoubtedly seeking the skin of a tiger. Without the existence of the system, Tony would not want to have too much contact with such people. But now he is naturally not afraid of a Jin Bin. After researching some information, Jarvis asked Jarvis to find out Jin Bin's contact information. As the most advanced artificial intelligence in this era, Jarvis's territory is wherever there is internet and signal. Even though Jin Bin's mobile phone number is very hidden, it still took Jarvis 30 seconds to find out. Toot. The phone rang, and soon the call was connected, and a dull and majestic voice came from the phone. Hello. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Tony, the head of Stark Industries. You should know me. I have a business I want to discuss with you. I wonder if Mr. Kingpin has time. Without any tact, Tony got straight to the point after the call was connected. In his previous life, whether he was watching movies or novels, what he hated most was that the dialogue between the protagonist and the supporting characters never got to the point. Therefore, he will naturally not make this mistake. On the other end of the phone, when Tony's voice fell, there suddenly became quiet. Obviously Tony's directness made Kingpin a little unresponsive. But the hero is the hero. In just a few seconds, he had come back to his senses and thought about Tony's purpose. The Stark supply industry is a product of the sun. No matter how cruel it is at its core, it is legal. Kingpin was just the opposite. His business and power were all illegal, and he was destined to be hidden in the darkness. He really couldn't find a place for such two forces to cooperate. Oh, Stark, interesting. How do you want to cooperate? Kingpin asked with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Tony did not answer the question directly, but said with a smile on his lips, since you are also interested, Mr. Kingpin, why don't we meet and chat? After the words fell, there was another silence on the other end of the phone. Tony was not in a hurry and quietly waited for a response. 10 seconds later, Kingpin's steady voice sounded again, okay, let's meet and chat. I'll wait for you at Queen's Road. After saying that, a beep came from the phone, and Kingpin hung up the phone directly. Tony also stood up at this moment and walked towards the door. The smile on his face disappeared instantly and his expression became extremely dull. Taking the exclusive elevator to the third floor below, Tony got into the supercar and started the vehicle. With the roar of the sports car, a silver supercar rushed out of the parking lot. Queen's Road. When Tony arrived here, he immediately turned off the engine and got out of the car, lit a cigarette and started smoking. The cigarette was halfway burned when a strong man in a black suit walked directly towards him. Hello, Mr. Tony. Mr. Wilson asked me to pick you up. Then let's go. Tony said directly, flicking the cigarette in his hand, arcing through the air and landing in the middle of the road. Then the two of them got into a black car one after another. The strong man in the car took out a black sermon and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Tony, please cooperate with me. Seeing this, Tony nodded, expressing his understanding, and allowed the strong man to cover his face with a black cloth. He lost his vision, but Tony did not panic. In the darkness that ordinary people could not see, pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at everyone in the car. If any accident occurs, they can be ensured to be torn into pieces as soon as possible. 20 minutes later, Tony walked into a house under the guidance of a strong man, and at the same time took off the black cloth for him. Darkness and light intertwined. Tony squinted his eyes subconsciously, and looked at the surrounding environment. This is an ordinary courtyard. Ignoring the men in black standing guard around it, it is no different from the residence of ordinary people. In the middle of the lawn, a giant was sitting on the lawn in casual clothes. There was a barbecue grill in front of him, and pieces of steak were making sizzling sounds. Looking at the figure that looked like a hill, Tony's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he knew that Kingpin was tall, he didn't expect him to be so tall. He is about 2 meters tall, and his whole body is full of muscles, especially his arms, which are thicker than the average person's thighs. The guy next to him is already considered very majestic among ordinary people, but in front of Jinji, he is like a child and an adult, with a huge gap. The thoughts in his mind went back and forth, and only one breath passed in the outside world. Tony immediately raised his legs and walked over. As he approached, Jin Bin immediately lowered his head to look at him, glanced at him deeply with his deep eyes, and then said in a calm tone, "Here, let's eat something first." Facing the invitation, Tony didn't show any stage fright and nodded directly, "Okay, I happen to be hungry. Let's roast it a little bit. I don't want to eat it raw." Hearing this, Jin Bin's lips curled up. Since he annexed all the forces in Hell's Kitchen, this was the first time someone dared to speak like this in front of him. "Okay." In response, Kingpin continued to grill the steak. Neither of them mentioned the cooperation, as if they had completely forgotten about it. Pieces of steak came out of the oven, and Tony ate them unceremoniously. He even opened a bottle of red wine in the middle of the meal, which was full of taste. Those who didn't know it thought he was here for a picnic. An hour later, Tony and Kingpin destroyed all the ingredients. Several men in black stepped forward and removed the grill, while Tony sat back on the lounge chair with a lazy look on his face. And Jin Bin's voice also sounded at this moment, "Tell me, how do you want to cooperate?" Hearing this, Tony glanced at him and complained, "I thought you could hold it in for how long?" Kingpin's expression remained unchanged and he didn't care about Tony's teasing. Seeing this, Tony immediately lost interest in teasing him and said, "I sell arms, so we naturally have a basis for cooperation. How about I provide you with weapons and you help me do something?" Oni said while watching Jin Bin's reaction, and Jin Bin's performance was very dull. "I can get the weapons myself. I don't have to cooperate with you. If it's just like this, you can't impress me." Kingpin looked at Tony and shook his head to show that he was not satisfied with this condition. Tony immediately raised his eyebrows. "Yeah. Can you also get the military's new weapons? Can you also get rockets, tanks, and missiles? Can you also get top-notch equipment from military laboratories?" Tony asked a series of questions, and Kingpin's originally dull expression suddenly changed. "What you up to?" He thought Tony wanted to use conventional weapons to cooperate with him. Since he was not a rebel, his demand for weapons was not that great. However, judging by Tony's tone, he planned to provide himself with some sophisticated weapons. These things are strictly prohibited and blocked by the military. No matter how powerful he is, he can't get it without special channels. Therefore, he who originally acted indifferently could not help but become serious now. Looking at his reaction, Tony also smiled, shook his head and said, "I will provide you with weapons, and you are responsible for providing me with information about some people. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you could send these people directly to me." "Who?" Kingpin asked. "Some people with special abilities. You will often interact with these people in the future, and you will know when the time comes." Tony didn't say it clearly, but he believed that when Kingpin met those people, he would understand what he meant. Jin Bin did not continue to ask, but fell into deep thought. To him, Tony's conditions were very simple, even too simple. If there were other conditions, Jin would not necessarily choose to cooperate. Who knows if Tony has a bigger plot? However, access to high-end weapons was so rare that he was reluctant to give up, so after thinking twice, he finally agreed to cooperate. As for using other means to force Tony, Kingpin had not considered it, but this idea was quickly abandoned by him. Stark Industries is a military-industrial giant, and its influence in the United States is too great. If he touches Tony, he will really have no place in the United States in the future. It is simply unrealistic to force Tony to cooperate by other means. As Jin Bin relaxed, the two formally reached a cooperation, and Tony didn't stay too much and left directly. Now that the bait has been laid, it's time for those superheroes to take the bait. Finally, he no longer has to run around and can enjoy life. That night, Tony summoned a large number of Hollywood actresses to attend the party and started his rich life. While Tony was enjoying life, on the other side, there was Alexander in a certain Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Pierce is studying Tony's information. It contains information about Tony's sudden return after his disappearance, as well as information about Abalia's mysterious death. Either of these two things was full of mystery, which aroused Pierce's interest. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door, and a beautiful woman walked in. With long wavy hair and a black leather jacket, she is seductive and charming. "Director, are you looking for me?" the woman asked. Pierce immediately replied, Natasha Romanoff, you came at the right time. There is something you need to investigate. This is the target's information. After speaking, he pushed the information on the table to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff quickly lowered her head to check, and the office fell into silence for a while. Soon, Natasha Romanoff read the information, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Tony Stark, what happened to this playboy? And he actually wants us to investigate. As a person who often makes headlines in the entertainment media, it is difficult not to recognize Natasha Romanoff. It was precisely because of this that she felt strange. He is just a playboy. Although he is very rich, he is not worthy of their attention. Faced with Natasha Romanoff's confusion, Pierce didn't waste any time and directly handed her the information in his hand. In the past, this playboy was indeed not worthy of attention, but that is not necessarily the case now. Not long ago, he disappeared in the desert and came back before he could be rescued. After his return, Stark Industries' second-in-command, Obadiah, disappeared. FBL has inspected the scene and found nothing except the bloodstains left behind. Moreover, on the day Obadiah disappeared, Stark Industrial Group's shares changed. Tony acquired the shares of other shareholders, and together with Obadiah's shares, he now controls 98% of Stark Industries. Natasha Romanoff looked at the information while Pierce continued to explain. So, I have reason to suspect that Obadiah's disappearance is closely related to Tony. It's even possible that some mysterious force is involved. So, your task is very simple, get close to him and find out his details or the power behind him. After finishing speaking, Pierce quietly waited for Natasha Romanoff's response. After a while, Natasha Romanoff finally said after reading the information, I understand, leave this task to me. Soon, Natasha Romanoff left the office, and Pierce took out the phone at this moment and dialed a phone number. I have asked people to start an investigation. You should monitor him closely. Once there are results, arrest him. Yes. The person on the other end of the phone responded, and Pierce hung up the phone directly. After doing all this, his eyes fell on Tony's photo, looking a little deep. While all parties were taking action, in a residential house in Brooklyn, a young man with glasses was lying on the ground with a ferocious expression, twitching continuously. His name is Peter Parker, a college student, was accidentally bitten by a spider when he went to the biology museum for an exhibition today. He became like this when he returned home. No one knows about all this at the moment. The night passed quickly, and when the sun rose the next day, Tony woke up from the pile of beauties. Looking at the mess on the bed, Tony stretched out with a satisfied look on his face. Wearing pajamas and walking downstairs, Potts was sitting on the sofa in the living room with an indifferent expression. When Tony, who had just come downstairs, saw this scene, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, Potts, why are you here? Hearing this, Potts glanced at Tony, who was wearing pajamas, and said in a cold tone, the stock acquisition is almost done. Let me ask when you plan to hold a press conference to inform the outside world of your return. Also, someone from the tax bureau invites you for tea and wants to talk to you about delisting. When speaking, Potts' tone was full of resentment. I have worked so hard for this BD, but this BD is here living and drinking, how angry I am. Looking at Potts who looked unhappy, Tony coughed lightly and said, I'm going to disappear from the tax bureau guys. I'm delisting. It's none of their business. Let them do what they have to do. As for the press conference, let's hold it in the afternoon. Since the matter has been settled, there is no need to hide it. By the way, you can help me clean up the garbage upstairs later. After saying that, Tony went into the bathroom to wash up, while Potts looked at his back and cursed through gritted teeth. A hole. After scolding, she had to walk upstairs with helplessness. Soon, several ladies were kicked out of the villa by her. After having breakfast with Tony, the two headed to the company together. As the person in charge of the company, although Tony left most matters to Potts, some documents still required his personal signature to take effect. Coupled with the period of his disappearance, the company accumulated a large number of documents waiting to be processed. So, for the next few days, Tony was tied up in the company, working hard as a cow. And just in the past few days when Tony was working hard, a big event happened in Niuyu. A guy named Spider-Man turned out to fight crime in Niuyu City. For a time, the entire Niuyu City was discussing this Spider-Man who appeared out of nowhere. Some people think that he is the patron saint of Niuyu, and some people think that although this guy fights crime, he is no different from those criminals in that he responds to violence with violence. As for the attitude of the Niuyu police, it was even more obvious. The appearance of this guy was a slap in their face. They were the law enforcers and guardians of Niuyu, so they directly issued a wanted order. But the one who annoys Spider-Man the most is probably Kingpin. As the Emperor who controls 80% of the underground transactions in Niuyu City, Spider-Man attacks his business. Because of Spider-Man, he lost tens of millions of dollars during this period. Naturally, he doesn't care about this little money, but he cannot allow anyone to challenge his majesty. In a building, Jin Bin sat on an office chair with a calm expression. In front of him, the strong man in a suit who had previously received Tony was standing there with a solemn expression. He is Daniel, Kingpin's confidant. Brown is responsible for taking care of various businesses in Niuyu City. How is the investigation going? Have you found out the guy's identity? Kingpin couldn't hear the voice of joy and anger, and Daniel couldn't help but feel chilled. The calmer Kingpin was, the angrier he was. At this time, he didn't dare to get into trouble, so he spoke quickly. Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry, I didn't find out his specific identity. That guy moves too fast, we can't keep up with him, and every time he appears there is no warning. I mobilized most of the surveillance cameras in Niuyu City, but I can't find him before his disguise. After saying that, Daniel lowered his head in panic, fearing that Kingpin would be angry and implicate himself. Fortunately, Jin Bin did not get angry. He just turned to look at the scene outside the floor-to-ceiling window and murmured to himself, "Is this the person you are looking for?" After saying that, Kingpin picked up the phone and dialed Tony's number. In Stark Industrial Building, Tony, who was busy, heard the phone ringing. "Jarvis, come in." "Yes, sir." The next second, Jin Bin's voice sounded in the office. "I think the person you are looking for has appeared." Hearing this, Tony stopped reviewing the documents. "So fast. Where is he?" "Have no idea," Kingpin said matter-of-factly, and the corner of Tony's mouth twitched. "Then what's his name?" "Spider-Man." Hearing this name, Tony raised his eyebrows, but there was not much surprise in his eyes. He didn't know the order in which superheroes appeared, but because of Niuyu's visit, he always felt that the first one he came into contact with would be this little Spider-Man. He also tried to find his whereabouts, but Niuyu was too big, with tens of millions of permanent residents. If he wanted to find someone with just one name, even if he controlled Stark Industries, he would still be looking for a needle in a haystack. At this time, Jin Bin's voice sounded again. "What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Tony's lips curled up. "It's very simple, you arrange for someone to conduct illegal transactions. Lead him out. Just leave the rest to me." "Okay, then tonight, I will arrange to conduct transactions in Manhattan, where he often hangs out." Jin Bin responded directly and hung up the phone. Tony also put down the documents in his hands at this moment, stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the living beings outside the window, his eyes twinkling. It should be interesting for a former superhero to eventually degenerate into a dark villain. As he said that, Tony couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and a beautiful figure walked in. She is Tony's new secretary, Natasha Romanoff. As for Potts, she is now the CEO of Stark Industries, so she no longer holds the position of secretary. Originally, according to Potts's wish, Tony was to be assigned a male secretary. But this decision was firmly opposed by Tony, so Natasha Romanoff succeeded in taking over by virtue of her own conditions. "Mr. Tony, this is the document that Miss Potts asked me to send. It needs your signature." Natasha Romanoff wears a pair of glasses and exudes an intellectual temperament, which is very attractive. But Tony, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, didn't even look at her. He just waved his hand and said, "Put it down." Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff could only put down the document and looked at Tony's back with confusion. The script is not what she imagined. "Isn't this guy a playboy? I've been employed for several days, why don't I see this guy hooking up with me? Are you not beautiful and charming enough?" "Impossible?" Natasha Romanoff decisively rejected this possibility. Then looking at Tony's back, he hesitated and took the initiative to put his hand on Tony's shoulder. "Mr. Tony, are you tired? I have learned Huxia massage, which can relieve fatigue. Do you want to try it?" As he spoke, Natasha Romanoff's soft little hands began to massage Tony's shoulders. At this moment, the distance between their bodies was less than 1 centimeter, and Tony could even smell the fragrance of her body, which could arouse the desire deep in the heart. Suddenly, Tony turned to look at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff's big eyes couldn't help exuding a seductive look. I don't know whether the neckline on the chest is intentional or not, but it just allows you to clearly see the scenery inside. But the scene she imagined did not appear, and Tony's brows frowned. "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff's face was stunned, and she didn't know how to answer. "Isn't what you hinted obvious enough?" And Tony continued, "Find out your identity, work hard, stop doing these messy things, get out, now, immediately, immediately." "Oh, okay, Mr. Tony." Natasha Romanoff responded in a panic and walked out of the office. After going out, her mind was still buzzing. "Are you being disliked?" Corner of his mouth. When he met Natasha Romanoff, he had already recognized her identity. After all, as a beauty in Marvel, Black Widow is still very well known. It was precisely because of this that he acted like that. Otherwise, how can a cat not eat fish and a man not steal fish? Just because the fish has spines, the spines need to be removed before eating. Ignoring Natasha Romanoff's affairs, he started working on the documents again. Time passed quickly in his busyness, and soon night fell. Tony drove away from the Stark Industrial Building and arrived at 13th Avenue in Manhattan. This is the trading place chosen by Jinping. There are few pedestrians and it is suitable for trading. Parking the car on the side of the road, Tony turned off the engine and sat in the car. Soon, 2 black cars stopped on the road. The 2 gangs conducted transactions according to normal procedures. Time passed little by little, and the transaction soon came to an end. Just when the 2 parties were about to conclude the transaction, a young voice suddenly came from the alley next to the road. "Good evening, gentlemen. What are you doing? Do you need help?" The sudden sound startled everyone, and everyone's expressions suddenly changed. "AFK, Spider-Man. Shoot, shoot." One of the ringleaders shouted loudly, and both sides of the deal opened fire at the same time. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of gunfire in the darkness. Countless bullets poured directly towards Spider-Man, and Spider-Man, who had just been hanging upside down at the entrance of the alley, disappeared immediately the moment the gunfire rang out. He jumped and appeared directly in front of everyone. The spider threads on his wrists kept firing like bullets, knocking everyone to the ground. In just a few breaths, the battle was over, and both parties to the transaction were directly captured by him. Gentlemen, it seems you need my help to call the police. Spider-Man looked at the items traded between the two parties, leaned over and took out a phone from one of the members, and was about to call the police. But at this moment, his movements stopped instantly and he looked around sharply. Bang, bang, bang. There were sounds of smoke exploding, and black figures appeared around him. These people are wrapped in black ninja clothes, and their eyes are filled with scarlet light. They are the Black Shadow Ninja Army. Looking at these people, Peter's eyes flashed with shock under the mask. With his super spider sense, he clearly perceived that these people appeared around him out of thin air. In other words, they are not human at all. Suddenly, Peter became alert, looked at the many shadow ninjas and said, "Hey, man, who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Shadow Ninja naturally did not answer his question, and the sound of a long sword being unsheathed sounded in the darkness. The next second, many shadow ninjas rushed towards Peter silently, which made Peter's heart skip a beat. However, he had no time to think about anything else at this moment. The spider silk on his wrist was quickly launched, rushing towards the Black Shadow Ninja at a speed comparable to bullets. However, the Black Shadow Ninjas were not useless. They dodged or slashed, quickly evading the attack of the spider silk, and came to Peter's side. In an instant, the sound of katana cutting through the air rang out, heading straight for Peter's vitals with a roar, making Peter's eyelids jump, and he quickly jumped and dodged to avoid the attack. His speed is extremely fast, and ordinary people can't keep up with his speed, but the Black Shadow Ninja is obviously not an ordinary person. As Peter dodged, many shadow ninjas quickly followed, and the cross darts flew out of their hands, directly scratching Peter's spider suit. Peter, who originally wanted to hold back, looked at this scene and no longer cared about holding back, and quickly started to fight back. After mutation, his strength and speed have already reached a terrifying level, and his strength is enough to stop a train. Although the Black Shadow Ninja is powerful, its individual strength is not enough to compete with it. Therefore, after Peter took action with all his strength, many shadow ninjas were directly beaten and scattered. However, when Peter looked at this scene, there was no joy on his face. Instead, his expression became more and more ugly, because he discovered that the number of shadow ninjas was increasing. After he killed a dozen shadow ninjas, the number of shadow ninjas had surged to hundreds. Even on the periphery, there are shadow ninjas emerging one after another. Although he is powerful, he is still in danger under the encirclement and suppression of so many shadow ninjas. At this moment, the spider suit on his body had become tattered, and bloody mouths appeared on his body. As time passed, his physical strength continued to be consumed, and he began to pant. Sensing the danger, he did not dare to stay where he was. He fired the spider silk from his wrist, and quickly took off into the air, leaving the place. After being freed from the siege of the shadow ninjas, Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he thought it was safe, a terrifying scene suddenly appeared in front of him. On the tall buildings in front of him, a black shadow ninja with scarlet eyes kept appearing, looking at his figure. Seeing this, Peter's face froze, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. Just now, hundreds of shadow ninjas had put him in danger. Now, there were more than hundreds of shadow ninjas. Although he didn't know the specific number, a quick glance showed that there were no less than 1,000 people. If he were surrounded by these people, Peter wasn't sure whether he would still be alive. At that moment, he didn't dare to stay anymore. His figure rippled among the tall buildings and quickly disappeared here. And just as he was moving forward quickly, some shadow ninjas chased him directly. Although they couldn't use the spider silk to ripple in the air like Peter, but with his terrifying jumping ability, he can shuttle across tall buildings, and his speed is not slower than Peter. This made Peter, who wanted to throw them away, helpless. Soon, something happened that made Peter even more desperate. On his way forward, shadow ninjas jumped directly from tall buildings and rushed towards him. Densely packed cross marks roared towards him, followed closely by the shadow ninja holding katana. Although he relied on his super spider sense and agility to avoid most of the attacks, some attacks still fell on him. Blood flowers bloomed continuously on his body, causing a series of muffled sounds to come out of his mouth. At the same time, a cross mark crossed the spider silk on his hand, and the spider silk suddenly broke, and Peter's figure, which was originally in the air, fell directly to the ground. The sudden change frightened Peter to death. The spider silk on his wrist couldn't help but shoot out wildly, constantly slowing down, and finally his body landed heavily in an alley, leaving him breathless for a long time. In the darkness, shadow ninja figures kept appearing, surrounding him tightly. At this moment, he really had no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Fear struck his heart. Peter looked at the shadow ninjas around him and swallowed subconsciously. It only took a few days for him to become Spider-Man. Before that, he was just an ordinary person, and he was even often bullied on campus. From a fundamental point of view, his character is relatively cowardly, but because of his strong strength, he is full of confidence. But now, the strength he relied on has lost its effect, and his cowardly nature has once again taken over. What do you want to do? Don't come here. A scream of suppressed fear came from his mouth, and the black shadow ninja who had been approaching suddenly stopped after his words fell. Peter was stunned by this scene, even a little at a loss. But soon, the sound of footsteps in the darkness woke him up, making him realize that it was not his words that had an effect, but the real master behind it. Suddenly, his eyes couldn't help but look through the siege of black shadow ninjas to the entrance of the alley, and a figure came into his eyes. The visitor was wearing a suit, exuding a lazy temperament, and the smile on his lips gave people a feeling of being in control. As he approached, the shadow ninjas all moved out of the way and bowed their heads in salute, as if they were saluting a king, saluting the visitor. Looking at this scene, the fear in his heart magnified again, and he stared at the visitor. "Good evening, our Spider-Man, let me introduce myself, my name is Tony Stark." Tony came to Peter, looked down at him and said. After Peter saw Tony's face, his mind suddenly shook wildly, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Tony Stark, a famous playboy and the after-dinner joke of the citizens. His news has supported countless small newspapers and entertainment reporters. Peter had admired many of his glorious deeds, and even envied him so much that he wanted to work for Stark Group. He didn't expect that the two would meet in such a scene, let alone that the famous playboy could be so terrifying secretly. For a moment, everyone forgot to speak. "It seems that our Spider-Man recognized my identity," Tony said with a smile on his face. Peter was instantly startled, and all kinds of conspiracy theories came directly to his mind. According to the movie routine, if you know his identity, wouldn't you be doomed? Thinking of this, Peter quickly said, "Mr. Tony, I have something to talk about. I don't know what you want from me. If I can help, I will definitely help." Snapped. "Happily, I like to talk to straightforward people," Tony said, snapping his fingers. "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I need you to help me kill someone. What do you think?" Tony looked at Peter with a smile, and Peter, who had been patting his chest just now, suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth. Although he has mastered powerful power, he has not killed anyone so far. Because of the death of his uncle, he has always practiced the saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and strives to be a good person. Tony's request undoubtedly posed a problem for him. For a moment, he couldn't help but grimace and said cautiously, "Sir, can you change your request? No matter what happens, it doesn't have to be solved by killing people. You have no right to bargain. You only have two choices now. Either you die or someone else dies. Make your choice." Tony interrupted him and spoke in a casual tone. Human life seemed so contemptible in his mouth. Seeing this, Peter knew that he had no choice, and his face couldn't help but become uncertain. Killing was against his own principles. If he didn't kill, his life would be at risk. If he followed his original trajectory and continued to practice his principles, he would rather die today than kill innocent people. But there are no ifs in the world. He has only been Spider-Man for a few days, and he has not yet completely transformed from a small citizen into a superhero. He cares more about his own life than other people's lives. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Peter finally said, "Who do you want me to kill, sir?" As he finished speaking, the smile on Tony's lips became even brighter. "Ivan Vank. Looking back, I will give you his information. All you have to do is solve him. Do you have any problems?" Peter shook his head silently. "Then put this bracelet on." Tony threw a bracelet to Peter, and Peter subconsciously caught it. "This is a contact device. I will contact you through it, and I will also transfer the information to this bracelet. Also, don't think about not completing the task, this bracelet will explode. That's it, I'm leaving first." After saying that, Tony watched Peter put on the bracelet, then turned around and left the alley with a smile. As he left, the surrounding shadow ninjas melted into the darkness and disappeared, leaving only a decadent Peter in the alley. Outside the alley, on the silver-white sports car, as soon as Tony got in the car, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, you have changed so much." Hearing this, Tony's expression did not change. After all, he was not his predecessor. Jarvis would definitely notice it if he spent time with him day and night. "Really, then do you think my change is good or bad?" Tony asked. Jarvis's calm voice continued. "I'm just an artificial intelligence. I can't judge whether a person is good or bad, let alone how good you are, sir. However, I like you better now. Thank you for your affirmation. It seems that your intelligence has improved again." Tony praised him, started the vehicle and left the place. "Sir, can I ask, who is Ivan Vank? In my database, it seems that Sir has no contact with this person. For a person who will die later, I just moved his death time a little earlier." Tony replied with a smile, but a glint flashed in his eyes. He inherited Stark's identity and also inherited his causality, although he did not develop the iron suit. But those guys who have a grudge against him will find him sooner or later. Adhering to the idea of strike first to gain advantage and attack later to suffer disaster, Tony prefers to nip trouble in the bud. And Ivan Vank is obviously such a troublesome person. However, the appearance of Natasha Romanoff made him know that he was being targeted by the people of SHIELD, and he was not suitable to take too many actions in the short term. It happened that the appearance of Peter gave him a candidate to solve the problem, so he decided to kill Ivan Vank's mission. Not only can the trouble be solved, but this incident can also help little Spider-Man embark on the path of Blacken. After all, superheroes are heroes because they all have their own principles, and little Spider-Man's principle is obviously to save innocent people. And when the principle is broken, the hero is no longer a hero. It was an uneventful night, and the next day, Tony came to the company as usual, ignoring the coquettish Natasha Romanoff and reviewing documents as usual. After spending 2 hours, he finally finished processing all the documents that required his signature, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Whoever said being the boss is comfortable, stand up and beat him to death. Tony calculated roughly in the past few days that the documents he has reviewed have reached more than 100 kilograms. These are all paper documents, not the bamboo slips of ancient times. This shows how many things he has to deal with in a day. For a moment, he suddenly regretted killing Obadiah. Because this guy managed the company, he could spend a lot of time and be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now, after killing Obadiah, most things in the company can only be handled by oneself, which is really annoying. Just when he was relaxing, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Potts walked in from the door, and when he saw her, Tony felt dizzy. "Beautiful Ms. Potts, I think I need to rest for a while. I authorize you to handle the company's affairs with full authority. What do you think?" Looking at Tony, who was already complaining before he opened his mouth, Potts couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, she also knew that he was tired during this period and did not continue to hit him. "Okay, I'll give you a day off to deal with one more thing. Stop complaining." "Really? What's the matter? Tell me." Tony suddenly became excited and said. He really doesn't want to stay in the office anymore, which is definitely good news for him. The military's procurement invitation for this year has been sent. Starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you can go and participate and try to win more orders. With that said, Potts handed an invitation letter to Tony, then hurriedly turned around and left the office. As president, Potts' business is busier than Tony's. After all, Tony only needs to deal with some major things, but Potts has to manage the entire group. The workload between the two is not at the same level at all. Looking at her leaving back, Tony shook his head. How could this woman have such great enthusiasm for work? After withdrawing his thoughts, Tony opened the invitation and looked at the content on it. Naturally, there was nothing substantial in the content. But Tony was curious, so he watched with gusto. Military procurement is the main source of profits for major arms companies. Every year's procurement meeting is a gluttonous feast for major military industrial companies. Everyone wants to take another bite of this feast, so the competition is fierce. Even at past procurement meetings, we could see the heads of major groups fighting on the spot, which can be said to be very lively. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tony left the group surrounded by a group of bodyguards, got into a Rolls-Royce, and rushed to the purchasing meeting. When he arrived, it was already close to 3 o'clock and the purchasing meeting was about to begin. Happy followed him with 2 bodyguards and walked into the venue with him, while the remaining bodyguards were on standby outside. After entering the venue, a burst of noise suddenly greeted us, and hundreds of people were talking loudly in the venue. Almost 80% of the arms dealers in the entire United States are gathered here. But after Tony walked in, everyone turned to look at him almost at the same time, their eyes filled with awe. As a top military industrial giant in the United States and even the world, it is difficult for Tony to appear without attracting attention. Ignoring most of the people present, Tony came to the front row of the venue. Compared to the crowd at the back, there were only a few people in the front row of the venue, and behind these people stood giants that were no less powerful than Stark Industries. Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer, the helmsman of Hammer Industries, like Stark Industries, is mainly engaged in the arms business, has long-term cooperation with the Department of Defense, and is Stark Industries' main competitor. PIM Technologies, Hank. The group founded by PIM specializes in PIM particles that can change the file size of objects. It also produces weapons, but the proportion is not significant. Austrian Group, a family-owned company, is headed by Norman Osborn, who focuses on biotechnology and has made great achievements in the military industry, has a vague tendency to catch up with Hammer Industries. Pioneer Technology, founder Killian, specializes in genetic modification projects. He is not deeply involved in the arms industry and is basically just here to make soy sauce. Roxxon Corporation, the overlord of the American energy industry, started in the oil industry and is one of the largest conglomerates in the world, and has spread its tentacles to all walks of life. Hammer Industries and the Austrian Group have people at the helm, while the other companies have people like vice presidents. After all, this is a procurement meeting for the military. Their main business is not arms. Even if they come, they can't compete with the 3 military industry overlords, Stark Industries, Austrian Group, and Hammer Industries. Therefore, it is enough to send a vice president to make the soy sauce. As Tony arrived, the vice presidents of several groups nodded to him as a greeting. Hammer raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Tony, I heard that you almost fell into the desert and never came back. I was ready to open the champagne to celebrate. I didn't expect to see you again. I'm really disappointed." As the main competitors of Stark Industries, the feud between the two companies can be said to have been long-standing. So Hammer spoke without any politeness at all. Hearing this, Tony sat in his seat and mocked, "Really, that really disappoints you. But don't waste your champagne. I think you are no longer able to sit still in the second position after 10,000 years. When you fall to the third position, I will help you drink it." After speaking, Tony turned to look at Osborn and nodded with a smile on his face. Osborn's face looked a little ugly. It was originally a competition between Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, but Tony dragged the Austrian group into it with just one sentence. It was strange that he had a good face. Sure enough, Hammer, who had been focusing on Tony, silently glanced at Osborne at this moment. In the past 2 years, the Austrian group has occupied an increasing share in military procurement meetings and has posed a threat to Hammer Industries. He originally planned to compete with Tony, but now he suddenly changed his strategy and decided to suppress the Austrian group first. Soon, the time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the military procurement meeting officially began. Under the auspices of military procurement personnel, major military industrial companies present received orders one after another. Some people are happy because of the large number of orders, while others are frustrated because of the decline in orders. But the one who felt the most explosive was undoubtedly Osborne. In previous years, Stark Industries and Hammer Industries were tit for tat, but this year they joined forces to suppress the Austrian group in a tacit understanding. Let the Austrian group only get 10% of the orders? This result almost made Osborne go berserk. At the same time, it also confirms an old Huxia saying, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. When the military procurement meeting ended, Osborne walked out of the meeting with a gloomy face. Looking at Hammer and Tony leaving, he wanted to eat them alive. Originally, according to his plan, the Austrian group could win at least 20% of the orders in this year's purchasing meeting. But due to the joint suppression of the two companies, Austrian group only got half of the plan, 10%. This number is worse than in previous years. You know, the annual military expenditure of the United States is as high as 400 billion yuan, and the profit of 1 point is hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. Tony and Hammer joined forces to suppress it, and the Austrian group lost 10 points or more. The losses amounted to tens of billions of dollars. Such huge amounts of losses are enough to drive people crazy. What's more, the Austrian group's recent situation is not good. In order to win more military orders and catch up with Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, they specially developed military products such as flying skateboards, individual combat armors, and human body enhancers. A total of hundreds of billions of dollars have been invested in the company. The company has suffered serious losses, and the major shareholders are extremely dissatisfied. Osborne is counting on winning more orders from this year's military procurement to appease shareholders. But now, everything is gone, and Osborne's heart bleeds just thinking about it. Taking a deep breath, he endured his heartache and got into the car, returning to the company. At the same time, specific news about the military procurement meeting was quickly spread through various channels. When Osborne returned to the company, his secretary hurried to his office. Mr. Osborne, no good, all shareholders are here and waiting for you in the conference room now. Hearing this, Osborne's mood, which had finally stabilized, fluctuated violently again. Damn it, who asked them to come? Osborne said viciously, his expression ferocious, making the female secretary frightened, and even his tone became stuttering. Mr. Osborne, they came here on their own. Well, they seem to have received specific news from the procurement meeting. They don't look very good. Listening to these words, Osborne's heart sank. What he was most worried about happened. You go down first. He dismissed the secretary casually, and the female secretary immediately left the office as if she had been granted amnesty. When he was alone, the suppressed anger in his heart suddenly burst out. AFK, BD. A ping-ping-pong-pong sound came from the office, and soon the office became a mess. After a long time, Osborne finally gathered his emotions and left the office and walked towards the conference room. Arriving at the door of the conference room, Osborne pushed the door open and entered. Whoosh! In an instant, many shareholders in the conference room turned to look at him at the same time. The scene was extremely horrifying. Looking at the expressionless faces of everyone, Osborne tried his best to squeeze out a smile on his face. Why are you all here? Hearing this, the shareholders who filled the conference room made unceremonious remarks. Mr. Osborne, I heard that our group only won 10% of this year's military purchase orders. Is that true? As soon as the shareholder opened his mouth, he stabbed Osborne directly in the heart. He wanted to refute, but he knew that it was useless. These people were not weak. They must have gotten the news, otherwise they would not be here. At the moment, he could only nod with difficulty and said, that's right. But that's because Stark Industries and Hammer Industries teamed up to suppress us. Otherwise our purchase orders would never be so small. Osborne tried his best to defend, but the shareholders present did not listen to this. They focused on profits. They were already dissatisfied with Osborne's strong advocacy of researching individual equipment and human body enhancers before. In addition, the research was stuck in a bottleneck and could not produce the best results, which made their dissatisfaction reach the extreme. Now that military orders have been reduced, Austrian Group's profits have fallen sharply, which ultimately became the straw that broke the camel's back. Let them choose to break up. Mr. Osborne, you don't need to explain. We joined the Austrian Group for profit. But now Austrian Group obviously cannot bring us profits. So many of our shareholders have unanimously decided to divest from Austrian Group. The cold words turned into the sharpest sword at this moment, piercing into Osborne's heart. No, you can't do that. Osborne roared. The Austrian Group has very little funds left due to research and development. If the major shareholders withdraw their capital again, the Austrian Group does not rule out the possibility of bankruptcy. As the leader of the Austrian group, he would not allow or let such a thing happen. Gentlemen, please come down. The Austrian group is only temporarily in trouble. As long as it survives, the Austrian group will become better and your interests can be guaranteed. And the Austrian group has also made a lot of profits for you over the years. You have not suffered any losses at all. Now it is just that you are not making money for a while. You cannot abandon the Austrian group like this. Osborne tried his best to save her, and even played the emotional card. But capital is cold, and capitalists are even more indifferent. They only have interests in their eyes. As for feelings, how much does it cost per pound? Therefore, no matter how Osborne tried to retain him, no one present was shaken at all. Mr. Osborne, there's no need to waste any more time. Just prepare the contract. We'll sign it later. After saying that, the major shareholders stood up and left the meeting room one after another, leaving Osborne sitting in his place in despair. Without Tony's appearance, the major shareholders of the Austrian group would have withdrawn their capital a year later, but because of Tony's intervention, the Austrian group was pushed into the abyss of bankruptcy in advance. Time passed little by little, and Osborne sat in the conference room for a long time. It was not until it was getting late and the employees of the Austrian group got off work that the female secretary walked in cautiously. Mr. Osborne, it's time to go. As soon as the words fell, Osborne, whose eyes were dull, suddenly woke up. He glanced at the female secretary with a flat face and said calmly, "You go ahead, I'll stay for a while." Hearing this, the female secretary nodded hesitantly, turned and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she subconsciously turned around and glanced at Osborne, only to find that his entire body had fallen into shadow. On his originally plain face, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, giving people a strange feeling. Seeing this scene, the female secretary's heart skipped a beat and she shuddered subconsciously. She didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left the place. Soon, the staff of the Austrian group left work one after another, and only Osborne was left in the entire Austrian group. Osborne, who was in the shadows, suddenly stood up and walked out of the conference room, walking towards the Austrian group's laboratory building. The Austrian group has a total of 33 floors, of which the 1st to 15th floors are the office areas for ordinary employees. The 16th to 25th floors belong to the laboratory building, which specializes in the research and production of various new products. The research on individual combat armor and human body enhancers is on the 20th floor. Although the research on individual weapons is still unable to achieve mass production, there are already mature products in the research room. In contrast, human enhancers are still semi-mature products that have undergone biological experiments but have not yet undergone human trials. According to research, any creature injected with human body enhancers will become irritable and full of destructive desires. Because this problem cannot be overcome, human experiments have not been carried out for a long time. Originally, according to Osborne's plan, the human body enhancer needed to be continuously improved to remove side effects before it could act on the human body. But now, he can't wait any longer. Many shareholders are about to withdraw their capital. Only by producing better research results can he hope to persuade them to continue to support him and keep the Austrian group. Therefore, he decided to use himself as a research subject to conduct the next stage of human research. Arriving on the 20th floor, Osborne started the equipment and stepped into the experimental cabin. As the experimental hatch closed, a burst of mist sprayed out, and a trace of madness flashed in Osborne's eyes. With no way out, he could either successfully develop the perfect human enhancer or die in the experimental cabin. This was his last struggle. With the determination to die, the human body enhancer poured into his body. Suddenly, a tearing pain rushed into his mind, and a scream resounded through the 20th floor. Liberty City, Beach House. Through Jarvis, Tony finally collected Yvonne. Information from Vank. After getting the information, he sent it directly to Peter and dialed Peter's phone number. "Hello, little Spider-Man, good evening. Have you received the information? I hope to see this person disappear tonight. I hope you won't disappoint me." After saying that, without waiting for Peter to reply, Tony hung up the phone and asked Jarvis to bring up Peter's scene. In addition to positioning, the bracelet can also monitor Peter's movements in real time. He is ready to enjoy a drama about the fall of a superhero. On the other side, where Peter lives, looking at the hung-up phone, Peter looked at the information projected on his wrist in silence. After recording all the information in his mind, Peter took out his spider suit from the closet. Looking at the suit that represented justice, Peter had a self-deprecating smile on his face. He was determined to protect the public, but today, he betrayed his principles and killed an innocent person with his own hands. "I don't want to either, I just want to live." After muttering something to himself, Peter put on the spider suit, jumped out of the window, and quickly left the house. With his body rippling in the steel jungle, Peter quickly arrived at his destination, this time, Hammer Industries. The target Yvonne is the chief weapons designer of Hammer Industries. According to the data, he has stayed in Hammer Industries all year round. Therefore, in order to deal with him, we must first find a way to sneak into Hammer Industries. As a top military industrial giant, Hammer Industries has extremely strong security capabilities. Even the best soldiers in the world cannot even think of sneaking in quietly. But this can only deal with some mortals. Although Peter's power is not comparable to that of gods, it is beyond the scope of mortals. In front of him, the security force of Hammer Industries became a complete joke. Just with the help of spider silk, Peter easily reached the top of Hammer Industries. With the help of the spider barbs on his palms, he easily opened a hole in the glass on the top floor of the Hammer Industrial building that was large enough for one person to pass through, climbed in, and then entered the elevator, which led directly to the -3 floors of Hammer Industries. This is the Weapons Research and Development Department of Hammer Industries, and it is also where Yvonne is located. In the villa, Tony was sipping red wine, watching the whole process of Peter's infiltration on the video, and smiled. It seems that our Spider-Man is even better than I thought. Jarvis, based on his performance, construct a strength profile, and also try to deduce the direction in which his strength will improve. Okay sir, recording has started. Jarvis responded, and in the video, Peter had successfully arrived on the 3rd floor of Hammer Industrial. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. A dozen black gun muzzles appeared in front of Peter's eyes. Peter's eyes suddenly shrank, and his body subconsciously jumped up, grabbing the top of the elevator. The next second, gunfire erupted, and bullets roared instantly. The terrifying burning sensation left dark marks on his spider suit. Without any time to think, he quickly shot out a spider web from his wrist, covering several people at the elevator door, interrupting them to continue firing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly left the narrow space of the elevator, using his speed to the extreme and knocking out several people at the elevator entrance in a few seconds. The moment they fainted, a siren sounded throughout the institute. With his strong hearing, Peter heard a dense set of footsteps approaching quickly. For a moment, he couldn't help but cursed angrily. Fake, how did they find out? He was very cautious when sneaking in, making no noise, and couldn't figure out where he was exposed. Peter thought irritably, but he didn't know that as a research and development center for new weapons, the security here was more than 3 times stricter than outside. There is someone waiting at the elevator entrance 24 hours a day, and you can always say the scene in the elevator. Although he is powerful, he is completely unaware of this because he is new to the industry and has little experience. So after he walked into the elevator, he was already discovered, and this was the scene that could be called a door-opening murder. Without enough time to think about how he was exposed, Peter quickly walked towards the depths of the research office. Along the way, he relied on his agility to avoid being encircled by a large number of guards, and soon found the target of his trip, Yvonne. Vank. As the villain of the second Iron Man, although he is not low in intelligence, since he has not developed the Death Whip armor, his strength is not much stronger than ordinary people. When he saw Peter appearing in front of him, Yvonne could say he was stunned. He had naturally heard the alarm from the research office. In his opinion, someone from some force had come to steal the blueprints of new weapons. It had nothing to do with him. But he never imagined that the target of the visitor was himself, leaving him completely unprepared, etc. Yvonne opened his mouth to say something, but Peter didn't give him a chance. He stepped forward, grabbed his neck and twisted it hard. There was a click, and he took the lunch directly. Before coming, Peter had done various psychological preparations and envisioned scenarios that he couldn't bear to do. But when he was discovered and could be surrounded and suppressed by a large number of guards at any time, he suddenly discovered that all his expectations had become a joke. In order to prevent himself from being surrounded by guards, he broke Ivan's neck without any hesitation. This development made him feel confused for a moment. He didn't know whether he was forced by Tony to do such a thing without any burden, or whether he had no big objection to murder in the first place. The confusion did not last long. When he was awakened by the sound of footsteps, he threw all his thoughts behind and began to escape from this place. At this time, in the villa, Tony's face also looked a little stunned. He didn't expect that things would end so easily. He was already ready to watch a drama of Peter's inner conflict between heaven and man. Unexpectedly, Peter turned out to be more decisive than he thought. Jarvis, have I been deceived by this guy? Judging from his decisiveness, it doesn't look like it's his first time to kill someone. Tony was speechless. Jarvis's emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Sir, according to research, there is a devil living in everyone's heart. It is a collection of human negative emotions. Some people lock up the devil, and they are good people in the eyes of ordinary people. Some people release the devil, and they are bad people in the eyes of ordinary people. According to my observation, Peter in the video is in the stage of locking away the devil. Without your intervention, sir, he should have locked away the devil in his heart and become a good person. But sir, you gave him a key and let him release the devil. So, everything is caused by you, sir. Jarvis analyzed for a while, and finally put the blame on himself, and Tony couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Good guy, you are still not with me. Do you say that about the creator? Deciding to refuse to communicate with Jarvis for the time being, Tony prepared to go to bed. The matter was over, and he had no need to continue watching. Although the guards at Hammer Industries were good, they could not trap little Spider-Man, so he was naturally too lazy to continue watching. But just as he stood up, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. Alert, alert, approaching UFO detected. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony stopped and immediately turned to look at the big screen, only to see that the scene on the screen had changed to outside his villa. A green figure in the distance quickly approached his villa on a skateboard-style aircraft. Tony even saw the evil ghost mask on the face of the visitor. Suddenly, Tony's brows raised and a smile appeared on his lips. Interesting, Green Goblin Osborn, you came to me before I came to you. What are the best candidates to form the Dark Alliance? Naturally, they are the famous villains in Marvel. These people are born with dark hearts, which is much easier than recruiting superheroes. So after meeting Osborn at the military procurement meeting, Tony made up his mind to drag this guy into the Dark Alliance. But because this guy hasn't transformed yet, Tony just plans to give him a little stimulation to speed up his transformation. But I didn't expect that things would progress so fast. I only stimulated this guy during the day, but at night this guy turned into the Green Goblin and came to me. Sure enough, life is full of surprises. There was a smile on Tony's lips, and a hint of coldness appeared in Tony's eyes. Recruiting villains is different from recruiting superheroes. Superheroes still need to be guided, while villains can be conquered directly. And just when Tony discovered Osborn, outside the villa, Osborn looked at Tony with a crazy smile under his villa mask. In order to keep the Austrian group, he had to conduct human experiments himself. The experiment went surprisingly well, and he perfectly strengthened his body. However, he was also affected by the medicine, and his personality changed. It can even be said to be divided into two people. One is the calm character, Osborn, the leader of the Austrian group. One is a violent character, the Green Goblin Osborn. And now, he is the Green Goblin Osborn. Osborn has many enemies and many people he hates, but if one were to make a list, Tony would definitely be at the top of the list. If it weren't for him, Austrian group could win more military orders, and shareholders would not withdraw their capital in advance, forcing Austrian group to a dead end. If it hadn't been for him, he wouldn't have personally gone into battle to serve as a guinea pig, experimenting with human enhancers. Although all the hidden dangers were laid after he ordered the development of new equipment and human body enhancers. But Tony was the trigger that detonated the bomb. So, he is here as the Green Goblin, and he wants revenge and sends the guy who pushed the Austrian group to a dead end to hell. His mind was filled with the desire to kill. Osborn flicked hard, and 2 pumpkin grenades rushed towards Tony's villa. As a new type of grenade that the Austrian group spent a lot of money to research, the pumpkin grenade is as powerful as the explosion of 20 kilograms of TNT. 2 pumpkin grenades are enough to blow up Tony's villa and bury him alive. But the moment he threw the pumpkin grenade, one after another black shadow ninjas came out of the darkness, their scarlet eyes staring closely at Osborn. The next second, 2 cross marks were thrown out from the hands of a shadow ninja, accurately hitting the pumpkin grenade. Bang! 2 violent explosions sounded. Fireworks sparkled in the darkness, lighting up the night. What? Osborn thought with a frown. But before giving him any more time to think, a black shadow ninja was already jumping towards him. Katana's edge shone in the dark night, and the blades of light struck straight at him. Osborn, wearing a battle armor, planned to resist the attacks of many shadow ninjas without dodging. Zzz! A burst of sparks appeared on his armor. The seemingly hard armor actually showed tiny wounds under Katana's cutting. Upon noticing this scene, Osborn's expression suddenly changed. This is a battle armor made of special alloy. What kind of knife is that? It's so sharp. While thinking about it, Osborn used the maneuverability of the flying skateboard to quickly escape from the siege of the Black Shadow Ninja. He originally planned to rush into the villa directly, but when he saw the dense crowd of shadow ninjas outside the villa, he couldn't help but feel a hint of retreat. He discovered that things seemed different from what he imagined. These guys appeared from nowhere and were actually guarding Tony. Although their individual strength is not as good as mine, there are too many of them. After watching it in midair for a while, Osborn finally drove the flying skateboard and quickly disappeared into the night sky. In the villa, Tony looked at Osborn who was retreating and smiled playfully. Running away now? It's kind of interesting. Previous. Next. Danger cleared. Sir, what are those? Jarvis's voice sounded in the villa, his tone as calm as ever, but Tony noticed the curiosity in his words. At that moment, he turned around and walked towards the bedroom, and said with a smile, "They are just a group of creatures from the darkness. You'll see more later." After answering, Tony closed the door and took a rest. What just happened did not leave any trace in his heart. The night passed quickly. The next day, Tony did not go to the company as before. After all, he had agreed to take a holiday, so how could he keep his promise? After breakfast, he drove his silver sports car and left the villa, leaving Happy and others behind. Happy was very helpless about this. Since his boss returned from his disappearance, he has become even more detached and does not take them with him wherever he goes, which makes him very helpless. Downtown, a coffee shop. Tony was sitting by the window, a cup of steaming coffee exuding mist on the table, when suddenly a figure walked in from the door. Order number 36, hey, please hurry up. The young man urged towards the front desk, looking at his watch from time to time, showing some anxiety. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him, "Hey, little Peter, long time no see." As soon as he finished speaking, Peter suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. After seeing Tony's figure, his expression suddenly changed. Tony looked at him with a smile on his face, picked up the coffee on the table and gestured to him, smiling, "Would you like to sit down and have a drink?" Hearing this, Peter hesitated for a moment, and finally walked to sit across from Tony. "Sir, what do you want from me? Our deal should be done, right?" His face looked a little helpless. It could be said that Peter didn't have any good impressions of this guy who forced him to kill someone. But helplessly, his life was still in someone else's hands, so he could only surrender obediently. Tisk, it's really surprising that the majestic Spider-Man, the patron saint of New York, has been reduced to delivering food. With a sigh in his mouth, Tony took a sip of coffee, his expression looked like he deserved a beating. Taking a deep breath, Peter suppressed the impulse in his heart and said again, "Sir, if it's okay, I'm leaving. I have to deliver food, and I'll be late." "Don't worry." Tony put down the coffee in his hand. "I have another deal, are you interested in hearing about it?" "Not interested in." Peter refused without thinking. But Tony's unheard voice continued to sound, completely ignoring his refusal, making his face full of helplessness. "Help me catch someone, the leader of the Austrian group, Norman Osborn. Catch him alive and bring him to me." "Shit, I refuse." Peter stood up excitedly. No wonder he was so excited, his good friend Harry. Osborn is Norman Osborn's son, how could he attack his good brother's family? Seeing his appearance, Tony's smile remained unchanged and he said, $10 million. As long as you help me catch him, I will give you 10 million yuan. Think about the life you are living now. You are so poor that you don't dare to confess to the girl you like. But with these 10 million, you can change your current situation. You can buy a big house for your family, and you can go on an instant trip with your loved ones. From now on, you no longer have to run around for life. Thinking about these wonderful things, do you still find it difficult to accept it? At this moment, Tony is like a devil, constantly bewitching Peter and leading people to corruption. Peter, who was extremely excited just now, sat down again now, his face looking uncertain. His thoughts kept flowing as Tony told her, "Mary." The figures of Jane and Aunt May kept flashing in his mind. At this moment, he hesitated, no longer as firm as before. But, I can't hurt Harry, he is my best brother," Peter said with a confused look on his face. Tony made a new offer with a smile on his face, 20 million. "Besides, I don't intend to hurt him, so you don't need to feel any guilt. If I were to kill him, he wouldn't survive tonight, what do you think?" Thinking about Tony's ability, Peter fell silent, which also meant that his heart was moved. After an unknown amount of time, Peter finally nodded. "Okay, I promise you, but I want to know why. You obviously have ability, why are you still looking for me?" Peter said seriously. The smile on Tony's face became even bigger. "Don't get me wrong, I just want to improve your life. After all, the dignified Spider-Man has to run for a living like all living beings. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You are a person with super ability, surpassing 99% of mortals in the world." In the past, Peter would have refuted this. He thought that he was no different from anyone else, except that he had some special abilities. But now, he felt like he suddenly realized, yes, I am an extraordinary person, why should I still run for a living? "Order number 36 is ready." An urging came from the front desk. The voice that had sounded so normal in the past felt particularly harsh to Peter at the moment. The person in front of me can enjoy his morning tea quietly, so why should he keep running around? Thinking of this made him feel agitated. However, he still suppressed his irritability, went to the front desk, picked up the coffee, and left. Tony looked through the window at Peter who was riding on the electric donkey and leaving, a smile flashed in his eyes. Breaking through the bottom line can only happen once or countless times. If we talk about killing Yvonne before, Vank can still say that it was forced by itself, but now it has no intention of forcing it at all. Moreover, he could feel the unwillingness in Peter's heart when he stood up. Obviously our Spider-Man has gone astray, and there will never be that hot-blooded and kind-hearted little Spider-Man again. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but sigh, what's wrong with this world? Bad people are increasing day by day, and good people are getting fewer and fewer. It's really interesting. Putting down $1, Tony left the cafe, got into the sports car, and drove away. The roar of the sports car echoed in the streets, arousing the envious eyes of many passers-by. Some people say that a person's character is innate, but Tony believes that a person's character is brought about by the environment. What kind of things you have experienced will determine what kind of character you will become. When Peter experienced something he had never experienced before, whether voluntarily or by choice, it was destined that he would never be Spider-Man again. Therefore, his path to Blacken is stable. Then, who will be my next target? Tony drove the sports car, and many figures in his memory flashed through his mind. Previous. Next. Driving a sports car around the bustling New York City, Tony was thinking about where to go for fun today. I finally had a day off, but I couldn't waste this great time. But as the saying goes, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Just as he was passing by a building, there was a sudden explosion of huge amounts. Boom. Countless gravel fell from high altitudes and smashed into the crowd of people on the street. The originally bustling and peaceful street instantly turned into a flesh and blood mill. Countless corpses were scattered with broken arms, and many people were directly smashed into pieces by boulders falling from high altitude. It was extremely terrifying. Squeak! There was a sharp brake sound, and the vehicle driven by Tony stopped in place. And in front of him, a huge boulder crashed down. Bang! He almost turned into a meat pie like others. Looking at this scene, Tony has no fear. He has half a regenerative healing factor with the horse talisman. As long as he does not die instantly, the horse talisman can restore him, so he does not have too much fear. He was just curious, what happened? While thinking about it, Tony got out of the car and looked up at the building above his head. Suddenly, a figure of huge amounts entered his eyes, causing his pupils to shrink instantly. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a green figure fell from the sky. Huge amounts of impact shook the ground for hundreds of meters, and cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. The giant looked angry and roared to the sky. A wave of terrifying sound spread throughout the man's shield, and pedestrians who had finally escaped the disaster fainted one after another under the loud roar. Only Tony was unaffected and watched this scene unharmed. After roaring, the giant ignored the scene and ran towards the city further away. All obstacles along the way were torn down or discarded by him. Watching the giant's leaving figure, the corners of Tony's mouth kept twitching, and a speechless emotion surged into his heart. Why did the green fat man come out at this time? Can he still play happily? As the bug hero in Marvel, the appearance of the green fat man instantly caused the power of the Marvel world to become unbalanced. Instead of continuing to be in a daze, after gathering his emotions, Tony quickly drove and followed. Although the appearance of the green fat man is a bit unexpected, this is the real world after all, not a movie, so it is not unacceptable. What he is thinking about now is what benefits he can gain after the fat green man appears. Recruit him into the Dark Alliance? Stop making trouble, this guy is a time bomb, and I don't want to wipe his every 2 days. In the later stage of growth, it was a little better, and this guy could still control himself. Now, this guy is completely crazy. After the transformation, he can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Tony was afraid that after he recruited this guy, he would kill him immediately. Therefore, the green fat man basically has no connection with the Dark Alliance. However, his value is not limited to his terrifying strength. In the later stage, someone used his blood to replicate the gene and created a guy named Abomination, a replica of the fat green man. Although it doesn't have the infinite improvements that can be called bugs like the genuine green fat, it is stable. They are able to control themselves before and after transformation, and they are quite powerful. Therefore, Tony was moved. He didn't have to find those superheroes, he could also make them himself. Thoughts were spinning rapidly in his mind, but Tony's speed did not slow down at all. He drove the sports car very fast, constantly shuttling through the dilapidated city. Before he even got close to the area where the green fat man was, he had already heard the green fat man's unscrupulous roar. As the saying goes, when the weather is crazy, it will rain, and when people are crazy, there will be disaster. Some people can't stand how arrogant Green Fatty is. General Ross, Green Fatty's old father-in-law, directly mobilized a large number of troops to beat Green Fatty. When Tony came to the edge of the battlefield, he saw a large number of soldiers holding weapons and firing wildly. Tanks rushed to the battlefield one after another, and the roar of artillery fire resounded throughout the city. Under the bombardment of tanks, the green fat man continued to retreat, but everything was just a superficial phenomenon. When the smoke dissipated, the green fat man was still alive and active, and he tore up a tank to add to the fun. Seeing this scene, Tony decisively found a tall building to watch the battle from a high position. He had no intention of getting involved. With his small arms and legs, he couldn't even bear the green fat's punch, so he didn't want to go up and try. The battle continued, and the soldiers suffered heavy losses. Under the iron fist of the green fat man, these well-trained elite soldiers were like children, unable to resist at all. Just look at the green fat man as if he was playing a whack-a-mole, punching a piece of flesh and blood. In just 10 minutes, his surroundings were covered with flesh and blood. The cruelty was so cruel that even Tony couldn't bear to look at it, and at the same time he couldn't help but complain about those twitchy things in SHIELD. How do you think this guy can still be a superhero after killing so many people? While complaining, Tony watched with great interest. Finally, it was time for the green fat man to transform. The law of conservation of energy belongs to the basic law of the universe. No matter how buggy the green guy is, he cannot ignore this law. After raging for so long, he finally withered. At that moment, the green fat man quickly tore open the military encirclement, ran towards the distance, and disappeared in front of everyone. A dark alley, filled with domestic garbage and full of stench. Bruce staggered and hid in the alley, looking at his hands with fear. Although he lost his mind after becoming green and fat, he still retained the memory after he regained his human body. He remembered that he had just killed many people. Thinking of this, Bruce couldn't help but retched. And the moment he lowered his head, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the shadow of the alley, and then a series of black shadow ninjas came out of the darkness. When Bruce looked up again, he saw that he was surrounded by a group of guys in black robes. Suddenly, a touch of fear appeared in his eyes. Now he was not the invincible green fat man, but just an ordinary scientific researcher with no power. Who are you? Bruce's horrified voice sounded. Naturally, the black shadow ninja would not answer. One of them even ducked in front of him and landed a hand knife directly on his neck. Suddenly, Bruce fainted gorgeously. After taking down Bruce easily, a sound of footsteps came from outside the alley, and Tony's figure appeared in the alley. Looking at Bruce, his face was full of smiles, and things went smoother than he imagined. I took down the Hulk easily. I was so happy. Take away. After waving his hand, a shadow ninja stepped forward to carry Bruce, while the others disappeared into the darkness. Throwing Bruce into the sports car, Tony drove away. When I go out for a walk and pick up a fat green guy for nothing, no one else is lucky enough. Taking the green guy back to the villa, Tony injected him with a powerful coma agent. Some of his predecessor's small inventions could make a person sleep for a month. In order to ensure that this guy didn't have any problems, Tony sent him into the nutrition cabin to ensure this guy's physical function. After doing all this, another problem appeared in Tony's mind. Who should I find to copy this guy's genes? I don't know how to do it, even my predecessor can't do it. After all, this is not the main focus of my predecessor. You can also ask Mr. Lan in the movie to help you, but this guy is under General Ross, and asking him is almost equivalent to exposing yourself. He didn't want to confront the American military so soon, so he had to give up this option. In addition to him, there are many talented scientists, but most of them can't be found by himself. After eliminating one candidate, Tony quickly locked the target, Reed Richards. This is a scientist who is even more talented than his predecessor, proficient in various subjects such as mechanics, engineering, artificial intelligence, alien biology, physics, genetics, and genetics. He applies for countless patents every year, and every invention is at the cutting edge of the current technological level. In addition, he also has another identity, the future superhero, Mr. Fantastic. With his ability, he will definitely be able to copy enough green fat genes for himself. Of course, the reason why I chose him was not only because he was good enough, but also because he was the best at it now. He is an undoubted genius, and geniuses all have their own pursuits, and his pursuit is to decipher the secrets of human genetic genes. But human genes are so vast that even gods may not be able to figure them out. Therefore, because the research has not progressed, his scientific research funds have been cut without limit by the government. According to his memory, this guy is now looking for people to invest in his projects, but unfortunately all the major financial groups are not optimistic about him. After all, there is really no hope in this field. Capital only values profits. Although Reed is a genius, if it cannot bring them benefits, they will not care whether you are a genius or not. As it happens, Tony lacks everything except money, so Reed is undoubtedly a suitable target. What's more, after he mutates, he can directly absorb him into the Dark Alliance. Why not kill two birds with one stone? Having determined the target, Tony immediately spoke. Jarvis, help me contact Reed Richards. Okay, sir, connecting. On the other side, in an office, Reed was sitting on a chair with a tired look on his face. His research hit a bottleneck, not because of anything else but because he ran out of money. The research on human genetic genes is a bottomless pit that burns money. Although he has sold many patents and made a lot of money, it is still a drop in the bucket for his own research. In order to attract investment during this period, he has not slept well for almost a month, but unfortunately he has achieved little success. There simply is no consortium of companies willing to invest in themselves. Do you really want to give up? Reed asked himself, but the unwillingness emerging in his heart made it difficult for him to give up. Just when he was feeling agitated, the phone on the table suddenly rang again. Jingle bell. The phone ringing echoed in the office, but Reed didn't seem to hear it and didn't even look at it. For the purpose of research, he mortgaged his property. During this period, the bank's debt collection calls came one after another. He had developed a phobia of ringing phones, so he didn't want to answer them at all. However, this time the call was particularly persistent. It rang continuously for 10 minutes, as if he would keep calling if he didn't answer. Reed had no choice but to answer the phone. He was already prepared for debt collection. However, the imaginary debt collection sound did not sound, but instead there was a slightly speechless sound. Mr. Reed, is the business so busy? You don't even have time to listen to the phone, Tony said speechlessly. If Reed didn't answer the phone, he was almost going to scold his mother. What's wrong? The sponsor came to the door and didn't provide properly, but he still dared not answer the phone, if it wasn't for the fact that Reed was a genius. He must let him experience the cruelty of capital. You are. Reed's confused voice sounded. I want to invest in your research. Do you have time to talk? After the words fell, Reed was stunned for a moment. Tony's words sounded like the sound of nature to him at this moment. God knows how much effort he spent on attracting investment during this period. He thought there was no hope, but suddenly things took a turn for the worse. For a moment, Reed's tone became trembling. I don't know who you are, sir. Although he was very happy, Reed also knew that the investment he needed was not a small amount, and ordinary people were not qualified at all. Tony Stark. Tony announced his name, and Reed suddenly laughed silently. Although he was obsessed with research, he had also heard of Tony's reputation as the largest arms dealer in the United States and a top consortium in New York. You could say, Tony. The name Stark is a symbol of wealth. At that moment, Reed nodded repeatedly and said, there is time, Mr. Tony, you tell me the place, I will go there now. His tone was urgent, as if he was afraid that Tony would run away. Tony was not polite and directly reported his address and hung up the phone. Half an hour later, outside Tony's beach house in Liberty City, Reed in a suit appeared at the door. Before he could knock on the door of the villa opened and Jarvis's voice sounded instantly. Welcome, Mr. Reed, Mr. Tony is waiting for you on the balcony, please go straight forward. Listening to Jarvis's guidance, Reed didn't show anything strange. He also had an artificial intelligence himself, so there was nothing surprising. Maybe this is the standard configuration of scientific research bosses, each with an artificial intelligence. On the balcony, Tony was dressed in casual clothes, leaning on a lounge chair and basking in the sun, with a bottle of Romani Conti placed on the table. The sun, the sea, the breeze, everything seems so comfortable. When Reed arrived, Tony pointed to the seat next to him and said, sit down, have a drink first, and talk slowly. Okay, thank you for the invitation. Reed responded with a smile and then sat next to Tony. At this moment, he was not as impatient as he appeared on the phone, but seemed calm and leisurely. The two of them looked at the sea, tasted red wine, and looked at each other. They were both top scientists in the United States and well-known geniuses in the outside world. This was the first time they met. One is bohemian, unrestrained, and free, while the other is elegant and polite, quite a bit like a king meeting a king. Soon, the red wine in the glass bottomed out, and the two finally started talking about business. I wonder how much Mr. Tony plans to invest. Reed put down his glass and asked, with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Looking at Reed's eyes, Tony's lips curved into a smile. How many do you want? The more, the merrier. Reed said bluntly. Tony immediately raised his eyebrows. How much would it cost to acquire your team? Tony asked a question that was unexpected by Reed. Reed couldn't help but frown. He was here to discuss investment, not to sell himself. Mr. Tony, I don't work for anyone or any company. I only accept business investment. He said seriously, but Tony smiled indifferently. Everyone has their own price. If you don't agree, it just means that my price is not enough. How about this? I'll make the price and you can listen to it. After finishing his words, Tony directly made an offer without giving Reed a chance to refuse. With an annual research funding of 50 billion meters, you have absolute autonomy. No one, including me, will interfere with your research. In addition, you and your team will enjoy half of the profits from the things you research. What do you think of the price? Tony looked at Reed with a smile on his face, while Reed looked calm and said nothing. It's not that he didn't respond, it's that he didn't know what to say. Although he had been extremely determined before, Tony gave him too much. 50 billion meters of gold is more than his previous research funding combined, and this is only 1 year's funding. Absolute autonomy ensures that one's own research will not be subject to any interference, which is no different from what it is now. Although half of the research profits are shared by the entire team, it is still much higher than it is now. When other consortiums invest in his research, they will take at least 80% of the profits, and the rest belongs to him and his team. A profit increase of 30% represents a profit of 1 billion or 10 billion meters of gold. He really wanted to refuse as firmly as before and stick to his bottom line, but when the words of rejection came to his lips, he couldn't say it out. Therefore, he could only remain silent. As for his reaction, Tony was not surprised. All his life, he pursues nothing more than fame and fortune. This is a real world, not a movie from a previous life. Superheroes are also human beings, and they also need money and food. Do you really think that everyone can generate electricity for love and protect all mankind? Stop making trouble, everyone is very busy. It is believable for some individuals to have lofty ideals, but is it possible for a group of extraordinary people to gather together just to be nannies for others, for free? It can only be said that those movies in the previous life forcibly assigned lofty ideals to many heroes for the sake of plot development. In fact, everyone is an ordinary person. At most, they are ordinary people with some super abilities. Who doesn't like money, status, and beautiful women, and they can all become saints. What do I have to give? Reed asked in a dry tone. He no longer thought about rejection. After receiving such great benefits, he didn't believe that he didn't need to pay anything. It's very simple. Keep working for me. In addition, I need your help with some things, and you can't refuse. Any more? Reed asked. Tony shrugged. No, that's all. After finishing his words, Reed was silent and thinking again. There is no doubt that as long as he accepts this contract, he and his team will be tied to Tony for the rest of his life. So, is it worth it? This is a question worth thinking about, and he also needs to discuss it with his team members. Thinking of this, Reed apologized. Mr. Tony, I need to go back and think about it. No problem, I'll give you 3 days and come to me when you think about it. Hearing this, Reed nodded, then got up and left the villa. Along the way, Reed's head seemed a little dizzy, and the huge amounts of benefits made him lose his previous calmness. When he returned to his company, he immediately summoned his team. Soon, 2 men and 1 woman appeared in the conference room. Susan, who would also be a member of the Fantastic Four in the future. Storm, Johnny. Storm, Ben. Grimm. The 3 of them looked at Reed's calm expression and thought he was still worried about research funds, so they all started talking. Reed, is the company out of money? We still have some savings here. We will call you later. Let's support it for a while. After listening to what a few people said, Reed looked up at everyone, and then shook his head. Don't worry about research funding. I have found someone to invest, but I am hesitant whether to accept it, so I asked you to discuss it. After the words fell, several people couldn't help but be overjoyed. Johnny even said directly, is there anything that needs to be discussed? It's a good thing that someone invests. Just agree. Ben was more stable than Johnny. Looking at Reed's calm face, he asked, is it true? They want too much. It doesn't matter. As long as someone invests, we should give up some benefits. That's right, Reed, you don't have to think too much about us. If you think it's appropriate, just agree. Susan also spoke to comfort her. Apparently, she and Ben were on the same page. Seeing everyone thinking about themselves, Reed couldn't help but smile. No, the other party's conditions are very relaxed, but he is not just an investment project, he wants to invest in our team. After speaking, Reed explained Tony's conditions to everyone and the price they had to pay. After listening, everyone fell silent. Needless to say, there are conditions, no one can help but be tempted. However, they will always be tied to one person in the future, which makes them hesitant. After all, no one can tell what will happen in the future. After a long time, Johnny took the initiative and said, "Ahem, everyone, I don't know if you know something. Stark Industries is delisting." Everyone looked at him in confusion. Johnny continued, "Not long ago, Stark Industries delisted and completed its privatization. In other words, our investor Tony holds 100% of Stark Industries shares. As a military-industrial enterprise, do you think Stark Industries may collapse overnight?" Speaking of this, everyone realized what Johnny meant. After the privatization of Stark Industries, unless there is a problem with Stark Industries' original business, causing the capital chain to break and the company to go bankrupt, it will basically not be destroyed. The military industry is one of the most profitable industries in the world, and the US military spends a large amount of military expenditures to purchase and replace equipment every year. So, basically, unless the United States dies, it is basically impossible for Stark Industries to collapse. Of course it's not absolute, but the chance of problems occurring for other reasons is extremely small. So do they still need to worry about the future they are worried about? After thinking about this, everyone's expressions suddenly became less dull, and they became visibly relaxed. "I think it would be good to agree to this condition." Ben was the first to make suggestions. Compared to the other three who were single, he was already married. After knowing the stability of Stark Industries, he had almost no worries. After he spoke, Johnny followed suit and agreed to Tony's conditions. Susan did not comment immediately, but still looked at Reed. The two are still boyfriend and girlfriend, and she listens to Reed. Reed happened to look at her at this moment, with a smile on his face, and joked, "Actually, I was already tempted after hearing his conditions, but I was worried that you wouldn't agree, so I didn't agree directly." As soon as the words fell, everyone laughed. At this point, everyone unanimously approved working for Tony. The next day, Reed came to Tony's villa again. "It seems you have thought it through," Tony said with a smile. Reed nodded directly. Since he had already decided, there was no need to drag his feet. "You will be my boss from now on. I don't know when I will sign the contract." "Sign now." Tony took out a contract that had been prepared. Reed read it carefully and after confirming that there were no problems with all the terms, he signed his name directly. After signing the contract, Reed immediately changed his attitude. "Boss, when will our research funds arrive?" Seeing his eager look, Tony said directly, "It needs some preparation time, and the money will arrive in 3 days. But you have to do something for me first." "What?" Reed asked confused. Tony did not explain, but stood up directly and said, "Follow me." Then he took the lead and walked towards the underground research room in his villa. Reed quickly followed, and the two of them soon arrived at the research room. Reed also saw Bruce sleeping in the nutrition cabin. Suddenly, Reed's expression changed, and he said with some surprise, "Boss, what is this?" "Bruce Banner, a fat green man who can transform, you should have seen the news." When Tony said this, Reed immediately remembered the hottest news at the moment. The green monster ravaged Niuyo, causing heavy casualties to the citizens. Yesterday, this news had spread throughout the United States. Even Reed, who didn't care much about the news, had seen this news. "Boss, do you mean that he is the monster who tortured Niuyo?" "That's right. I happened to be at the scene at the time, and I brought him back after he was unconscious." Tony said it easily, but Reed was stunned when he heard it. He had seen the clips of the news reports. The green fat man was so terrifying that people didn't even dare to get close to him. His boss actually took this guy back to his villa while he was unconscious. He was really a mastermind at seeking death. But after sighing, Reed's eyes suddenly became fiery when he looked at Bruce. No scientist can refuse to study green fat, and Reed is no exception. After figuring out that the guy in front of him was no ordinary person, Reed asked directly, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" "It's very simple, copy this guy's genes and create a god." Tony watched Reed say each word, and Reed's body suddenly trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. After seeing the destructive power of the green fat man, who wouldn't want to possess this power, and the theory of creating gods made him even more excited. At that moment, Reed patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss, leave it to me, I will definitely dig out the secret behind him." To this, Tony nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, then you stay here and deal with this guy. I'll give you a hint. You can start with his blood." "I see." In response, Reed went straight into work, and Tony left the institute without disturbing him. He believed that Reed would not let him down and that he would be able to reap the results soon. On one side, Tony is busy getting the green guy's power, and on the other side, Peter is also planning how to capture Osborn alive. Although I feel a little sorry for Harry, as the old saying goes, when the valve of desire is opened, it is not so easy to close. With the help of his good relationship with Harry, Peter easily found out where his family lived. When night fell, Peter, wearing a spider suit, left the house again. With his figure floating among the high-rise buildings, Peter soon came to the rich area of Manhattan. Looking at the luxurious villas and manors, Peter, who had no idea in the past, now felt a kind of envy and hatred in his heart. Emotions. He is an extraordinary person. Why should he be crowded in the slums, but these people can live here decently? If a black in progress bar appears at this time, then the pattern +1+1+1 will continue to appear on Peter's head. Based on the information he gathered during the day, Peter successfully found Harry's villa. Using spider silk to hang upside down in the trees outside the villa, Peter quickly figured out what was going on inside the villa. A middle-aged man in pajamas, several servants, and Harry was not at home. Needless to say, Peter locked his eyes on the middle-aged man and looked at Norman sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Osborne. Peter didn't hesitate at all and launched a surprise attack. Boom! The glass was directly smashed, and Peter, who thought Norman was an ordinary person, chose to take action forcefully and broke into the villa. Seeing Peter breaking into the villa, the servants in the villa suddenly screamed loudly. And Peter had quickly arrived at Norman's side, grabbed him by the collar and wanted to take him away by force. But at this moment, a fist suddenly hit his chest. Because he was unprepared, he didn't react at all, and his body was thrown away like a cannonball. Bang! Bang! A sound spread throughout the villa, and Peter hunched over and fell to the ground, surrounded by debris on the ground. At this moment, his mind was confused. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? What about ordinary people? How easy is it to make a promise? A punch that knocks oneself away more than 10 meters is called an ordinary person? A series of doubts emerged from his mind. He endured the pain and stood up, looking in the direction of Norman. Norman, who was sitting on the sofa just now, disappeared at some point. Peter looked around quickly, searching for traces of Norman. At this moment, a burst of strange laughter echoed through the villa. The next second, a guy on a green skateboard and wearing a devil mask rushed directly towards Peter. Seeing this scene, Peter's pupils shrank and his body twisted quickly, but he was still a little slow and was hit by the flying skateboard on his waist. Puff! Peter's throat felt sweet, and the smell of blood filled his mouth. Without any time to think, he endured the pain and rushed directly outside the villa. The information was wrong. This guy was no ordinary person at all. Peter didn't dare to stay here anymore, so he quickly escaped from the villa and disappeared into the night. Night shrouded a residential house in Niue City, Queens, and Peter's figure flashed in from the second floor. He casually pulled off his hood and spat out a mouthful of blood. AFK, BD. A burst of angry curses kept coming from his mouth, and he quickly picked up the phone and dialed Tony's contact information. Toot toot. Soon, the call was connected. Before the other party could speak, Peter suppressed his anger and said, FK, that guy is not an ordinary person at all. Your information is wrong. Are you trying to kill me? On the other side, Tony was holding a red wine glass and shaking it in his hand. Listening to Peter's angry voice, a smile appeared on his lips. If I wanted to harm you, you would have died long ago. And I never said that guy was an ordinary person. What on earth do you want to do? Peter said angrily. I said, you capture that guy alive, that's my purpose. Impossible, that guy is extremely strong and I am no match for him. Speaking of this, Peter's tone was a little depressed. After the mutation, although he didn't say it, he was still very happy in his heart. But since meeting Tony, he found that everything had changed. Any cat or dog that came out was better than him. To sum up, both humans and ghosts are showing off, only you are being beaten. Hearing the disappointment in his words, Tony's smile deepened. Do you want to become stronger? I can help you. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter immediately became alert on the other end of the phone. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially when making a deal with Tony. What conditions? He asked carefully. It's very simple. I plan to form a dark alliance and now invite you to join. Tony took a sip of the red wine in his hand and said calmly, I'm a good person. Peter exaggerated. I didn't say you were not a good person, I just asked you to join the Dark Alliance. Think about it. As soon as the words fell, Peter on the other end of the phone fell into a long silence. The Dark Alliance, as its name sounds, is not a good place, but think about how you ran away in embarrassment after being beaten today. A burst of anger rose in his heart again, and finally Peter gritted his teeth and said, I agree to join. As soon as these words came out, Tony laughed out loud. After planning for so long, he finally captured this guy. Congratulations, you made a wise choice. Come to me tomorrow morning and I will give you what you want. After saying that, Tony couldn't wait to hang up the phone and clicked on the system panel. Name Tony Stark. S*X, male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, Horse Talisman, Shadow Ninja Control, Black Shadow Blade Control. Number of draws, 1. Dark Alliance member, Spider-Man. Looking at the information on the system panel, a curve curled up at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, his thoughts also moved at this moment. Suddenly, black shadows rose from the ground and appeared in front of him, standing respectfully. Different from Sombra Ninja, Sombra Blade's hands and feet have special steel claws, similar to Wolverine. Their abilities are not as comprehensive as Sombra Ninja, but their combat effectiveness is stronger than Sombra Ninja. It can be said that it is specially designed for fighting. After carefully observing the Blade Ninja, Tony nodded with satisfaction, let them return to the Shadow Kingdom, and opened the lottery panel. It was an exciting time again, and even though Tony's state of mind had grown a lot, he still felt a little nervous when facing the lottery roulette. Lottery. I shouted in my heart, and suddenly, the pointer on the roulette wheel started spinning rapidly. Stop. The speed of the pointer slowed down, and Tony looked at the pointer eagerly, praying in his heart for a powerful ability. Soon, the pointer stopped. The next second, a dragon-shaped pattern appeared on the roulette wheel, a dragon roar sounded, and the dragon shadow jumped out of the roulette wheel under Tony's gaze and instantly penetrated into his body. Hot? Extremely hot? Tony felt that the temperature in his body instantly rose to the extreme, and a dragon-shaped mass appeared on the surface of his skin, emitting an astonishing high temperature. A few minutes later, the dragon pattern disappeared and Tony returned to normal again. Sir, are you okay? Jarvis's voice sounded. It's okay, don't worry. Tony opened his eyes and said with a smile. Dragon Talisman, ability, Dragon Explosion, can dissolve everything in the world. This was the information that popped into Tony's mind after he gained the ability of the dragon spell. In order to test the specific power, Tony walked into the underground research room and glanced at Reed, who was looking enthusiastic. Tony took out a piece of gold titanium alloy from the material warehouse. This is one of the hardest metals in the Marvel world. It is generally used in aerospace materials and is resistant to high temperatures and low temperatures. According to the records of the previous life, the predecessor used gold and titanium alloy when building the steel armor. After leaving the research institute, Tony sat on the balcony and looked at the file-sized gold and titanium alloy on his palm, and a flame ignited on his palm. Suddenly, the gold titanium alloy in his hand changed instantly, melting rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the gold titanium alloy burned into a pool of molten iron and quickly evaporated into gas. 10 seconds later, the gold titanium alloy in his hand completely disappeared without even a trace of residue. Hiss! Tony gasped, his face full of horror. Although he knew that the Dragon Talisman's ability was very strong, he didn't expect it to be so strong that the gold titanium alloy could not even sustain it for 10 seconds before it vaporized. It's just perverted, but I like it. His heart was filled with excitement, and it wasn't until midnight that Tony finally calmed down and went to rest. Early the next morning, Tony was woken up by Jarvis. Sir, a young man came outside and said he had an appointment with you. Waking up from bed, Tony glanced at the scene projected by Jarvis. Peter was waiting outside the door. Let him come in. Yes, sir. Jarvis responded. The door opened, and Peter cautiously walked into the villa. When he came to the living room, Tony yawned and walked downstairs, saying hello by the way, here he comes. Peter nodded, a little embarrassed. Tony ignored him. After the reward was obtained, his interest in Peter was greatly reduced. He walked into the kitchen and made himself a cup of hot milk. Mr. Tony, you said you could help me become stronger. After sitting for a long time, seeing that Tony remained silent, Peter could only take the initiative to speak. That's right, wait a moment. Tony was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that this was what he had promised. After drinking the hot milk in his hand, Tony, who felt warm in his stomach, walked towards Peter. Under Peter's nervous eyes, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, done, go ahead and complete the task as soon as possible. Water. Peter looked confused, he felt like he was being tricked. Mr. Tony, what are you doing? Peter asked with a confused look on his face. Tony sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at him calmly. What? You think I'm playing tricks on you? I've given you the power, feel it. Hearing this, Peter frowned and started sensing. With his powerful spider sense ability, Peter soon discovered something was wrong. There seemed to be an inexplicable power inside his body, and this power made him feel inexplicably afraid. The next second, he tried to mobilize that power, and suddenly, black figures appeared beside him, looking at him with scarlet eyes. Seeing this scene, Peter's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously took a few steps back. But soon, he sensed that he had a special connection with these shadow ninjas and that he could control them. Thinking of this, Peter turned to look at Tony on the sofa, swallowed dryly and said, "This is the power you give me." Yeah. Tony smiled and nodded. Peter became excited instantly. He still remembered how he was beaten to death by these shadow ninjas. He didn't expect that one day he would be able to control these people. With their help, Norman would be nothing. While thinking about it, Peter excitedly controlled the black shadow ninja and had a great time. Tony watched this scene quietly, without any emotion in his eyes. As the controller of the black shadow ninja, Tony can plant a shadow mark on anyone, allowing them to control the shadow core. Of course, the final control still lies with Tony, and Peter is just borrowing it. As long as Tony is willing, the shadow core will be out of Peter's control in an instant. In this way, not only the power of the Dark Alliance was enhanced, but Peter was also completely caught under Tony's surveillance. Perfect. Okay, let's go. Remember to bring Norman back to me. Don't make me wait too long. Okay, Mr. Tony. Peter nodded excitedly and left the villa immediately. After he left, Tony didn't stay in the villa for long, and directly contacted a few girls to have fun together. After being busy for so long, he also needs to relax. On the other side, in the S.H.I.L.D conference room, Pierce sat at the head, while a group of S.H.I.L.D elites sat on both sides of the conference room. At this moment, everyone was looking down at the documents in their hands, and there was no other noise in the huge conference room except the sound of flipping through documents. After a long time, Pierce knocked on the table, coughed lightly and said, "Have you finished reading it? What do you think of Tony Stark? Mystery. Extremely dangerous. Anti-government tendencies are not ruled out." One of the S.H.I.L.D elites spoke one after another. This is the conclusion they came to after reading the information. Since the Obadiah incident, Pierce has been paying attention to Tony and launched an investigation into him. In addition to sending Natasha Romanoff to infiltrate Stark Industries, he also arranged a large number of forces to keep an eye on him. In this era where Skynet is everywhere, with the power of S.H.I.L.D, it is almost effortless to monitor a person. Therefore, under the strict surveillance of SHIELD, almost everything Tony did during this period was exposed under the nose of SHIELD. Whether it is using the power of the Shadow Core or contacting Peter, everything is recorded in SHIELD. If that was all, the scene where Tony took Bruce away was also noticed by SHIELD. It is impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. not to pay attention to the green fat man causing trouble in New York. After seeing the power displayed by the green fat man, no one can remain unmoved, including S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a spy for Hydra, Pierce was immediately interested. This led to today's meeting. It seems that everyone is very aware of Tony's danger. In this case, let's share your opinion. Arrest him directly, or whatever. Pierce said calmly, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. elite below fell silent at this moment, their faces full of hesitation. Tony is not one of those extraordinary people with no background. Behind him is Stark Industries. As the top consortium in the United States, the power of Stark Industries is far from what it appears on the surface. Behind Stark Industries, there are at least double-digit members of Congress, and the relationship between Stark Industries and the military is extremely close. According to rumors, the current president of the United States took office with the help of Stark Industries. Therefore, moving Tony is not something that can be decided with a slap on the head. The implications are too great, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be able to withstand the revenge of Stark Industries. Seeing everyone's silence, Pierce also knew what they were worried about. Then he knocked on the table and said, Tony is Tony, Stark Industries is Stark Industries, what we want to target is not Stark Industries, but Tony. As long as we can capture Tony before Stark Industries reacts, I believe that the power behind Stark Industries will not be willing to go to war and fight with us. After all, it's Stark Industries they need, not Tony. After the words fell, everyone's eyes moved, and they all understood what Pierce meant. If they arrest Tony in a big way, that won't work. The resistance from Stark Industries will be enough to make it difficult for them to move forward. But if Tony is captured secretly, when the matter becomes a foregone conclusion, the power behind Stark Industries may not necessarily fight with their SHIELD. After all, without Tony, Stark Industries is still running as usual and can still help them. At this moment, a strong black man in the conference room stood up and said, this alone is not enough. Once the matter is exposed, our S.H.I.E.L.D. alone may not be able to withstand the pressure from above. After all, Tony now holds 100% of the shares of Stark Industries, and the people above will not let anything happen to him easily. When the time comes, even if they are caught, they will be released. Hearing this, everyone immediately realized that Stark Industries is now a dictatorship. Pierce also frowned. What's your suggestion, Nick? Find someone to act together. Nick, Fury said solemnly. As the future director of SHIELD, he thinks about issues more comprehensively. Bruce is wanted by the military. General Ross has been arresting Bruce. As long as we provide information, General Ross will not let go of this opportunity. Joining forces with the military, even if the people above are blamed, the military will share some of the pressure for us. Listening to this suggestion, Pierce frowned instantly. The reason why he touched Tony was to gain Bruce's power. If the military gets involved, things may get messy. But seeing the excited expressions of everyone present, he couldn't object. He could only nod and said, in that case, let's join forces with the military for a secret operation. This matter must be kept absolutely confidential. No one is allowed to reveal it until the matter is over, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. After the meeting ended, Pierce handed over the matter of contacting General Ross to Nick. After everyone dispersed, a figure walked into Pierce's office. His name is Sitwell. He is Pierce's assistant and one of the Hydra spies lurking in SHIELD. Director, you are looking for me. Sitwell looked respectful. Pierce, who had his back turned to him, slowly turned around, looked at him and said, S.H.I.E.L.D. has decided to arrest Tony. You go and notify Bucky. After the operation starts, quickly find Bruce and take him away. I understand, Director. Sitwell nodded and left the office immediately. Looking at his leaving figure, Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. If the military intervenes, it is unlikely that he will detain Bruce, so it is best to have Bruce taken away directly. Even if Bruce is found missing by then, the military will only be able to find Tony, but not him. On the other side, Nick, who accepted the mission, also came to the military area to meet General Ross. After explaining his purpose, Nick waited for General Ross's reaction. Boom, boom, boom. General Ross knocked on the table and looked at Nick with sharp eyes. Are you telling the truth? Bruce is in the hands of Tony Stark. That's right, General. The news has been confirmed and it cannot be false. Nick, Fury affirmed. So, you are planning to attack Tony. Then do you know how many weapons Stark Industries provides to the military every year? If you touch Tony, do you think the military will just sit back and watch? General Ross spoke in a calm tone, his words full of coldness, as if he wanted to stand up for Tony. Looking at this scene, Nick did not panic, but instead raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. General, as far as I know, you have always wanted to capture Bruce, and I heard that you and Stark Industries are not very good at each other. At this point, Nick did not continue, but his meaning was very clear. Everyone has the same goal, so stop pretending. Wherever there are people, there are fights, and the military is no exception. The US military is divided into two factions, the Hawks and the Doves, and the Dove generals have a better relationship with Stark Industries. As the political opponents of the Doves, the Hawks naturally do not like any forces close to the Doves. That's all in normal times. Once something happens, they won't have any scruples. In the same way, the same is true for Doves. This is one of the reasons why Nick dared to go to General Ross openly. He slightly raised his eyebrows, but the expression on General Ross's face remained indifferent. In that case, let's be honest, what do US.H.I.E.L.D need from me? Help us block the pressure from the military, and then Bruce will be handed over to the general. Not enough? General Ross shook his head. Bruce, I can also send people to arrest him. I don't need you to give it. If you want me to help you, just show sincerity. General Ross's decisive refusal made Nick couldn't help but curse the old fox secretly. Fortunately, he had already made preparations before coming, so after General Ross refused, Nick continued to make conditions, the design drawings of the laser gun. As soon as he finished speaking, General Ross' eyes and pupils shrank, and he even stopped BG on the table. The laser gun is S.H.I.E.L.D's exclusive equipment and is extremely powerful. The military has always taken a look at this firearm, but because it was independently developed by S.H.I.E.L.D, they have no way to get S.H.I.E.L.D to hand it over on its own initiative. He didn't expect Nick to use this thing as a bargaining chip, which instantly hit his weak spot. Okay, deal, but you have to give me the drawings first. Good. The two successfully negotiated the terms, and Nick did not stay any longer, but stood up and left. With their worries relieved, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly launched into action, and a large number of elite agents dispersed directly, setting up controls around Tony's villa, looking for opportunities to take action. Similarly, after General Ross sent Nick away, he quickly summoned his elite team and arranged for them to work with S.H.I.E.L.D to bring Bruce back. S.H.I.E.L.D and the military are in action, while Tony is enjoying life without realizing it. Celebrities, models, and many beauties became Tony's prey. In just 3 days, Tony had more than a dozen beauties to have dinner with him and rewarded himself. For this reason, Potts looked at him with extremely resentful eyes in the past few days. However, after several days of debauchery, Tony's happy life was forced to end, and Reed's research made a breakthrough. In the underground research room, Tony walked in quickly. Reed, who was standing in front of the test bench, looked back when he heard the movement. Seeing Tony, a look of excitement appeared on his face. "Boss, you are here, come and take a look." Hearing the greeting, Tony quickly came to the experimental table, where there was a biological warehouse with a white mouse in it. "I saw a white mouse in the biological warehouse chewing a hollow iron ball with food inside." And Reed also introduced it with excitement at this moment. "I eliminated the violent factor in that guy's blood, leaving only the enhanced genes. After being injected with that guy's blood, this little guy not only strengthened his body in all directions, but also increased his strength by more than 10 times. If the human body can adapt to this force, then we can mass-produce American captains. No, even more powerful than the captain of the United States." Listening to Reed's narration, Tony couldn't help but feel a little moved. One American captain could overthrow an army. How terrifying would it be if there were 100, 1,000, or 10,000 American captains? He kept thinking about it in his mind, but soon Tony put aside this unrealistic idea. Not to mention that human experiments have not yet been carried out. Even if the experiment is successful, it is impossible to mass-produce the American captain. After all, this power comes from the green fat man's blood. Even if the green fat man is drained, it is impossible to create 10,000 American captains. How high is the success rate of human experiments and what are the side effects? Tony asked, quickly calming down. Hearing this, the excitement on Reed's face also dissipated a lot. According to my estimates, the success rate of human experiments is over 80%. As for the side effects, it kills growth. According to my research, the violent factor contained in this guy's blood will make him lose his mind temporarily, but it will also allow him to continuously increase his power. In other words, he will continue to get stronger as time goes by. Furthermore, after injecting this serum, the strength of the injector is almost fixed. It is impossible to improve it through any method, and it is impossible to transform like that guy. Speaking of this, Reed shook his head regretfully. But Tony is not disappointed. The height that human beings can reach is inherently limited. Except for a few people, most people in the world will not be able to break through the limits of the human body in their lifetime. Potential aside, this is an almost perfect enhancer. Asking Reed to continue recording research data, Tony left the research room and returned to the living room to consider who to choose for human trials. Although human experiments are risky, the benefits are still considerable, and he doesn't want to experiment on a stranger. If the experiment is successful but cannot be used by yourself, then you will not suffer a big loss. Therefore, the first point when selecting candidates for an experiment is that they must be loyal enough to themselves. With this restriction, the candidates he can choose are much fewer, or even very few. After thinking carefully, soon, a candidate appeared in his mind, Happy, the former bodyguard. He has followed his predecessor for more than 10 years, his loyalty is unquestionable, and his ability is also good. But after he came back, in order to prevent his mistakes from being revealed at the beginning, he was sent to the company. Otherwise, according to the habit of his predecessor, he would take Happy with him wherever he goes. Jarvis, put Happy on the phone for me. Yes sir. Jarvis's voice was as flat as ever. Hey, boss. Happy's voice sounded. Come to the villa, I have something I need you to do. Okay, boss, I'll be here right away. Happy said in an excited tone. As soon as Tony came back, he sent him to the company as the security director, which was a good position for ordinary people. But for Happy, he was assigned, so he couldn't eat well or sleep well during this period. Today I received a call from Tony again. He had been depressed for a long time, and it was as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood, and he was instantly resurrected with full health. Without hesitation, after hanging up the phone, he dropped everything in his hands and rushed to the villa as quickly as possible. 20 minutes later, Happy, who had been speeding all the way, arrived at the door of the villa. Beep. The doorbell rang, and the villa door opened instantly. Happy came to the living room familiarly, and when he saw Tony sitting on the sofa, excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Boss, I thought you forgot about me. As he talked, Happy had a faint tendency to cry, so don't be too aggrieved. Seeing this, Tony felt a chill in his heart. Hey, Happy, stop, I have something to tell you. I have an experimental project that I need your help with. It involves certain risks. Are you willing? In order to divert Happy's attention, Tony quickly brought up the topic. He didn't want to play some brotherly drama with a grown man, it was too disgusting. No problem, boss, I can participate in the experiment now if you give your order. Happy didn't hesitate. For him, as long as it was Tony's order, he would not refute it. He believed Tony. Seeing him agree so decisively, Tony was filled with relief, but he still gave a reminder. This is a human experiment. Although the success rate is high, it is not 100%. No one knows whether accidents will happen. You can think about it again. Don't think about it. If something happens, I will admit it. Boss, when does it start? Seeing Happy, who was even more anxious than himself, Tony's mouth twitched, and he couldn't continue to persuade him, so he waved his hand and said, "Follow me." After saying that, he took him directly into the underground research room. In the research room, Reed looked at Tony, who was returning, and Happy, who was following him, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Boss, you are not going to start human experiments now. Would it be too fast? I think we can wait for a while I accumulate more experimental materials. Reed advised. Tony simply shook his head. No need, this kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. Let's start directly. After saying that, Tony pushed Happy, who was a little fat, and suddenly looked at Reed with a serious face and said, "I'm ready, let's get started." He looked very brave and fearless, but the premise was to ignore his trembling legs. After all, it was a matter related to his own life, and there was no way he could deal with it indifferently. But again, he believed in Tony, and Tony was not joking with his life. The reason why he started human experiments directly was because he was sure, even if the experiment fails, he can still save Happy. Don't forget, he has obtained the ability of the horse charm. Even if an accident does happen, he can directly heal Happy. It was precisely because of the horse charm that the experiment seemed full of risks, but in fact there was no risk at all. Naturally, he was unwilling to continue to waste time, so he planned to start human trials directly. Everyone is happy if they succeed, and they can start over even if they fail. Seeing that both Tony and Happy had the same attitude, Reed shrugged helplessly. Okay, you are the boss, you have the final say. Reed immediately agreed, and began preparations for human trials. Anyway, it wasn't him who was lying on the experimental table, so it didn't matter to him. There is actually no difference between human experiments and experiments with white mice. The only difference is that in order to ensure the safety of the experimental subjects, human experiments need to take some safety measures, while mice do not. Tony's laboratory, although small, was well equipped and all the equipment was ready-made, so in half an hour, Reed had everything ready. Taking off his clothes, Happy lay in the experimental cabin. Because of his nervousness, he kept adjusting his breathing. Soon, Reed's voice came from outside. "Are you ready? I'm going to start. If you regret it, it's still too late. Let's get started. Don't worry, I'm ready." In response, Happy closed his eyes, not daring to look. Upon hearing this, Reed immediately controlled the instrument and injected the purified Hulk blood into Happy's body. Looking at this scene, Tony on the side also became nervous. Although he could ensure Happy's safety, he didn't know whether the experiment would be successful, so his mood fluctuated as Happy was injected with the Hulk's blood. 5 minutes after the injection, everything was calm and Happy showed no abnormality. 10 minutes after the injection, Happy's skin began to turn red, like braised prawns. 20 minutes after the injection, thick veins appeared on his body, and the blood vessels formed a terrifying pattern on the surface of the skin, which was ferocious and terrifying. Ouch. The intense pain made Happy roar, and the beast-like howling made Tony and Reed look serious. So far, all reactions have been as expected by Reed. So although he looked serious, he did nothing. As time passed, Happy's heart began to beat rapidly, the blood flow accelerated, and circles of muscles began to bulge on his body. 1 hour, 2 hours later, the out-of-control scene did not appear, and the experiment went smoothly beyond expectations. 3 hours later, the experimental cabin opened, and a muscular man 2.5 meters tall walked out of the experimental cabin. Experiment successful? Looking at Happy, Reed was like a man seeing a beautiful woman. His eyes were shining, and he kept looking at Happy, making Happy feel uncomfortable all over. However, this slight feeling of discomfort could not compare with the joy in his heart. After the strengthening was completed, he could clearly feel his improvement in strength. Terrifying power, extreme speed, unparalleled perception ability, and a body as hard as iron. Although it has not been tested, he feels that with his current physical strength, he can survive unscathed even if he is hit by a large-caliber sniper rifle. Just when he was wondering if it was an illusion, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Boom! The loud noise echoed in the laboratory, and Reed was startled, while Happy only felt a slight sting in his chest, like a mosquito bite. The two of them immediately turned to look at the place where the sound came from, and saw Tony holding a modified pistol in his hand, with smoke coming out of the gun. It was obvious that he had fired the gun just now. Yes, if nothing else, this defense is a qualified human shield. After hearing this, Reed suddenly came back to his senses, and the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Boss, I think you should be careful. What if the strengthening does not achieve the desired effect and kills someone?" Hearing this, Tony waved his hand and said, "As long as you don't die, I can save you. It's okay." Mastering the power of the horse talisman is so arrogant. As for Happy, he didn't have much idea, but after hearing Tony's praise, he grinned directly. "Don't worry, boss, I will be your human shield from now on." Hearing this, before Tony could say anything, Reed on the side already shook his head speechlessly. One of the two was as smart as a monkey, and the other was as stupid as a bear. He was speechless. "Okay, you can continue to be my personal bodyguard from now on," Tony responded, and Happy immediately touched his head and giggled. Ignoring him, Tony turned to look at Reed and said, "Try to get more of these enhancers. I plan to throw this guy out later." Why? Reed was a little strange. Raising this guy meant a steady stream of enhancers, so why throw them away? Moreover, this guy is a good research material, and he has many ideas that he plans to experiment with. In response, Tony shook his head without explaining. Reed didn't know where this guy came from, or whether he knew that he had intercepted it from the military. It should be okay if it is left in his own hands for a short time, but someone will definitely find it out over time. By then, Bruce will be a constant source of trouble, and he doesn't want to cause that much trouble. Besides, even if there were no external troubles, this guy was originally a time bomb. Keeping him here, he has to guard against him day and night. Otherwise, if this guy accidentally wakes up, it will be a lot of fun. Although according to his request, Reed would inject him with a large amount of anesthetic every day to ensure that this guy was always in a comatose state. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. Anesthetics can't suppress him for a lifetime, so it's better to throw this guy out as soon as possible. Anyway, all the benefits that can be obtained from this guy have been obtained, so we can't really expect to create an army of extraordinary people with his blood. That's too crazy, mainly because Tony can't find so many suitable candidates. After arranging things, Tony took Happy and left the basement. At this moment, the sky outside was completely dark. They stayed in the underground research room for almost 5 hours, and it would be midnight in 2 hours. After stretching, Tony looked at the changed Happy and said in a casual tone, "Just stay here tonight and find a room by yourself." "Okay, boss, I understand." Happy responded, and Tony ignored him and walked straight to the room on the second floor. After working hard for so many days, he was quite tired and needed a good rest. However, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. As soon as he returned to the room, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, we have detected a large number of unknown armed forces approaching the villa. Please prepare early." As soon as he finished speaking, the sleepiness on his face disappeared instantly, and he looked sharply out the window. But under the cover of darkness, he saw nothing. "Call out the surveillance cameras around the villa and project them on the wall." As soon as he finished speaking, Jarvis immediately projected the surveillance scene outside. In the picture, a large number of armed men dressed in black are quickly approaching the villa. All of them are fully equipped and holding firearms. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. Looking at them, Tony frowned instantly, guessing the identities of these people. The Ten Rings gang? Impossible. Look at their equipment. They are all the most advanced weapons and equipment in the world. The Ten Rings gang does not have these things. Except for the Ten Rings gang, I didn't offend any forces when I returned to Niuyo. Could it be him? Suddenly the figure of Bruce flashed in Tony's mind. When it comes to what is the biggest trouble around him, Bruce undoubtedly ranks first. Although he was in an alley when he took him away, he was sure there were no surveillance cameras around. But if you have the intention, you can still find that you have taken Bruce away. After all, the direction in which Bruce disappeared happened to be where he appeared. It was a coincidence no matter how you looked at it. But according to his calculations, even if the military noticed him, it would definitely not be now. Therefore, someone must have seen him taking Bruce away, so they came to the door so quickly. And those who can notice this immediately must be those who have been monitoring their own forces. There are not many forces in Niuyo that can monitor their actions at any time, including one from the Jin dynasty and one from the military, but neither of them has any reason to monitor themselves. In addition to these two major forces, there is still one left, S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking about Natasha Romanoff who appeared in the company, I am afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D. has already started to monitor me after I returned to New York. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly raised his eyebrows, wondering where he was exposed. It's all a long story, but in just a moment, Tony connected everything together in his mind. Although he has no evidence, he is 80% sure that those people outside are definitely from SHIELD, and there may even be personnel from the military involved. Go and kill them all. Indifferent words came out of Tony's mouth. Although he guessed the identity of the visitor, he had no mercy at all. When I first traveled through time, I didn't have enough strength, so I wanted to hide myself. But now, I want people and strength, and there is the behemoth Stark Industries standing behind me. If anyone wants to cause trouble for me, I will knock off his claws first. Not to mention that the current S.H.I.L.D. is not the S.H.I.L.D. that will dominate the world in the future. Since they dare to put ideas on their heads, don't blame yourself for being cruel. Tony's voice fell, and suddenly, a black shadow flowed on the ground, rushing towards the outside of the villa. Gil is a 6th level agent of SHIELD. He is an elite among the elite. He has performed many missions to assassinate political figures of enemy countries without ever failing. Now he is only one level away from the top level 7th level agent of SHIELD. Therefore, after the task was assigned by the superiors, he took the initiative to apply for this operation in order to accumulate more credit and be promoted to the top level faster. Although the target they wanted to arrest this time was Tony, who was famous in New York, he was not worried at all. With so many elite agents acting together, let alone a playboy, even the head of state of the United States can be captured. Therefore, in his opinion, this mission was completely a waste of effort. With a relaxed attitude, Gil quickly approached Tony's villa, and he had already planned his course of action. Later, I will break the window directly and enter again. I will say again, you are arrested. It must be very touching. With this thought in his mind, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, as if he had already seen the meritorious service waving to him. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the villa. Just as he was about to enter, a shadow suddenly blocked the light behind him. What? After muttering in confusion, Jill subconsciously turned her head and looked behind her. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in a black robe, with its hands and feet in the shape of sharp blades, appeared in front of him. Who are you? Gil asked quickly, and at the same time, he immediately wanted to turn the gun and aim it at the figure. As an elite agent, he believed he could subdue the opponent before he could react. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. Why was he flying? And why couldn't his hands and feet obey his orders? Could he have been poisoned? He was thinking with doubts in his heart. As his eyes moved from high to low, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. Who is this? It looks familiar. Where did his head go? Why is there only one body left? A series of doubts kept emerging, but soon he realized that the headless corpse seemed to be him. No wonder it looked so familiar. As soon as he thought of this, his consciousness suddenly fell into darkness. It's a long story, but it all happened in an instant. When Jill approached the villa, the blade ninja who had received the order had already launched an attack. The sharp claws drew an arc in midair, directly knocking him off his head. However, the blade ninja's speed was too fast and his claws were too sharp, so he did not feel any pain at all. He did not wake up until his head fell to the ground, and he was dead. The scene happening here is just a microcosm at this moment. As the Thornblade Legion attacks, more than half of the members of S.H.I.L.D. have been destroyed before they even get close to the villa. The elusive Blade Legion took the art of assassination to its extreme, and most of S.H.I.L.D.'s agents were killed before they even had time to react. However, the elites are the elites after all. After more than half of their numbers were lost, the agents of S.H.I.L.D. also reacted one after another. At that moment, everyone no longer cared about hiding their whereabouts, and opened their mouths to alert the people around them. After being reminded, the assassination difficulty of the Thornblade Legion has been greatly increased. However, as a military unit designed for combat, assassination is only one of the methods they choose to complete the mission, not the only option. Seeing that the assassination plan was thwarted, the Blade Legion decisively changed its combat plan and faced the enemy head-on. One after another, black figures slowly walked out of the darkness outside the villa, their scarlet eyes exuding shocking murderous intent, staring at the S.H.I.L.D. agents. Under the gaze of the Thornblade Legion, the so-called elite S.H.I.L.D. agent felt an inexplicable fear rising in his heart. They had always boasted of being fearless, but now facing the Dark Legion, they seemed to have fallen into hell. Their whole bodies were cold, their hands and feet were trembling, and their strength was directly suppressed by 2 levels. As dark creatures, their existence is to bring fear to people, especially to ordinary people. The dark aura exuding from their bodies is enough to make them lose all ability to resist. And everyone in S.H.I.L.D. can still maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness, and they are worthy of being called the elite. However, even if it still retains a certain degree of combat effectiveness, it is of no use at this moment. When the siege was completed, the Thornblade Legion directly launched an attack. The speed of each blade ninja is comparable to that of a cheetah. Under full attack, the members of S.H.I.L.D. are like lambs to be slaughtered. They can only wait in place for the arrival of the death god. It wasn't that they didn't resist. The moment the Blade Legion launched their attack, all members of S.H.I.L.D. had already subconsciously opened fire. In the dark night, violent gunshots continued to sound. Many blade ninjas were unable to dodge and were directly shot into black mist. But all this is of no use. As immortal dark creatures, as long as the Kingdom of Shadows is immortal, they will be able to be reborn continuously in the Kingdom of Shadows. So after fighting for a long time, everyone in S.H.I.L.D. finally discovered that not only were the enemies not reduced at all, but they were becoming more numerous. This scene completely destroyed the will of everyone in S.H.I.L.D. to resist. The originally dense gunfire quickly became sparse, and many people began to look for opportunities to escape. After all, work is public and life is your own. Except for a few people, more people care more about their own lives. Therefore, after discovering that they could not eliminate the blade ninja, a large number of people chose to escape. As they were already weak in resistance, as this group of people gave up resistance, they completely entered the abyss of despair. The S.H.I.L.D. agents who stood firm were killed one after another. Those who took the opportunity to escape were also hunted down one by the Blade Legion. Soon, the outside of Tony's villa turned into a bloody slaughterhouse, with blood filling the air and flesh everywhere. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making people nauseous. 1 kilometer away, at the S.H.I.L.D. temporary command post, Pierce looked at the scene displayed on the surveillance screen. His face became extremely livid, and it looked as ugly as possible. Not only him, but everyone else in the command room was also stunned at this moment. They expected that the operation might not go smoothly, but they never thought that their S.H.I.L.D. elite would be directly wiped out. That was not 1 or 2 people, but hundreds of people. With the loss of this group of elites, it is foreseeable that S.H.I.L.D.'s power will inevitably decline in a short period of time. Who can tell me what is going on? The elites selected by our S.H.I.L.D. were actually destroyed by the mob. What a shame and a big humiliation. This is simply a big shame and a big humiliation. Pierce kept roaring angrily, and the distressed look on his face was not fake at all. Although he is an undercover agent of Hydra, he is also the supreme commander of SHIELD. The loss of S.H.I.L.D. is his loss. How can he calm down? Looking at Pierce, who looked like a cannibal, many S.H.I.L.D. members present did not dare to speak at all, for fear of accidentally becoming a punching bag. Seeing that everyone was silent, Pierce took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Go, send mecha warriors on the field, no matter what those guys are, tear them apart for me. Yes. Everyone responded loudly and quickly got busy. Soon, a burst of heavy footsteps echoed in the dark night, and a 5-meter-tall figure slowly walked towards Tony's villa. With every step, the ground trembled. It is the mecha warrior that S.H.I.L.D. has been secretly developing. Pierce didn't originally think of mecha warriors, and the reason why he brought them was just in case, but now they just came in handy. Mecha warrior is remotely controlled by members of SHIELD. It is 5 meters tall and weighs 6 tons. Although it is huge, its speed is not slow at all. Coupled with its unparalleled defense and abnormal strength, the mecha warrior is the undisputed overlord on land. Any tank armor was like a child's toy in front of him, easily torn apart. Soon, the mecha warriors arrived outside the villa under the control of S.H.I.L.D. members. Black shadows emerged from the ground, and the Blade Legion was dispatched again. Compared to the 5-meter-tall mecha warrior, the Blade Legion was like a child in front of it. But as dark creatures, they don't know what fear is. All they know is that anyone who breaks into the villa will die. Whizzing! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the Blade Legion launched an attack. The sharp claws instantly fell on the mecha warrior, causing a burst of sparks. For the mecha warrior, such an attack was neither painful nor itchy. A small rocket emerged from his arm. The next second, the rocket launched and fell into the sharp blade army. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the endless firelight dispersed the night, turning the sky into fiery red. A large number of sharp-edged ninjas were directly vaporized in the explosion. The place that was originally filled with blade ninjas was immediately cleared. In the command post, watching this scene, the members of S.H.I.L.D. showed excitement, and the decadence just now was swept away. In the villa, Tony was also observing the situation on the battlefield through the surveillance projected by Jarvis. After seeing the performance of the mecha warrior, Tony immediately raised his eyebrows. Interesting. It seems that S.H.I.L.D. is quite capable and has actually developed such a weapon of war. I just don't know who is stronger or weaker, this mecha or Happy. While muttering in his heart, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Tony's mouth. Happy. Boss, I'm here, what's wrong? A sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and soon Happy's tall figure appeared in the room. Due to the good sound insulation of the villa, even though it was raining outside, no sound could be heard in the villa, so Happy still knew nothing about the situation outside. Let's see, I want you to have a one-on-one challenge with this tough guy. What do you think? Tony said while extending his hand to let him in. Happy, who entered the room, also saw the projection on the wall. No problem, boss, leave it to me. I'll go and dismantle him now. Looking at the picture projected by Jarvis, Happy instantly became excited. Having just gained Superman's power, he was eager to show it off, so he not only had no fear of Tony's arrangements, but was full of expectations. Since you are so confident, then go ahead and I'll wait to see your performance. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely tear off that iron head. After saying that, Happy strode towards the outside of the villa. At this time, on the outside battlefield, the battle between the Blade Legion and the Mecha Warriors continued. Although the Blade Ninja was unable to break through defenses, it was able to fight back and forth with the Mecha Warriors due to its immortality. However, when Happy arrived on the battlefield, the Sharp Blade army that had been attacking suddenly stopped, and then disappeared into the darkness one by one. This is of course Tony's order. He wants to see whether Happy injected with the Hulk Enhancer is stronger, or S.H.I.E.L.D's secret weapon Mecha Warrior. Hey, big guy, now your opponent is me. Happy said provocatively to the Mecha Warrior, even twitching his fingers, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. As a pure war machine, Mecha Warrior naturally has no emotions, but the S.H.I.E.L.D members who control him do. Through the eyes of the Mecha Warrior, the member controlling the Mecha Warrior clearly witnessed Happy's provocation. Suddenly, the Mecha operator let out a curse and controlled the Mecha Warrior to walk directly towards Happy, trying to this arrogant guy pays the price. Seeing the Mecha Warrior approaching, Happy's expression became solemn. Ha! With a loud shout from his mouth, Happy's muscles suddenly bulged and he punched the Mecha Warrior. Theoretically speaking, flesh and blood versus steel is an egg against a rock. But after Happy, who had been injected with the Hulk Enhancer, punched the Mecha Warrior, a sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded in the air. The behemoth Mecha Warrior was even knocked back by Happy's punch. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone in SHIELD. Is this guy still human? Knocked away the Mecha Warrior with one punch. It weighs 6 tons, and coupled with the strength of the Mecha Warrior itself, if you want to knock it back with one punch, it means that Happy's explosive power just now is at least 15 tons. How can this be? Everyone stared at the scene on the battlefield in stunned silence. Only a few people noticed that cracks had appeared on the Mecha Warrior's body where Happy had hit him. In other words, a Mecha Warrior that can withstand frontal bombardment from artillery shells may not be able to withstand Happy's fist. At this thought, many people in S.H.I.E.L.D only felt their scalps go numb. Use rockets to kill this monster. Pierce's roar echoed through the command post again. After receiving the order, the Mecha operator quickly started operating, sweating profusely. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the Mecha Warrior's chest, and a medium-sized rocket appeared. Its power was several times that of a small rocket. Whoosh! The rockets flew out with tail flames and hit Happy head-on before he could react. Boom, boom, boom! An explosion that was several times more violent than before appeared. Happy's whole body was instantly engulfed in flames. Hit, hit! In the command post, the Mecha operator roared with excitement, and others also cheered. But soon, everyone's cheers stopped abruptly, and a dark figure slowly walked out of the flames, standing firm on the spot. Looking at this scene, a fear instantly appeared in the hearts of all members of SHIELD. Is this guy really still human? Happy walked out of the flames with firm steps and excited eyes. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and his big white teeth were directly exposed to the air, which was extremely conspicuous. Enough, come again. After saying that, Happy took the initiative and rushed towards the Mecha Warrior. The roars sounded again. The excited Happy waved his fist to blast the Mecha Warrior. Under the blessing of his terrifying strange power, the shell of the Mecha Warrior changed and soon became pitted, giving people the feeling that it might fall apart at any time. In the command post, a depressing atmosphere enveloped everyone present. Looking at the Mecha Warrior being blasted by Happy in the picture, everyone couldn't help but feel a little frightened, for fear that the Mecha Warrior would fall apart in the next moment. Now how to do? Pierce's voice sounded, drawing everyone's attention back from the picture. Hearing this, everyone was speechless for a while. They didn't know what to do. They even used secret weapons. As a result, they couldn't even get close to their villa. What can they do? We can't let them carry the gun and shoot it themselves. Thinking of the scene where the Mecha Warrior was blasted by a blaster, everyone shuddered involuntarily. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would never get even half a step closer to that villa. Seeing that everyone was acting like a mute, Pierce rarely got angry. After all, even he felt a little scared, let alone these people. However, the action had already begun and it couldn't end in an anticlimactic manner. Therefore, after scanning the crowd, Pierce quickly focused on Nick Fury. Nick, do you have any ideas? Pierce directly called his name, and Nick was a little surprised when he was called, but he didn't have the same fear as others. Therefore, after reacting, Nick quickly organized his thoughts and said, I think we got the priorities wrong. The target of our operation this time is Tony and the Bruce he took away, not to fight with that stupid guy. Since the Mecha Warrior can't break through the blockade of the stupid guy, let him entangle the stupid guy. We sneaked into the villa from another place and captured Tony. According to the intelligence, that stupid guy is Tony's personal bodyguard. Now that he is here, it means that the security force around Tony is very weak. As long as we act fast enough. After taking down Tony, this stupid guy could only raise his hands and surrender. Listening to Nick's analysis, everyone present couldn't help but nodded, but Pierce frowned at this moment. Don't forget the group of monsters just now. Even without the protection of that stupid big guy, there are still those elusive monsters. Hearing this, Nick smiled confidently. Of course I haven't forgotten their existence. But through the observation just now, I found that although the monsters are very strong, their defense is also very weak. It will also disappear after hitting the vital point. As long as we prepare in advance and don't get caught off guard, it's not difficult to deal with them. After hearing this, Pierce pondered for a while and finally nodded. What you said makes sense. In that case, then you can select a group of elite and military people to sneak in together. I'm here to help you attract attention. Pierce approved Nick's plan and gave him the task. Suddenly, the corners of Nick's mouth twitched, and his eyes towards Pierce became somewhat resentful. Although what he just said was eloquent, it was just talk on paper. No one knows if Tony has any other tricks up his sleeve. Just like Happy, according to the data, he is just an ordinary bodyguard, but look at the scene where he is pressing the Mecha Warrior to the ground and hammering him. How does it qualify as ordinary? Director, I think we can discuss the candidate for action again. Nick also tried to rescue him. But before he could finish his words, Pierce had already turned his head and looked at the screen, looking like I won't listen. Seeing this, Nick sighed helplessly and could only leave the command post to select operators. And just after Nick left, Pierce also edited a text message on his phone and sent it. There is an old saying in Daxia that goes like the mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows behind. And he is going to be this oriole today. First, let Nick lead people to explore the road together with the military, and then arrange for people to follow them and prepare to pick peaches. The plan is perfect, now it depends on the implementation. At the gate of Tony's villa, the hand-to-hand fight between Happy and the Mecha Warrior continued, but with the previous lessons, Happy quickly dodged whenever he saw something open on the Mecha Warrior's body. Although he can withstand shells, he is not in the habit of being bombed. On the other side, after Nick selected a team of elite members, he quickly joined forces with the elite team sent by General Ross to sneak in from behind the villa. Speaking of which, we have to talk about the layout of Tony's villa. His villa is built entirely on the edge of a cliff, with the main door facing the land and the balcony facing the sea. Therefore, when the predecessor installed the surveillance system, it did not consider the location facing the sea at all. After all, there is a cliff tens of meters high below. Who can climb up from the cliff? Therefore, this place has become a blind spot for surveillance, and Jarvis cannot detect it at all. Nick, who had carefully studied the layout of the villa, naturally noticed this monitoring blind spot. Therefore, directly select this as the infiltration point. Of course, he didn't want to climb the cliff in the dark, so he mobilized a silent helicopter. The group of people sat on the helicopter, circled around and arrived at the balcony of Tony's villa, and landed on the balcony through rappelling ropes. Tony, who was watching the theater in the room on the second floor, didn't know at this moment that a group of uninvited guests had broken into his home. There was no movement. Nick and others saw the heat source on the second floor through thermal imaging, so they went straight to the second floor. Just after they stepped onto the second floor, Tony, who was watching Happy fighting the Mecha Warriors in the room, suddenly received a prompt from Jarvis. Sir, there are guests in the villa. They have reached the second floor now and will be in your room soon. Hearing this, Tony was stunned. Where did they come in from? Didn't you even notice them? According to the detection, they should have bypassed the surveillance area outside the villa and entered from the balcony. Just when one person and one intelligence are talking. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and the door to the room was kicked open. Nick led two heavily armed teams and quickly rushed into the room, with the black muzzles aimed directly at all the vital points on his body. Good evening, Mr. Tony, it's really difficult to see you. Introduce yourself. My name is Nick Fury, your father's old friend. Now we have a case that we need you to investigate with us. Please don't make any dangerous moves, otherwise, they will shoot directly. Nick looked at Tony with a smile on his face. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and his tense mind couldn't help but relax. Seeing Nick's victorious attitude, Tony raised his eyebrows and said, "You are my father's friend? Then I really feel sad for him. I have a friend like you. In the middle of the night, you led someone to break into your friend's house and pointed a gun at your friend's son. Is this how you treat your friend? Mr. Nick?" Tony hit Nick unceremoniously. Suddenly, the smile on Nick's face disappeared. "Maybe you are right, but this is my job, so please cooperate. Don't expect others to save you, just follow me now." After speaking, Nick gestured to a S.H.I.L.D member next to him. The S.H.I.L.D member immediately nodded knowingly and was about to step forward to cuff Tony. But before he could make any move, Tony stood up from the sofa. The moment he stood up, everyone who had been aiming their guns at him pulled the bolts of their guns, and the conflict was about to break out. Nick was also startled by Tony's actions. He raised his hand to signal everyone not to be impulsive, and quickly said, "I'm warning you again, just stay there and don't move, otherwise I won't guarantee your safety." "Safety? Do you really think you've got me?" Tony smiled disdainfully. The next second, black figures emerged from the ground and stood in front of Tony. Seeing this scene, Nick's eyes narrowed and he no longer stopped everyone, and even proactively ordered, "Shoot." Suddenly, countless bullets formed a metal storm and swept towards Tony. The shadow ninjas who stood in front of Tony were torn apart by bullets and disappeared. However, a scene that was beyond Nick's expectation appeared. The black shadow ninja disappeared quickly but appeared even faster. The black shadows on the ground seemed to be endless, and new shadow ninjas kept appearing in front of Tony, building a human wall for him. Looking at this scene, Nick finally realized that something was wrong. He had always thought that the Black Shadow Ninja was a special ability person that Tony recruited from somewhere. After all, the world is full of strange things and there are all kinds of people. However, watching these people risk their lives to take bullets for Tony, he finally realized that these people might not be people with special abilities. After all, people have such a thing as survival instinct. When their own lives are threatened, few people will risk their lives for others regardless of life and death. Not to mention that like now, even though he knew he was going to die, he continued to use his life to block bullets for Tony. But by the time he realized this, it was already too late. Not only in front of Tony, but also around them, Thornblade ninjas continued to appear, their claws piercing the air, and screams suddenly sounded among the crowd. Although they were still prepared before, when things came to pass, everyone was still a little careless about the beginning and the end. Just as the battle started in the room, a figure slowly walked into the underground laboratory. Reed, who was recording data, turned around when he heard the movement. Looking at the strange figure in front of him, a trace of vigilance appeared on his face. "Who are you?" The visitor ignored him and looked at Bruce in the nutrition cabin. After confirming that he was the target of this trip, the visitor walked directly towards the nutrition cabin. "Stop, don't move." Reed shouted a warning and pulled out a gun from nowhere. However, he obviously underestimated the terror of the visitor. Looking at him holding a gun, the figure of the visitor flashed in an instant, appeared in front of Reed at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, and punched him in the stomach. Suddenly, Reed's figure was like a cannonball, being blown away and smashed into a pile of experimental equipment. After doing all this, the person turned around and opened the nutrition cabin, took Bruce out of it, carried Bruce on his back, and walked outside. But he didn't notice that just after Bruce left the nutrition cabin, his eyelids suddenly trembled slightly. In order to keep Bruce asleep, in addition to the nutrient solution, Tony also mixed a large amount of anesthetics in the nutrition cabin to keep him asleep. Being out of the nutrition cabin now means that Bruce will wake up at any time. After walking out of the research room and coming to the living room, Tony, dressed in casual clothes, was sitting in the living room. At his feet, Nick lay with scars all over his body. Looking at the guy coming out of the research room, Tony's eyes were calm, without any surprise. Jarvis's presence makes every corner of this villa unable to escape Tony's eyes. Nick, who was lying on the ground, suddenly let out a burst of surprise when he saw the figure coming out of the research room. Bucky. Hearing this name, Tony couldn't help but take a second look at the person coming. Bucky, whose full name is Bucky Bastion, is a good friend of Captain America. After being brainwashed by Hydra, he transformed into the Winter Soldier. Interesting, S.H.I.D.L.D. The military. Now even your Hydra is involved. It's really a lively day today. Bucky looked at the two of them expressionlessly, showing no signs of panic when his identity was revealed. Putting Bruce on his back aside, he slowly drew out the long knife from his back. The blade was like snow and shone with cold light. Seeing this, Tony sat on the sofa with his old spirit still present, but black figures appeared next to him. There are many super abilities in the Marvel world, but most of them are just stronger and faster. The Black Shadow Core was enough to deal with such an extraordinary person, so Tony naturally didn't even have the desire to move. Kill. With a slight wave of his hand, the blade ninja rushed towards Bucky in an instant. Bucky also came forward with a long knife in his hand. The two sides collided fiercely, and the sound of metal clashing echoed through the villa. Bucky is very powerful, the sword seems to come alive in his hands, and famous sword ninjas are beheaded by him one after another. However, no matter how strong he is only one person. Unless he has absolutely overwhelming strength, he will be overwhelmed by the crowd of the Black Shadow Core sooner or later. Obviously, Bucky does not have absolutely overwhelming strength. Therefore, as time passed, Bucky was gradually overwhelmed by the Blade Ninja. Tony was sitting on the sofa, watching the battle between the two sides with great interest, but at this moment, a muffled sound sounded. On the battlefield, this voice was inaudible, but Tony's expression changed instantly. Now he looked behind Bucky. Bruce, who had just been left behind by Bucky, was sitting up from the ground, covering his head with a look of discomfort on his face. He was wearing only a pair of underpants, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Looking around, looking at the messy scene around him, the confusion in his eyes became even worse. Soon, a headache suddenly hit me, and a series of memory fragments flashed through my mind. He mutated and wreaked havoc on the streets. He escaped from the encirclement and came to the alley. A man in black knocked him unconscious, and he was taken to a laboratory where his blood was drawn. Fragments of incomplete memories kept emerging. Although Bruce didn't know the specific process, through the remaining memory fragments, he knew that he seemed to have become an experimental subject and was put on a research platform for experiments. Suddenly, an anger rose in his heart. He had also conducted human experiments, but he was the operator, not the experimental subject. But now, he has become an experimental subject, which even a normal person can't bear, let alone him who has a problematic personality. Roar. A roar sounded. Everyone in the villa was attracted by him. Tony stood up from the sofa in an instant, and his face became unusually serious. Bang bang bang! While roaring, Bruce beat the ground crazily. His body shape changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning green and getting stronger. In a few breaths, the green fat man who wreaked havoc on Niu Yu a few days ago returned to the eyes of the world again. After the transformation, Bruce completely lost control, and his anger dominated his body, causing him to start destroying everything in front of him. The first to be unlucky is Bucky. who is closest to the green fat man. A fist bigger than a sandbag was quickly thrown out, and Bucky had no time to react before he was knocked away by the punch. Blood spilled into the air, and Bucky was stunned by the punch. The angry green fat man still kept pace at this moment and rushed directly towards the Thorned Blade Legion. The terrifying power and absolute defense made the Blade Legion's human sea tactics a joke. I saw the green fat man running rampant among the people of the Thorny Blade Legion, just like the rampant Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Cretaceous period, extremely arrogant and arrogant. Nick, who was lying at Tony's feet, watched this scene. The corners of his eyes kept beating, and he swallowed subconsciously. He had seen many extraordinary beings, but he had never seen a guy as powerful as Green Fatty, especially his arrogance that made him tremble. Tony, who had been standing by and watching, finally couldn't sit still at this moment. If he continued to watch, his villa would be destroyed. He still likes the current style of the villa and doesn't want to rebuild it. Pang! A ball of flames instantly appeared in his hand, the flames burned out of thin air, and the surrounding space began to distort slightly under the burning flames. Hey, Fatty! Tony shouted, instantly attracting the green fat man's attention. Suddenly, the flame in his hand flew out and flew towards the green fat man. Boom! The flames that were originally only the size of a slap suddenly erupted, drowning the green fat man in an instant. His terrifying defense became as fragile as paper under the burning flames, and could be broken as soon as it burned. Roar! A roar full of pain sounded, and the fat green man who had shown his power just now rolled on the ground. From the Overlord to the Joker, there was only a flame between the two sides. Nick looked at this scene and immediately looked back at Tony, with an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost, full of shock. Are you kidding me? A playboy who is famous for dating with girls has such terrifying strength. The fat green guy was instantly killed? God, are you kidding me? A series of questions popped up in his mind, and Nick was completely numb. Compared to Nick's optimism, Tony was not relaxed at all. What is the most terrifying thing about the green fat man, his unparalleled defense, or his terrifying power? Neither, but the unlimited growth. In the early stage, the green fat man had trouble fighting an army alone, but in the later stage, the green fat man could challenge the gods head-on. Apart from the green fat man, no other mutant could achieve such a terrifying improvement. So looking at the embarrassed green fat man, Tony didn't dare to be careless and was always on guard. Sure enough, although the flames continued to burn on the green fat man's body, except for the painful howl, the green fat man's voice was not weak at all. Even as time goes by, it becomes more and more energetic. Soon, the green fat man stood up with his body covered in flames, and his angry eyes fell on Tony. Boom! As soon as he stepped on it, the floor of the villa instantly shattered, and the fat green man with his body burning with flames instantly appeared in front of Tony. Huge amounts of fists blasted out, and there was a roar in the air. Seeing that Tony was about to be blown away by the green fat man, Tony still stood motionless. Boom! A trembling voice sounded, and a wall of fire appeared in front of Tony, blocking the green fat man's fist. The Dragon Talisman gave Tony not just flame burning, but a rule of flame. After integrating the Dragon Talisman, the flame is a plaything in Tony's hands, allowing him to control it. The green fat man may be very powerful, but he can't break the rules. Therefore, from Nick's perspective, the green guy was bombarding Tony crazily, but it was all blocked by the wall of fire in front of Tony. There was even a smile on Tony's lips, and he looked at the angry green fat man calmly. Finally, Tony had enough fun. Flames enveloped his right hand, and he watched the fat green man in front of him punch out. Boom! The green fat figure flew out directly and crashed out of the villa, leaving a big hole in the wall. After hitting the ground outside the villa, the green fat figure shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flames burning on his body were extinguished instantly, but Tony punched him back to his original shape. Footsteps sounded slowly, and Tony walked out of the cave, glanced at Bruce, who was already unconscious, and then looked at Happy not far away. As if aware of his gaze, Happy looked back with an honest smile on his face. Under his feet, S.H.I.E.L.D's mecha warriors had been dismantled and turned into a pile of parts. Boss. Happy quickly came to Tony. Because of the battle just now, his clothes were in tatters. Those who didn't know thought he had just come back from begging in a war-torn area. Clean up and send people back to the basement, Tony said casually. Happy nodded, and then Tony walked towards the outside of the villa, and his figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. The atmosphere inside the temporary command post is almost solid at this moment. The operations failed one after another, leaving everyone at a loss as to what to do. For a moment, everyone turned to look at Pierce, waiting for him, the director, to make up his mind. And at this moment, around them, shadow ninjas appeared one after another. Seeing this, everyone was instantly startled and quickly moved closer together. They have witnessed the terror of the Black Shadow Corps with their own eyes. How can they remain calm when facing this group of terrifying guys in person? Pierce was also shocked by the situation in front of him, but his psychological quality was obviously better. He immediately opened his mouth and said loudly, Tony, what do you want to do? We are from SHIELD. We are affiliated with the US government. Do you know that you are committing a crime by surrounding us now? As he spoke, Pierce looked towards the door, waiting for Tony to appear. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside, and Tony walked into the temporary command post with a leisurely expression. Tony's appearance made everyone present feel relieved. They were afraid that Tony would really ignore them and order them to be killed. Anyway, there was no evidence to prove that he did it. Therefore, Tony's appearance here means that what they are worried about will not happen. First time meeting you, I am Alexander Pierce, director of SHIELD. Pierce adjusted his clothes, took the initiative to step forward and identified himself, and looking at his outstretched hand, Tony's mouth curved and asked, "You ordered them to come to my house to arrest people." Hearing this, Pierce's eyelids twitched. Naturally, it was impossible to admit this. He quickly said, "It's all a misunderstanding. We got the news that the Green Devil is hiding here, so we gathered people to encircle and suppress it. You also know that the appearance of the Green Devil a few days ago has made the citizens of Niuya panic. We must explain to the outside world that we didn't know this was your residence." It has to be said that Pierce is worthy of being the director, and his lies on the spot are well-founded, making it impossible for anyone to find anything wrong with him. Unfortunately, Tony wasn't here to reason with him. Snapped. A crisp slap echoed through the command post. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. director was actually slapped in the face by Tony in public. Even Pierce looked confused, not expecting Tony's actions at all. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant, and there was even a smile on his face. "Have you relieved yourself?" Seeing this, Tony took a deep look at Pierce. "This guy has something." "No, how do you plan to calm me down?" Tony said slowly and moved the palm of his right hand, giving people the illusion that he might be slapped again at any time. Snapped. The loud slap sounded again. Don't get me wrong, it was not Tony who slapped him, but Pierce himself. Such a scene not only stunned everyone, but also Tony. He realized that the guy in front of him was not simple, but he didn't expect that he could do such a thing. "Now, are you relieved?" Pierce asked with another smile. Tony did not answer the question, but looked at him with interest. "Interesting. But you know what? The more you act like this, the more I want to kill you. Although the barking dog is annoying, the venomous snake in the dark is even more frightening." Listening to these words, Pierce couldn't help but breathe a little faster, and he felt the killing intent emanating from Tony. But the more this happened, the less he dared to do anything else. He could only continue to laugh and said, "Mr. Tony was joking. What happened today was our S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault, and you were implicated. Don't worry, I will compensate you for all your losses. S.H.I.E.L.D. will take care of all subsequent troubles and won't cause you any trouble. I also hope that you will be noble and let us people go." Pierce continued to give in, and the killing intent surging in Tony's heart calmed down. It was not that Tony planned to let this guy go, but his words moved Tony. Many people died tonight, and if they are not dealt with, there will definitely be huge amounts of trouble tomorrow. Although Stark Industries behind Tony can also solve these troubles, it requires human relationships and is very troublesome. So Pierce promised to solve Tony's trouble, and Tony was naturally happy. After a person has value, he has the qualification to live. Now, Pierce has obtained this qualification for himself. In addition to this reason, Tony had another reason to let Pierce go. No matter what, he is still the director of SHIELD, a senior official in the United States, and a high-ranking member of Hydra. Now is not the time to kill him. It seems that you are a person who knows current affairs, so I will leave tonight's affairs to you. I hope you can handle it well, otherwise. Tony did not continue, but both parties knew what the consequences would be. At that moment, Pierce suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing, he realized that his shirt was soaked in cold sweat. After looking around at the S.H.I.E.L.D. people in the command post, Tony turned and left. He came here just to beat S.H.I.E.L.D., but he didn't expect Pierce to be so aware of current affairs, and he gave up before he even started. Now that the matter is done, he will naturally not stay here anymore. After he left, the black shadow ninjas surrounding everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. also sank to the ground and disappeared. When the black shadow ninja disappeared, a series of gasps suddenly sounded in the hall. Everyone looked at the door in fear, their eyes full of heart palpitations. Just now, all of their lives were almost lost here. If Pierce had not surrendered in time, several of them would have died. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Pierce with more respect. But at this moment, Pierce didn't feel good. It could even be said that he felt extremely uncomfortable. He knew very well that even if the current troubles were solved, this was just the beginning. The subsequent troubles would not really break out until daybreak. Attacking the head of a consortium is not so easy to end in this country where capital is paramount. But that's all for later, it's more important to deal with the immediate things first. Thinking of this, Pierce quickly turned around and ordered, "Everyone, clean up the scene immediately and retreat. There are also traces of battle on the battlefield. Clean them up for me. Hurry up." "Yes, Director." Everyone responded loudly, and S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly started running at high speed. The remains of the Mecha warriors were towed away, the scenes bombarded by artillery fire were cleaned up, and the damaged lawns were paved with new ones. Even the big hole that appeared in Tony's villa was being repaired quickly. One night passed quickly, and when Tony walked out of the guest room the next day, everything in the villa returned to its original state. All traces of last night's battle have been cleared away, and the big holes in the wall have been restored to their original state. What's even more exaggerated is that even the destroyed furnishings in the room have been restored to their original state. If Tony hadn't clearly remembered the battle that took place in the villa last night, he would have thought that everything last night was just a dream. For this reason, Tony couldn't help but silently give S.H.I.E.L.D. a thumbs up. Although its strength is a bit weak, its efficiency is still quite high. After going to the kitchen to make a glass of milk and making a sandwich, Tony sat on the sofa and enjoyed his breakfast. But at this moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, I think you have forgotten something." "Forgot something?" Mr. Reed is still lying in the underground research room. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony paused in his eating movements, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. There were too many things going on last night, and Tony subconsciously forgot about Reed, who had been staying in the underground research room. Tony walked towards the research room with a sandwich in his mouth. Entering it, a messy scene appeared in front of Tony's eyes. This place was obviously not accessible to S.H.I.E.L.D. people, so naturally no one cleaned it up. Taking a look at the messy research room, Tony didn't find Reed, but he saw Bruce, who continued to sleep in the nutrition cabin. "Jarvis, where is Reed?" "Under the experimental equipment near your left." Hearing this, Tony quickly turned his attention to the pile of overturned experimental equipment and pulled it with his hands and feet a few times. Reed's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tony. He was lying on the ground with a pale face, and his breathing was extremely weak. If Tony could not vaguely feel the beating of his heart, he almost thought that Reed had turned into a dead man. Withstanding Bucky's punch, Reed, an ordinary person, was almost punched through. Being able to sustain a serious injury for a whole night was considered to be in good physical condition. In this case, if you were sent to the hospital, the doctor would definitely issue a death notice directly. Fortunately, Tony had already drawn the horse charm, otherwise, facing this situation, he would really be blind. A burst of white light appeared on his hand. Soon, Reed's entire body was enveloped in white light, and all the wounds on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The chest that had collapsed automatically returned to its original position at this moment, and Tony even heard the clicking sound of bones returning to their original positions. In less than 10 seconds, Reed, who was on the verge of death, came to life again. Even his pale face became much rosier. That is to say, the horse talisman has such incredible ability. Otherwise, even if it were the ancient one, things would not be so easy. His eyelids trembled slightly, and Reed slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Tony, who was close at hand, his consciousness quickly returned. "Hey man, are you okay?" Tony was concerned. Reed shook his head to show that he was fine, then sat up from the ground and glanced at the messy scene around him. Reed subconsciously said, "What time is it now? Is the matter over?" It's 9 o'clock in the morning." Tony felt a little guilty. Sure enough, Reed's expression froze when he heard the time. As a genius, his wisdom is not all in scientific research, but also in combination with his surrounding environment and the time Tony mentioned. He discovered that he was truly alive because of God's blessing. However, he did not delve into this matter. No matter what, he was still alive, even living well, so the rest was not important. Glancing at Bruce in the nutrition cabin, Reed suddenly turned to look at Tony and said, "Boss, can I use that enhancer?" Hearing this, Tony glanced at Reed and nodded with a smile. "Of course you can, but you'd better call me when you use it. I'll watch from the side, which is safer." "Okay, boss, please wait for me for a moment." In response, Reed quickly got up and got busy, with no intention of resting at all. Before yesterday, Reed had always positioned himself as a researcher, so even after seeing Happy's terrifying strength after strengthening, he didn't have too many ideas. However, after experiencing being almost punched to death by Bucky yesterday, he discovered that researcher is also a high-risk profession. If you don't have any strength, you don't know when and how you will die. That's why he is so urgent. But Tony looked at Reed's busy back, his eyes full of weirdness. He didn't know if Reed, who had been injected with the enhancer, would mutate in the future. If something unexpected happened because the two were incompatible, that would be troublesome. However, since it is Reed's own choice, he will not interfere. He believes that people are different. Maybe the strengthened Reed will become stronger after going through the cosmic storm. No one can predict this kind of thing, so there is no need to stop it. Reed was busy making enhancers, and Tony was not idle either. In addition to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, the one who attacked his villa last night was Bucky. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military didn't care. They couldn't just break up with each other, so Nick, who was lucky enough to survive last night, was sent away by Tony. But Bucky is different. This guy is also a superhero, and his Dark Alliance is short of people. How could he be forgotten? So, after the S.H.I.E.L.D. people evacuated last night, Tony asked Happy to take Bucky into custody. Arriving at the guest room on the second floor of the villa, Tony pushed open the door and entered. Happy, whose upper body was bare, was working out in the room with a serious look on his face. His explosive muscles were extremely impactful. If he walked out like this, I don't know how many middle-aged women would drool looking at him. "Boss, you are here." Watching Tony enter the door, Happy stopped quickly with a smile on his face. Tony nodded slightly and said casually, "Your current strength has been fixed and cannot be improved through training, so there is no need to waste time." "I know, boss, I'm just doing my daily activities." Listening to Happy's pretentious words, if Tony hadn't remembered his image of a fat man, he would have almost believed this guy. Without answering, Tony looked at Bucky, who was unconscious on the bed, and asked, "How is he doing? Are you awake?" Happy shook his head. "No, this guy doesn't know what happened. He was obviously not injured, but he has been unconscious." "Boss, do you think he was punched by the big green guy and turned into a vegetative state?" Although he didn't see the green guy showing off his power, he heard Tony's story afterwards. "I don't know. Can I try to treat him?" Tony was a little unsure. Although Bucky was not immortal, the green fat man's terrifying power was indeed abnormal. He was not sure whether Bucky was knocked unconscious by the green fat man's punch. He stepped forward and put his hand on Bucky's face. A burst of white light emitted from his hand. 10 seconds later, Tony released his hand and waited quietly. Soon, the originally unconscious Bucky's eyelids trembled and finally opened his eyes. Seeing this, Tony suddenly understood that it was indeed a problem that the green fat man punched his head out. Who are you?" Bucky's startled voice sounded, and he looked at Tony and the two people in front of him at a loss. Looking at his reaction, Tony instantly realized something was wrong. This guy was completely different from his performance last night, without any indifferent temperament. For a moment, a guess emerged in his mind. "Who are you, Steve Rogers?" "You know Steve, I'm his friend. Where is he now?" Bucky said excitedly, while Tony patted his head helplessly, as if the treatment was too much. "The one I saw last night should be Bucky after amnesia, transformed into the Winter Soldier by Hydra. The current one should be the original Bucky. After his own treatment, he not only woke up from the coma, but even regained his original memory." Thinking of this, Tony, who originally planned to force Bucky to join the Dark Alliance, could only change his plan. "Do you remember exactly what happened?" Tony took the initiative to guide. Hearing this, Bucky couldn't help but recall. As he fell into memories, all the memories since his amnesia came to his mind. The same memory of last night also appeared in his mind. After he cleared his thoughts, the look he looked at Tony and the two men suddenly became complicated. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean what happened last night. I don't know how I ended up like that." Bucky kept apologizing and explaining himself. A smile appeared on Tony's face and he said, "It's okay, I know what happened last night was not your intention." Bucky seemed to feel a lot better after being forgiven. "By the way, I knocked someone away in the research room last night. Is he okay?" "It's okay, he has been rescued by me. Besides, I saved you too." Tony waved his hand indifferently and told him about saving him. He is not a bad person who saves people without asking for anything in return. In contrast, he is more willing to repay a favor. After all, it was a fact that he saved him, and he should repay himself. And when he heard that Tony had saved him, Bucky became even more embarrassed. "So it was you who saved me? Thank you, but I have nothing to thank you for, or else I can do something for you." Of course, you can't break the law or violate discipline. It can be seen that Bucky has become a good person after regaining his memory. But good people are good, he likes good people the most. With a smile on his lips, Tony said, "What a coincidence, I happen to need your help with something. I created the Alliance of Light to help others, but because the Alliance is new, there is currently a shortage of manpower. I think you are quite suitable. Otherwise, you can join my Alliance of Light. How about you repay me in this way?" Tony abducted Bucky like a kid. Although Bucky felt that something was not right, because he had just recovered his memory and was confused, and Tony was his savior, he should repay him. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he nodded immediately. "In that case, fine, I'll join." After finishing speaking, Tony smiled. The smile on his face was extremely bright. Because the system prompt sounded in his ears, "Ding, the Dark Alliance has added a new member, Bucky the Winter Soldier, and the rewards have been distributed. Name Tony Stark. S*X, male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Black Shadow Ninja Control, Black Shadow Thorn Blade Control, Black Shadow Knight Bat Control. Number of draws, 1. Dark Alliance members, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier." Seeing the newly added control authority of the Black Shadow Army and the extra number of draws, Tony looked at Bucky with a much more pleasing look. "Okay, you have a good rest. If you need anything, just tell Happy. He will take care of you during this time." After saying that, Tony turned around and left, not paying any attention to the changes in Happy's expressions. He behaves like a scumbag. He just leaves after the prostitution. He only cares about his own pleasure and doesn't care about the feelings of others. Leaving the two grown men staring at each other, Tony returned to his room. The familiar lottery wheel appeared in front of him again. Tony rubbed his hands and said with excitement, "The heavens and the earth are beautiful, Tathagata, Sanking, God bless, let's go." With something in his mouth, Tony quickly turned the lottery wheel. Suddenly, the pointer on the turntable rotated rapidly. Tony looked at the turntable nervously. When he felt that it was almost done, he ordered, "Stop." As soon as he finished speaking, the pointer slowed down rapidly and finally stopped, and a sheep also appeared on the turntable, running towards Tony quickly and diving into his mind. Boom! There was a roar in his mind, and a warm force quickly merged into his mind. Tony felt his head clear and his whole person was extremely awake. Not only that, he felt that his perspective became strange at this moment. Human eyes can generally only see a 124-degree angle of view in front of them. If you concentrate, you can see a 25-degree scene more clearly. But now, Tony felt as if he had opened his eyes. He could see things 360 degrees with incomparable clarity and detail. And as he concentrated, he could even feel an invisible force spreading from his mind. In order to test it, he turned his head to look at the water glass on the table and subconsciously wanted to move it. Suddenly, the water glass actually floated into the air. Psychic power. Tony murmured in surprise, and Tony felt happy. According to the information that poured into my mind, the power of the sheep talisman is to enhance spiritual power and control the soul's out-of-body experience. But I didn't expect that after strengthening, it would produce such terrifying power as telekinesis. In order to test the limits of telekinesis, he kept moving various things in the room and had a great time. His mental energy seemed to be endless, and he played for half an hour without any discomfort at all. As for the maximum power value of telekinesis, Tony has no results. He only knows that even if everything in the room is added together, telekinesis can be easily controlled. It almost made him want to try moving the villa under his feet. However, in order to avoid the trouble of changing houses, he gave up the idea. Withdrawing his telekinesis, Tony tried out-of-body experience again. Suddenly, Tony felt chilled all over. When he looked down, his body became completely transparent. Behind him, the other self was still standing there with his eyes closed, motionless. With a thought, Tony flew up directly, passed through the ceiling of the villa and appeared in the outside world. Looking at the blue sky, white clouds, and endless ocean outside, Tony didn't run far. He moved casually and returned to his physical body. Although he didn't know if there would be any hidden dangers when the soul left the body, he was used to the existence of the physical body and he preferred to stay in the physical body. And just after he returned to his physical body, Jarvis's voice also sounded at this moment. Sir, Mr. Reed has prepared the enhancer and asked you to go to the research room. Okay, I know. In response, Tony used telekinesis to put everything in the room back to its original place, and then went downstairs to the underground research room. Entering the research room, Reed, who was already waiting, his eyes lit up. Boss, I'm ready, can we start? Let's start. Tony nodded. After Tony finished speaking, Reed nodded and walked into the experimental cabin with a serious face. Looking at Reed, who was a little nervous, Tony pressed the experiment button. Suddenly, the enhancer filled the entire experimental cabin, flooding Reed's body. With the previous successful experience, Tony was very calm this time, standing aside and waiting quietly. A few hours later, the experimental hatch opened, and Reed, whose figure remained unchanged, walked out. Seeing this, Tony raised his eyebrows and asked, "How do you feel?" "Excellent," Reed said with a smile on his face, and he clenched his fists hard as he spoke, feeling the abundant power in his body, and his whole person seemed a little excited. The experiment went smoothly without any accidents. Tony nodded, and Reed said at this moment, "Boss, the enhancer has been successfully researched, and I want to continue my research project." To put it bluntly, the research on enhancers was only because of Tony's request, and his research was what he really cared about. To this, Tony had no objection and nodded directly. "Okay, I have prepared the money and will transfer it to your account later. You can help me get a few more boosters, and then you can go back and continue your research." "Good." Reed nodded heavily, and then a flash of inspiration flashed in Tony's mind. "By the way, I want to invite you to join the alliance I formed. What do you think?" Tony's words were a little abrupt. However, Reed didn't think much about it and simply nodded with a smile. "No problem, boss, since you formed the alliance, I'm willing to join." After saying that, Tony waited expectantly. In his opinion, Reed will also be a member of the superheroes in the future. Although he has not experienced the cosmic storm yet, he has become that MR fantastic. But after using the enhancer, his strength is only higher than that of the original. You should be able to get rewards by inviting him to join the alliance. However, after waiting for a long time, the system did not sound as if it had crashed. Tony's heart suddenly sank, but he didn't show it. After giving Reed a few words of encouragement, he left the research room. Back in the room, Tony's impatient voice suddenly sounded. "System, what's going on?" he asked subconsciously, completely forgetting that the system was not intelligent and naturally had no way of answering him. Fortunately, the gaffe was only temporary. He quickly adjusted his mentality and compared Reed with Bucky and Peter. At least we need to figure out why the system has no response to Reed's addition. In terms of strength, this point can be ignored. After using the enhancer, Reed's strength is not weaker than the two members of the Dark Alliance. So what is the difference between them? Frowning, Tony's thoughts kept spinning, constantly comparing the differences between the three of them. After eliminating many doubts, he quickly discovered the differences between the two parties. Be it Peter or Bucky, they have all gained recognition from the outside world. One is Spider-Man, the other is Winter Soldier. People who have come into contact with extraordinary beings basically know both of them. On the other hand, Reed, although his reputation is also very loud, is the reputation of a scientist. As for the so-called MR. Fantastic, only Tony knew about it, and no one outside recognized it. So, if you want to join the Dark Alliance, do you have to be a famous superhero or villain? Thinking a little uncertainly, Tony didn't know if his guess was correct or not, and he still needed follow-up verification. Thinking of this, Tony immediately spoke. "Jarvis, help me contact Peter." "Okay, sir." Soon, Peter's call was connected, and Tony's calm voice also sounded in the room. "How did the mission go?" On the other end of the phone, Peter listened to Tony's words. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Still, it still needs some time. After receiving part of the command of the Black Shadow Corps, he got a little carried away and didn't have time to cause trouble for Norman. Now being questioned by Tony, I suddenly panicked. And listening to Peter's answer, a hint of speechlessness flashed across Tony's face. It's been a few days, but it hasn't been settled yet, so he didn't know what to say. At that moment, Tony's tone became stern and said, "Tonight, I want to see Norman, that's it." After saying that, Tony hung up the phone directly without giving Peter a chance to refuse. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air from his mouth, temporarily forgetting the matter, Tony changed his clothes and left the villa. Driving a sports car and speeding all the way, he soon arrived at the Stark Industrial Building. As he walked into the company, people kept greeting him along the way. In response, Tony nodded at him and walked past everyone with a calm expression. Taking the exclusive elevator to the office, Natasha Romanoff also walked in after receiving the news. "Mr. Tony, long time no see. Coffee or wine? Bring me a cup of tea," Tony said casually as he took off his suit jacket and threw it on the sofa. Natasha Romanoff was slightly stunned when she heard this, but quickly nodded. "Okay, sir." Soon, she returned to the office with a cup of green tea. Tony took a sip and said in a calm voice, "Call Potts over for me." "Okay, sir." Natasha Romanoff turned away again. Tony was not kept waiting for too long. Soon, Potts, dressed in professional attire, with black stockings on his legs and high heels, walked into the office. After not seeing each other for a few days, Potts looked even more attractive. "Tony, what do you want from me? I still have a lot of documents waiting to be processed." Potts' tone was somewhat complaining, and the look he looked at Tony was full of dissatisfaction. Tony felt comfortable being the boss, but the group's affairs still needed someone to handle it. As the president, Potts could only help Tony wipe his butt. So looking at Potts' eyes, Tony coughed slightly in embarrassment and then said, "Don't get excited, I'm delayed by something." "What's wrong with you? You're not busy hooking up with beautiful women again?" Potts complained, his eyes becoming particularly resentful. Hearing this, the embarrassment on Tony's face became more intense. Fortunately, this time he had a legitimate reason, so he didn't panic at all. "I didn't hook up with a beautiful woman. I was attacked last night." He opened his mouth to tell what happened last night, and the expression on Potts's face changed instantly. "Damn it, they are so brave, how dare they attack you? Just wait, I'll make them look good now." After saying that, Potts stood up and left, his pretty face full of evil spirits. Tony is her enemy. Although she doesn't have a good attitude towards Tony, she will fight anyone who hurts Tony. Natasha Romanoff, who had been standing aside, looked a little embarrassed at this moment. She is from SHIELD. She came specifically to get close to Tony and find out his secrets. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken action. If his identity was discovered, could he still get out of Stark Industries safely? Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff glanced at Tony guiltily, and happened to see Tony looking at her with a meaningful expression on her face, which shocked her. "Mr. Tony, it's okay. I'm going out first." Natasha Romanoff felt a little guilty when Tony looked at her and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Tony said nothing, but stretched out his hand and pulled Natasha Romanoff into his arms. With a cry of surprise, Natasha Romanoff was caught off guard. "Don't leave in a hurry. We're already here. How about playing a little game together?" Tony said slowly with a smile on his lips. He had been ignoring her before, but now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken action, he has to collect some interest. He's not someone who doesn't fight back when he's in trouble. Therefore, when he spoke, his palms had already begun to move. Feeling the changes on her body, Natasha Romanoff's expression changed, and her face quickly turned rosy. "Mr. Tony, don't do this." Her tone seemed a little weak, and her expression was a little pleading. As the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she will naturally not be so weak, so the posture she is showing now is 30% true and 70% false, which perfectly fits the role she is playing now. Seeing Natasha Romanoff still acting with him, the expression on Tony's face gradually turned playful. He was already prepared for Natasha Romanoff to take the initiative to fall out, but he didn't expect that she didn't intend to reveal her identity. In this case, Tony was happy to take advantage of it. "What's wrong with me? Am I not talking about work with you now? Have you ever heard of a saying that as a boss's secretary, in addition to being beautiful, you must also be capable?" Tony added an accent to the last two words, which made people think wildly. Natasha Romanoff, who originally planned to act, was shocked when she heard this. This guy wouldn't want to do that kind of thing now. Thinking of this, she subconsciously wanted to get out of Tony's arms, but when she tried hard, a greater force came from Tony, suppressing her body so tightly that she couldn't resist at all. "Mr. Tony." With an exclamation, Natasha Romanoff felt Tony's palms reaching into the jungle area, and quickly covered the hem of her skirt with both hands. "Do not do that," Natasha Romanoff said with a look of shame and anger. Hearing this, Tony suddenly stopped what he was doing, and his expression became cold. "If that's the case, then you can go to the finance room to settle the matter and leave." After saying this, Natasha Romanoff was stunned and looked at Tony with eyes full of disbelief. Is this man born in the year of the dog? He will fall out whenever he wants. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. But one thing is that she must not be fired. She came with a mission and was fired before the mission was completed. How could she be fine after she returned? The thoughts in my mind were spinning rapidly, and only a moment passed in the outside world. Seeing that Tony was about to withdraw his hand, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but reach out and hold Tony's palm. Mr. Tony, don't do this. It was still the same words, but this time the tone was completely different. Looking at Natasha Romanoff who surrendered, Tony's lips curled up into a smile again. 20 minutes later, Natasha Romanoff walked out of Tony's office, covering her mouth. Not to mention, Natasha Romanoff is really capable? After Natasha Romanoff left, a refreshed Tony asked Jarvis to call Rhodes. Hey Tony, what do you want from me? Rhodes' voice came from the phone, and Tony didn't mince words and went straight to the point. I was attacked. The attacker was a member of the military. I think you should give me an explanation. Hearing this, Rhodes on the other side of the phone was stunned. Who is so brave? After reacting, Rhodes suppressed his angry voice. Tony said as calmly as ever, find out who it is. I have provided the military with so many cheap and exquisite weapons, and you treat your partners like this. You must give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise, I will give you an explanation. Tony's words were full of threats, and Rhodes was suddenly shocked. Stark Industries supplies almost 1/3 of the weapons of the US military. Once Stark stops supplying, big trouble will definitely happen to the military. Thinking about the terrible consequences, Rhodes said quickly, don't be impulsive Tony, we will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I hope so. Let me know if there is news. After saying that, Tony hung up the phone, and Colonel Ross on the other end of the phone immediately walked into his boss's office. While Tony was on the phone, Potts was not idle either, making phone calls one after another. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the upper echelons of the United States. Tony, the head of Stark Industries, was actually attacked by American officials. Things suddenly escalated, and the originally peaceful upper echelons of the United States became turbulent, with phone calls being made directly to the White House. The power from the Chable began to show its ferocious fangs, and the US government directly endured huge amounts of pressure. Such pressure isn't just coming from Stark Industries. They also come from major groups such as Pioneer Technology and Hammer Industries. Major groups usually fight each other to the death for their own interests, and Hammer Industries is the absolute mortal enemy of Stark Industries. The conflict between the two parties is almost irreconcilable. However, now, Hammer Industries is also on Tony's side and is putting pressure on the US government. Because they broke the rules. This rule is not to protect one individual, but to protect all Chables. They dare to attack Tony today, who can guarantee whether they will attack them tomorrow. Therefore, this matter has nothing to do with right or wrong. All those who break the rules must die. In the military area, General Ross's office, looking at the investigator standing in front of him, General Ross looked extremely ugly. He knew the terror of the Chable, so when it came to targeting Tony, he just sent a small team. He was not involved at all. He didn't even sign the action order, but he didn't expect that he would still be implicated. General Ross, please hand over the work as soon as possible. After the investigator finished speaking, he saluted and turned to leave the office. General Ross sat slumped in his office chair, a little lost. After a high-level meeting of the military decided, he was transferred to serve as Minister of Foreign Affairs. In terms of authority, he even got promoted. But in terms of rights, he has almost lost most of them. A foreign minister or a powerful lieutenant general, all fools know which one is better. If possible, he would rather be demoted and stay in the military than serve as some bullshit foreign minister. But he couldn't help it at all. Being able to transfer to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is already because the forces behind him are trying their best to protect him. If he hadn't been too deeply involved in this matter, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thinking of this, General Ross laughed at himself. Plutocrats, dem Chables. Compared with the sad exit of General Ross, S.H.I.E.L.D, as the main culprit, is even more miserable. All SHIELD executives who participated in the attack on Tony were either dismissed from their posts and investigated, or were arrested and imprisoned for professional crimes. Even S.H.I.E.L.D director Alexander Pierce was dismissed from his position as S.H.I.E.L.D director and ended his political life. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D, after the government personnel read out the order, they quickly took out another order. In order to ensure the continued operation of S.H.I.E.L.D, after upper-level research and decision, Nick Fury took over as the director of SHIELD. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present turned to look at Nick, their eyes full of envy. In this incident, Nick was one of the few who managed to escape. Firstly, there was someone above him, and secondly, it was impossible for the government to put everyone in SHIELD in jail. So after friendly negotiations, Nick escaped this purge, and even got a blessing in disguise, successfully assuming the post of director of SHIELD. Faced with the congratulations of many colleagues, Nick nodded in response. Pierce, who had just been dismissed, looked at this scene with a scary face. Snort. With a cold snort, Pierce turned around and left, returning to his office. Not long after he entered the office, Hit suddenly opened the door and walked in. Head. Hit said hello. Pierce took a deep breath and suppressed the anger caused by his resignation. Hit, I can no longer stay in SHIELD. Next, you will be the supreme leader lurking in SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D has just gone into chaos now. It is not suitable for too many actions. All members are ordered to enter a dormant state and wait for awakening. In the future, I will contact you through other means. Pierce explained the funeral affairs, and Hit listened respectfully, nodding from time to time. Soon, after explaining everything, Pierce also packed up his things, stood up with the box in his arms, and planned to leave the office. Watching this scene, the silent Hit finally said, "Boss, where are you going next?" Hearing this, Pierce shook his head helplessly. "I plan to leave the United States directly. Without an official amulet, it's too dangerous for me to stay here. I've already booked my flight and will be leaving soon." Facing his confidants, Pierce had almost nothing to hide. At the same time, his words were also full of helplessness. His family knew his own affairs, and when he was the chief, he offended quite a few people. What's more, he also planned the attack on Tony. Based on his understanding of Tony, that guy is not a generous person, so it is best to leave New York directly, otherwise, he is afraid that he will not be able to see the sun the next day. "I'll give it to you, boss," Hit said. Hearing this, Pierce hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "That's fine." After saying that, the two left S.H.I.E.L.D one after another and drove to the airport. Along the way, Pierce closed his eyes and rested while Hit drove the vehicle to the airport. However, along the way, he would look through the rearview mirror at Pierce sitting in the back seat from time to time. As time passed, the two of them got closer and closer to the airport. Suddenly, there was a sound of cars outside the car window. Several black cars suddenly appeared, running side by side with Pierce's vehicle, and accelerated, blocking Pierce's path. Squeak! A sudden brake sounded, and the vehicle Pierce was riding in was forced to stop. Pierce's figure in the back seat swayed and he opened his eyes instantly. Looking at the scene outside the car, Pierce's originally calm expression suddenly darkened. Soon, outside the car, Nick, who had just become the director of SHIELD, walked out of the car with a group of S.H.I.E.L.D members. Seeing this, Pierce's uneasy premonition became even stronger. At the same time, his eyes were also looking at Hit in the driver's seat. Apart from him, only Hit was told about his trip to the airport. For S.H.I.E.L.D to catch up so quickly, someone obviously leaked the information. "Why?" Pierce said in a deep voice, with strong murderous intent in his tone. He never imagined that his confidant would betray him. "Boss, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Surrender," Hit said calmly. Pierce suddenly burst into anger and laughed. "Surrender? I won't be willing to die unless you, the traitor, are eliminated." With an angry shout, Pierce reached into his arms and pulled out a gun. Hit was well prepared for this, quickly opened the door and rolled out of the vehicle. Having lost his target, Pierce did not hesitate and opened the door and got out of the car. Nick and others who had surrounded the car saw this and raised their guns one after another. "Pierce, something happened to you. Now I am arresting you for espionage. Put down your firearms immediately and stop meaningless resistance, otherwise I have the right to kill you on the spot," Nick warned loudly, and Hit took the opportunity to hide behind everyone in SHIELD. Looking at this scene, Pierce also knew that he was doomed, but surrender was absolutely impossible. "Hail Hydra!" After shouting a Hydra slogan, Pierce fired instantly, and the bullet immediately went towards Hit. As a betrayer, Hit was the guy Pierce hated the most, so he ignored others and pointed his gun directly at Hit. And just when Pierce fired, the S.H.I.E.L.D people who had already aimed at him also fired, and for a while, there was a loud sound of gunfire. 10 seconds later, the gunfire on the highway stopped. Pierce, the former S.H.I.E.L.D director, was eventually shot dead on the road by members of S.H.I.E.L.D. His body was filled with dense blood holes, making him look particularly hideous. Besides him, there was another decedent, Hit. He was shot between the eyebrows by Pierce's bullet, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. As a spy trained by Hydra, Pierce is also an excellent agent with extremely outstanding marksmanship. With his single-minded killing, Hit could not escape death in the end. After killing Pierce, Nick and others put away their guns, and two S.H.I.E.L.D members quickly stepped forward to check on Pierce's condition. Report, confirmed death. "Well, I understand, let's clean up the battlefield." After giving the instructions, Nick turned and returned to the car, while several S.H.I.E.L.D members quickly cleaned up the scene. Sitting in the car, Nick rubbed his brow tiredly. When he was still working under Pierce, he had already suspected Pierce's identity, but because Pierce was his immediate boss, he could only hold back. Even without Hit's betrayal, Pierce would not have left the United States today, so Hit's betrayal only confirmed his suspicions. Therefore, the deaths of the two people are not worth feeling sad about. The only regret is that they died too quickly and failed to dig out all the rats inside SHIELD. Fortunately, all the top leaders of Hydra have been eliminated, and the remaining small characters can no longer afford to make any trouble. The thoughts in his mind flowed slowly, and Nick quickly forgot about Pierce and Tony. This is also an unstable factor, and the power shown by Tony in particular gives him a headache. S.H.I.E.L.D's current strength is simply not enough to fight Tony. This is undoubtedly an uncomfortable thing for SHIELD. Although Tony's identity is destined to not be as dangerous as Pierce, at least he doesn't have to worry about assassinating high-level politicians. but as an unstable factor, S.H.I.E.L.D must have the power to check and balance him, and it cannot be left alone. Thinking silently in his heart, Nick let out a breath of thick air with a headache. And just as he was thinking about Tony, on the other side, in Stark Industries, Tony was also listening to Happy's report. So, Pierce is dead. Yes, boss, he was beaten to death by people from SHIELD. I saw it with my own eyes. Well, I understand, you go back first. Happy nodded, turned, and walked out of the office. Just as Pierce guessed, Tony has never been a generous person. Pierce planned the attack on himself, how could he let him leave alive? If he is still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony will have to worry about the reaction of the US government. After all, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D is also a high-ranking official. However, after getting the news that he was dismissed, Tony immediately sent Happy to follow Pierce and find a suitable opportunity to kill him. But he didn't expect that before he could take action, S.H.I.E.L.D had already taken the initiative and killed him. This result is undoubtedly the best result for Tony. When the enemy is dead, you don't have to get your hands dirty. How nice it is. However, Nick actually came to the top just like in the original work. This was something Tony didn't expect. He was still thinking that Nick might be taken down this time too. Unexpectedly, this guy has something. Not only escaped the disaster, but also got a promotion. I don't know if it's really an accident or the world's corrective nature. Thinking silently, Tony quickly put away his thoughts and stopped thinking about these messy things. What happened now has nothing to do with him. S.H.I.E.L.D and the military have paid the price, and he has to accept it as soon as it's done, and it's impossible to continue to target him. Otherwise, although the power of the Chable is strong, the US government is not a free man. He sees this very clearly. At this time, the office door was pushed open, and Natasha Romanoff walked in with a cup of tea. Looking at him, Tony raised the corner of his mouth and stretched out his hand to wave. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff's face turned red, but she still walked over. Soon, Tony, who was sitting in the office chair, showed a hint of relief on his face, while under the desk, Natasha Romanoff was secretly eating a banana. An hour later, Natasha Romanoff walked out of the office, and a relaxed Tony took the exclusive elevator and left Stark Industries. The affairs of Stark Industries are basically handled by Potts. He has nothing to do here, so naturally he doesn't want to stay here all the time. After spending a day wandering outside, it was not until night that Tony returned to the villa with two beauties and began the corrupt life of a rich man. As a worker, Peter had to put on work clothes and start working outside when his boss became corrupt. With his body floating between high-rise buildings, Peter arrived outside the villa area where Norman lived. The last attack failed, this time he must capture Norman. However, he was not as impulsive as last time. This time he had a younger brother, so there was no need for him to charge into battle himself. Mobilizing the inexplicable power in his body, black figures soon appeared around Peter. After a period of exploration, he had become familiar with the Black Shadow Corps and knew that they were a group of emotionless killing machines, so he did not waste any time and directly ordered, "Take down everyone in the villa. If anyone resists, kill them all." As soon as the words fell, everyone in the Black Shadow Corps rushed towards the villa. Their figures blended perfectly into the night and were difficult to detect. But inside the villa, it seemed very empty and quiet at the moment. Norman shook the red wine glass and looked at the scene outside the window. After the last attack, he had realized that he had been exposed, so he dismissed all the servants in the villa and arranged his son Harry to live in another place, leaving only himself here waiting for the enemy to come. He doesn't know Peter's true identity, but now that he has found him, he won't give up easily. In order to deal with Peter, he chose to use himself as bait, not even thinking about revenge against Tony. Soon, the figure of the Black Shadow Ninja appeared in the villa, surrounding Norman in the hall. Seeing this scene, Norman, who was originally calm, suddenly changed his expression. He knew the Shadow Ninjas. The last time he raided Tony's villa, they were repelled by these people. They actually showed up? The thing that attacked him was Tony's handiwork. Thoughts were swirling in his mind, and Norman figured everything out, but at this time, the Black Shadow Ninjas were already attacking. Looking at them, Norman snorted coldly and quickly put on the Green Goblin suit. He had been prepared for a long time and had all the equipment beside him, so the equipment was completed as soon as possible. The blade cut through the air and landed on the Green Goblin's suit. Gee! There were harsh sounds, and sparks flew from Norman's body. Ha ha ha. With a weird smile on his face, Norman relied on the defense of the Green Goblin suit and rushed directly into the Shadow Ninjas. He burst out with powerful force with each punch and kicked, directly smashing many shadows. Ninja. But as the old saying goes, the advantage of Black Shadow Ninja has never been individual strength, but quantity. No matter how strong Norman is, unless he can suppress the Black Shadow Ninja with absolute strength, otherwise, he can only waste his energy in the continuous offensive of the Black Shadow Ninja. Soon, Norman also realized this, and the thermal imaging sensor was turned on directly, searching the surroundings. Since I can't completely defeat the Black Shadow Ninja, I'll capture the thief and the king, and first deal with the guy who controls the Black Shadow Ninja. Soon, Peter's thermal image appeared in Norman's perspective. Hey, found it. With a chuckle, a skateboard crashed through the wall of the villa and appeared in front of Norman. Norman jumped up and flew directly out of the villa and rushed towards Peter. Peter, who originally wanted to let the Black Shadow Ninja consume him, saw this scene and immediately faced him without dodge. Even if he was repelled last time, it can be said that he was unprepared and was caught off guard. This time he was well prepared. If he was still beaten back, he wouldn't have to mess around. Do you really think he didn't want to lose face? Boom. The two fists collided hard together, and a roar echoed through the night sky. Under the night sky, the two figures flew backwards under the strength of each other. One is on the skateboard, floating in the air, and the other limbs fall on the wall, firmly grasping the wall. Are you Tony's man? Norman's voice sounded, with a hint of madness in his tone. Peter didn't answer. He used to like to chatter endlessly, but now he has no intention of talking nonsense in battle. He learned this from Tony. If you want to be ruthless, you can't talk too much. I saw the spider silk on his wrist shooting out, and quickly rushed towards Norman. Seeing this, a long alloy knife appeared in Norman's hand, which was extremely sharp. This is the new equipment he made for himself. Two sword lights flashed, and the spider silk fired by Peter was cut in half by him. At the same time, his figure quickly approached Peter, and the alloy sword directly tore the air, making a whistle. But just as he was approaching Peter, the figure of the dark ninja suddenly appeared and stood in front of him. Looking at this scene, Norman's expression suddenly changed under the mask, and he looked disgusted. He didn't expect Peter to be so shameless and use the shadow ninja as a human shield. It was really disgusting. The sword flashed past, and the shadow ninja in front of him was directly killed by his sword, and Peter also took the opportunity to punch out. Boom! A powerful and heavy punch hit Norman's chest hard, and Norman fell directly to the ground. Ahem! A violent cough sounded in his mouth. Although he was no longer the same after using the human body enhancer, Peter was not an ordinary person either. One punch had a force of thousands of kilograms. Even after being weakened by the Green Goblin suit, the remaining power still dealt him heavy damage. Damn it! Norman cursed angrily, endured the pain and rose into the sky again. Two pumpkin grenades were thrown directly and appeared next to Peter in an instant. Seeing this, Peter did not dodge, and directly asked the shadow ninja to build a human wall around him. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions sounded, and the shadow ninjas on the periphery were directly vaporized. But Peter, who was standing in the center, was completely fine. Even the spider suit on his body was not damaged at all. Looking at this scene, Norman was completely speechless. Especially when the shadow ninjas reappeared, he couldn't help but want to curse. What a slap in the face! His attack was blocked by the shadow ninja, and all Peter's attacks fell on him. Such a shameless attack. For a moment, Norman couldn't help but feel the intention to retreat. After all, there is no point in fighting without breaking the defense. Anyway, you are the one who suffers. And just when he was about to retreat, Peter rushed forward again. Compared to Norman's depression, Peter was completely excited at this moment. He could hit others, but others couldn't hit him. There was nothing more satisfying than this, so Peter's fighting enthusiasm could be said to be very high. There was a constant sound of punches hitting the flesh, and the shadow ninjas assisted from the side, either attacking or defending. Norman was beaten extremely uncomfortable. Finally, the skateboard under his feet took him into the sky, and he planned to run away. Looking at this scene, Peter's eyes flashed. How could he let this guy leave? The spider silk in his hand was launched and fell directly on the flying skateboard, and then Peter suddenly exerted force. Norman, who was originally steady, shook violently in an instant. The next second, his rising figure fell directly to the ground, hitting the ground hard and making a loud noise. Bang! A huge crater was made on the ground, and Norman almost lost his breath. Before he could get up, Peter's figure quickly appeared in front of him and punched his mask. When? The sound of metal collision echoed, and Norman's head felt as if he had been hit by a big truck, and he was instantly dizzy. After Peter gained the upper hand, his offensive did not stop at all, and punch after punch continued to fall on Norman. Dang dang dang! After a full minute, Peter finally stopped attacking, and the Green Goblin mask was now completely deformed. As for Norman, he had completely fainted. Although his physical fitness is extraordinary, he cannot withstand Peter's bombardment all the time. It's like ordinary people can't bear to have their heads crushed by a dozen large trucks. After taking off the Green Goblin mask and confirming that Norman was really fainted, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Although there is assistance from the Black Shadow Corps, the danger of the battle is not low at all, so he didn't dare to be careless. After resting there for a while, Peter let two shadow ninjas carry Norman, and Peter took him away from here. Half an hour later, he walked through Manhattan City and arrived outside Tony's villa in Liberty City. In the room, Tony, who had finished exercising, also heard Jarvis's reminder. Sir, Mr. Peter is here and is outside the door. Oh, let him in. In response, Tony put on his pajamas and walked downstairs. Arriving at the living room, a very embarrassed Peter had been waiting here for a long time. I brought the person you wanted. Peter looked at Tony coming downstairs and said, looking at Tony with eyes full of envy. Thanks to his super spider sense, he knew the general situation in the room even if he didn't go upstairs. Besides Tony, there were two beauties in the room. Thinking about his own night, and then thinking about Tony's night, how could he not be envious as a young man? But it's just envy. After completing the task, I can get 20 million, and then I can be free and unrestrained. Thinking of this, a trace of longing appeared on Peter's face. Tony naturally didn't know what Peter was thinking. Looking at Norman who was left on the floor of the living room, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Well done, thank you for your hard work. After praising him, he turned to look at the guest room on the first floor and said, Bucky. After saying that, the door opened and Bucky came out. Boss, what's wrong? I'll leave this guy under your care. He's not a fuel-efficient guy, just be careful. Tony pointed at Norman on the ground. Bucky took a look and nodded. Don't worry boss, I will definitely take a fancy to this guy. As he spoke, Bucky stepped forward and picked up Norman from the ground. Tony also introduced the two of them at this moment. This is Peter, a member of the Alliance like you. Hearing this, Bucky nodded to Peter, and Peter nodded in response, but there wasn't much communication. Neither of them is a talkative person, so naturally they can't become enthusiastic. Tony didn't mind this either, he just let them know each other's existence to avoid accidentally bumping into each other and starting a fight. As for whether they can get along well with each other, that's not something he should worry about. He's not so free yet. Soon, Norman was taken away by Bucky, and Peter said with some embarrassment at this moment, Mr. Tony, when will you cash in the reward you promised me? Hearing this, Tony raised a smile on his lips, right away. After speaking, Tony asked for Peter's account and transferred 20 million yuan directly from his personal account. Soon, Peter received a text message from the bank, and his face suddenly flushed with excitement. After all, he is just a young man, although due to his mutation, he appears calmer than his peers. But when he suddenly gets a huge fortune, he will still be as excited as an ordinary person. Thank you Mr. Tony. If nothing happens, I'll leave first. Peter thanked him and left the villa directly after obtaining Tony's permission. Looking at his appearance, Tony knew what he wanted to do without even thinking about it. Nothing more than squandering this wealth. Naturally, he didn't stop him and didn't bother to pay attention. Instead, he turned around and came to Bucky's room. Pushing the door open, Bucky immediately said hello, boss. Nodding at him, Tony set his sights on Norman. Compared to other superheroes, Tony obviously invested more energy in Norman, not because he was better or stronger, but because he had the Osmanthus group behind him. Although the revenue of Aoshi Group has not been very good in recent years, as the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. As one of the top consortiums, the strength of Aoshi Group cannot be underestimated. Therefore, in addition to wanting to absorb Norman into the Dark Alliance, Tony also wanted to swallow up the Oscorp Group in one go. It is foreseeable that once the two major consortiums merge with Integrate, Stark Industries will become a behemoth. Unless Tony rebels, no official force will dare to embarrass him. An attack like the one before is even more unlikely to happen. Even if he really steps on the edge of the law, the US government will wipe his instead of issuing an arrest warrant to arrest him. Of course, the premise of all this is that he can successfully swallow the Aoshi Group. Otherwise, Stark Industries alone, although still one of the top chaebol in the United States, is still lagging behind. Find a way to wake him up, Tony ordered, and Bucky nodded immediately. Although he has recovered his memory, he has finally come out of Hydra. Don't be too familiar with the interrogation and criminal investigation. Taking a towel and a bottle of mineral water, Bucky put the towel on Norman's face. Bucky opened the mineral water bottle and let the mineral water flow down. Soon, Norman, who was originally unconscious, made some movement, and his body suddenly struggled violently. If his hands and feet had not been restrained, he would have gotten up from the ground long ago. Stopping the pouring, Bucky pulled the towel off Norman's face. Who? Suddenly, there was a loud gasping sound, and Norman gasped desperately like a drowning man breathing fresh air. At the same time, his eyes quickly swept across the room. The moment he saw Tony, his eyes settled on Tony. It's really you, Norman said in a hoarse voice. A smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips. Mr. Osborn, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet on such an occasion. I'm really sorry. What on earth do you want to do? Norman said fiercely. I should ask you this, right? It seems that you attacked me first. Tony spread his hands and Norman's tone paused. Okay, I admit it was my fault. Now that I'm in your hands, you should be able to tell me what your purpose is. Of course, if you are purely retaliating for my previous attack, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. As the head of a chaebol, Norman is undoubtedly qualified and does not lack calmness. Even if his current situation looks bad, he can still clear his mind instead of yelling like ordinary people. It's nice to talk to smart people. I invited you here today. I really have something to do. I heard that the recent operating conditions of Aoshi Group are not good, and the major shareholders are preparing to withdraw their shares. It just so happens that I have a lot of money recently and no place to put it. Why don't you let me help you? Tony smiled and said, his big white teeth flashing with a cold edge under the light, looking like a beast about to eat, with its mouth wide open. Impossible, don't even think about it. Norman became excited instantly, and his roar echoed throughout the room. He can accept shares from anyone, but he can't accept money from chaebols. As a member of the chaebol, he knows very well the nature of the chaebol, which is a wild beast that eats people without spitting out their bones. Once they are allowed to hold shares of Aoshi Group, there is a risk that Aoshi Group will be swallowed up at any time. What's more, there is still grudge between him and Tony. He has not forgotten that Tony had a strong push for the Aoshi Group to get to where it is today. Tony, who was rejected, was not annoyed at the moment. He still maintained a smile on his face and said slowly, do you think you still have a choice now? I know you want to keep the Aoshi Group intact, but if you are gone, who do you think can support the Aoshi Group? What the hell do you think you know about your good-for-nothing son? Or rely on those cold-blooded capital? The current Aoshi group has only one breath left. You are here, and you can still hold on and look for opportunities to extend your life. Once you die or disappear, the huge Aoshi group will fall apart in an instant. So, it's not a big deal for me to take a stake. I can even promise not to interfere in the specific affairs of the Aoshi group. You are still the head of the Aoshi group. How about it? Think about it. Tony's words were not sharp, but at this moment they were like a sharp blade, constantly piercing Norman's heart. At this moment, rationality and sensibility each occupied one side in his mind. Reason told him that Tony was right. If he accepted Stark's capital injection, Aoshi group would still have a chance. Emotionally, he said, he is lying to you. The Chables are all demons who eat people without spitting out their bones. He must not be allowed to enter the market, otherwise the Aoshi group will definitely change hands. The two concepts were at odds in his mind, and his expression became uncertain. Seeing his appearance, Tony didn't stay in the room any longer. He knew that Norman wouldn't be able to make a decision for a while, so after asking Bucky to keep an eye on him, he turned around and left the room. After returning to his room and looking at the two sleeping beauties on the bed, Tony took off his pajamas and walked over. The night is still very long, how can we let down this great time? Soon, the room was full of spring and filled with the breath of spring again. Early the next morning, people threw away last night's garbage, and Tony sat in the living room and quietly enjoyed breakfast. At this moment, Bucky walked out of the room and came to the living room. Boss, that guy wants to see you and wants to talk to you. In the room, Tony stepped in and saw Norman again. He seemed much calmer than last night. How's it going? Have you thought about it clearly? Tony asked with a smile. Hearing this, Norman looked up at him and said, I promise to let you buy shares in Aoshi Group, but you also have to promise me one thing. I will exchange shares with you. This was the only way he came up with after thinking about it all night. If the Aoshi Group wants to survive, it must accept Tony's capital injection. In order to prevent Tony from turning around and swallowing up the Aoshi Group and kicking himself out after Tony settles in, he also needs a guarantee. And this guarantee is the shares of Stark Industries. Now all the shares of Stark Industries are in Tony's hands. Even if he also holds shares of Stark Industries, he cannot threaten Tony. On the contrary, Aoshi Group has many shareholders. Once Tony enters the market, he will be eligible to acquire shares, which is likely to cause Aoshi Group to change ownership. Therefore, exchanging shares, although it does not pose any threat to Tony, can prevent him from being kicked out and ending up with both his life and money. Tony raised his eyebrows slightly and flatly refused. No, you don't have the capital to negotiate terms. You have only two options now, either watch the Austrian group go bankrupt, or accept my capital injection. Beyond that, you don't have any choice. Hearing this, Norman's seemingly stable mood suddenly became crazy. Impossible, I know you just want to swallow my Austrian group in one go. I tell you, even if I die, I will never let you succeed. As he spoke, Norman struggled violently again. After being injected with the human enhancer, he already had emotional problems, but now after being stimulated by Tony, he is even more crazy. Tony watched this scene quietly, his face as calm as ever. After a long time, the out-of-control Norman calmed down again, and Tony, who had been silent, spoke again. Have you thought about it clearly? It was the same question as before, with the same tone. Tony seemed not to remember that he had been rejected just now. Seeing this, Norman couldn't help but have a wry smile on his face. Have you convinced me? Aren't you afraid that I will really destroy the Austrian group, so you won't accept your proposal? Norman's tone was full of helplessness. He was indeed crazy just now, but no matter how crazy he was still the head of the Austrian group. Therefore, the so-called madness is mostly shown to Tony, who wants to strive for more benefits. But Tony was not only calmer than he thought, but even cold. It's just the Austrian group. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. It doesn't belong to me now anyway. Do you think I will feel uncomfortable for something that does not belong to me? But for you, it's different. Austrian group is your hard work. If it really goes bankrupt, will you be willing to let it go? Tony asked with a smile, and Norman lowered his head dejectedly. He understood that he lost not because he was inferior to Tony, but because the gap between the strengths and weaknesses of the two sides was not equal from the beginning. You win, I accept your capital injection. I hope you can bring the Austrian group back to life. After saying this, Norman seemed to have been drained of all his energy, and his whole person seemed to have become much older. Seeing his appearance, Tony frowned. I said, I will not interfere in the Austrian group's business. You still take charge of the overall situation. Capital may not keep its word, but I, Tony, keep my word. As soon as he finished speaking, Norman suddenly raised his head and stared at Tony closely. He was already ready to be kicked out. But it seems like Tony really intends to keep his promise. Are you telling the truth? Norman asked a little uncertainly. Tony spread his hands. If you know me well enough, you should know that I hate dealing with company matters. Hearing this, Norman suddenly remembered the other party's reputation as a playboy, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although I am a little speechless, it is undoubtedly a good thing to continue to be in charge of the Austrian group. Thanks. Norman said softly, but Tony might not be able to hear him clearly if his five senses were not sharp. Tony smiled indifferently, turned around and left the room. Coming to the living room, Tony's voice suddenly sounded in the living room. Jarvis, call Potts. Okay, sir, you have been connected. Hey, Tony, what's up? Potts's voice sounded. Contact Austrian Group and prepare to invest in it. In addition, find the shareholders of the Austrian Group and take over all the shares in their hands. Hearing this, Potts on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What did you say? Has the Austrian Group agreed to our investment? Potts said in disbelief. As both top chaebol, except for some business dealings, they will engage in share exchange cooperation. How could several major consortiums in the same industry accept another giant in the same industry to take a stake in the company? Therefore, Potts' tone can be said to be full of surprise. Don't worry, I have already discussed all the things you are worried about. Now you just need to do as I say, Tony said confidently. Potts on the other end of the phone nodded heavily. Okay, don't worry, I'll do it now. After saying that, without waiting for Tony's consent, Potts hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Potts immediately took action and immediately organized negotiators to go to the Austrian Group. While she was acting, the Austrian Group also received a call from Norman. Because he and Tony had already reached an agreement, Stark Industries' entry into the Austrian Group was obviously much faster than normal investment. In just one afternoon, the two parties negotiated all the details. Stark Industries paid tens of billions of dollars in exchange for 10% of the Austrian Group's shares. After the negotiation was completed, Potts immediately found several major shareholders of the Austrian Group and wanted to take all their shares. With the Austrian Group losing money every year, these shareholders had long wanted to get out. The emergence of Stark Industries was undoubtedly a life-saving straw for them, so the two parties had a pleasant conversation. After 3 days, Stark Industries acquired 55% of the Austrian Group's shares in one fell swoop, becoming the largest shareholder of the Austrian Group. As the leader, Norman only has 43% of the equity left at this moment, and the remaining 2 points are circulating on the stock market. It can be said that as long as Tony is willing, he can start the acquisition now, forcibly acquire the shares in Norman's hands, and swallow up the Austrian Group in one go. But as he said, he is a playboy and doesn't like managing companies very much, and Potts' ability to manage a Stark industry is already the limit, so Tony has no idea of peeking at Norman's shares. In this way, a business change that shocked the entire upper class of the United States came to an end in just 3 days. Shield Nick listened to the report of his men with a blank expression on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking. With Pierce's lesson, although S.H.I.L.D. dare not take action against Tony again, proper surveillance is still necessary. The original Stark Industries was already feared. Now, Stark Industries has invested in the Austrian Group, becoming the largest shareholder and becoming more powerful. This is not good news for forces other than Stark Industries. After waving his hand to ask the reporter to leave, Nick stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the scene outside the window, his eyes were full of heaviness. The strength of Stark Industries is getting stronger and stronger, but the S.H.I.L.D. he controls not only does not become stronger, but also loses a large number of elite agents due to previous attacks. It is foreseeable that if this continues, S.H.I.L.D. will become increasingly weak. Whether it is to protect the security of the United States or to preserve the status of SHIELD, it is urgent to enhance the power of SHIELD. Especially in terms of extraordinary combat power, it's ridiculous that the huge S.H.I.L.D. can't produce much extraordinary combat power. Therefore, the first thing Nick did after taking office was to join S.H.I.L.D. in order to find extraordinary combat power. After several days of exploration, S.H.I.L.D. finally has a suitable target. The former patron saint of the United States and the captain of the United States. That year, Captain America's plane crashed and he disappeared, but no one was sure whether he was dead or not. For this reason, Nick specially sent people to search for the location where the American captain disappeared, hoping to get some good news. Perhaps it was because his thoughts must have echoes. Just when Nick was lost in thought, a phone ringing broke the silence of the office. Waking up from his trance, Nick answered the phone. Head, big discovery. There is a huge iceberg in the North Sea, and there is a guy frozen in it. He seems to be the legendary captain of the United States. The tone of his subordinate was full of excitement, and Nick's originally expressionless face also showed violent mood swings at this moment. Well done, find a way to bring him back. Don't worry, I'm already asking people to salvage it. No accident, we will be able to return to S.H.I.L.D. soon. After a few words of conversation, both parties hung up the phone. Nick clenched his fist fiercely and exhaled a long breath. This was the first good news he heard after taking office. Although he was not sure whether it was true or not, it finally gave people a glimmer of hope. Time passed, and 3 days later, a huge amount of ice was secretly transported into SHIELD. In the S.H.I.L.D. scientific research room, under the research of scientists, the ice cubes began to thaw, gradually revealing the figures in the ice cubes. Nick stood outside the laboratory and looked nervously. If successful, S.H.I.L.D. will have its first extraordinary combat power. As for whether the American captain will join S.H.I.L.D., Nick has never worried about this. After all, anyone who knows the American captain knows that this guy is a pure patriot. As an official organization, as long as the American captain opens an invitation, the American captain will definitely not refuse. Soon, the ice in the research room thawed, and at the same time, the scientific researchers' exclamations also sounded one after another. Incredible, this guy's vital signs are recovering. Oh my god, has he really been frozen for 70 years? Omega, he came back from the dead. This is simply a miracle. Under the exclamations of everyone, the American captain who was originally lying on the experimental table trembled slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this scene, Nick could no longer calm down and walked directly into the research room. He wanted to contact the American captain immediately. Compared to the excitement of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony's villa seemed very quiet at the moment. Tony and Norman sat opposite each other at the dining table, with food on the table. Stark Industries successfully settled in the Austrian group, and Tony would naturally no longer bind Norman, so Norman was free again. Norman devoured the food on the table, his face filled with a sense of satisfaction. During the past few days since he was captured, Tony had not abused him, but he had only ensured his survival needs. If he wanted to eat well, he could only talk about overthinking. Therefore, after regaining his freedom, the first thing Norman did was to pay homage to his 5 internal organs. After eating, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. How is it? Does it taste good? Tony held the teacup, took a sip and smiled. Norman glanced at him, nodded, and then said, "Thank you for keeping your promise. If nothing happens, I'll leave first. I haven't shown up for so many days, and the group still has many things waiting for me to deal with. Not urgent." Tony waved his hand and interrupted Norman. "There is one more thing I want to talk to you about. Anyway, it has been delayed for so many days. I don't care about one more day or one less day." Hearing this, Norman, who was about to get up, hesitated for a moment and sat back down. "Okay, I wonder if you have anything else to do. You also know that this world is becoming more and more strange, and there are more and more extraordinary people like you and me. This is not good news for us. After all, the more extraordinary people there are, the less guaranteed our safety will be. To this end, I have formed an alliance. Everyone gathers together to keep each other warm and rely on each other. How about it? Are you interested?" Seeing Tony's sincere smile, Norman's face looked a little strange. This guy himself is a huge amount of trouble. It is good if he does not bring danger to others. He is also worried about others causing trouble to him. Who is so blind? In an instant, Norman judged that there was no truth in Tony's mouth, but he did not refuse. Instead, he asked, "What are the benefits of joining the alliance?" Although he felt that Tony was not telling the truth, Norman still recognized his words. The world was becoming more and more dangerous, and it would be nice to have someone to rely on. More importantly, Tony has become the major shareholder of the Austrian group, and the relationship between the two has become extremely close. In this case, why not be closer, so that not only can he obtain security, but also better protect Austrian group. The group is not. As one of your own people, do you have the nerve to seek to seize your own people's property? Benefits? How about this? While talking, Tony thought, and the shadow ninja suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this, Norman's expression changed. What do you mean? He has been blasted by the black shadow ninja all the time, so he naturally knows how terrifying these people are. By joining the alliance, you can gain some of their control rights to help you do things. Tony smiled. Hearing this, Norman, who had originally planned to be reserved, immediately threw his previous thoughts behind him and said, "Deal." Ding, the Dark Alliance has added a new member, Green Goblin Norman Osborn, and the rewards have been distributed. Listening to the reminder in his mind, the smile on Tony's face became brighter and brighter. Congratulations on making a wise choice. After draining the value of Norman, Tony sent him away after giving him part of the control authority of the Shadow Corps. Then he turned around and returned to the room to start the lottery. Although it was not the first time, every draw made him inexplicably excited. The pointer kept turning, and mysterious patterns flashed before Tony's eyes one after another. "Stop!" I shouted in my heart, and the pointer on the roulette wheel slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon stopped. Suddenly, a cute little rabbit appeared in front of Tony's eyes and instantly got into his mind. Suddenly, Tony's mind roared. The rabbit represents speed, which is the speed beyond light. With the power of the rabbit charm, the Flash is all his younger brother in front of Tony. Name Tony Stark. S*X, male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Sheep Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Black Shadow Ninja Control, Black Shadow Thorn Blade Control, Black Shadow Knight Bat Control, Black Shadow Troll Control. Number of draws, 0. Dark Alliance members, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin. Looking at the brand new panel data, a satisfied smile appeared on Tony's lips. At that moment, Tony's figure flashed and he disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in the living room downstairs. At this moment, there wasn't even a second before he left the room. After experimenting with the power of the rabbit charm, Tony summoned the newly controlled troll army with a thought. Suddenly, huge figures appeared in front of him. Each black shadow troll was 3 meters high, like a small giant. If this were placed on an ancient battlefield, it would be a perfect weapon of war. Moreover, the black shadow troll has the highest defense among all the black shadow troops, making it the best candidate for the front row of human shields. While Tony was studying his new ability, a jailbreak was taking place in a New York prison. Flint Marco walked awkwardly through the sewers. He was still wearing prison uniform and his expression was full of exhaustion. He found a hidden place in the sewer and stayed there for a long time. It wasn't until after dark that he quietly left the sewer. But when he walked out of the sewer, he found that he seemed to be lost. He was not in the city. Everything he could see was yellow sand. Suddenly, Flint was confused. In order to find the way home, he had to shuttle through the yellow sand and keep moving forward. But as time passed, not only did he not find a way out, but he felt more and more uncomfortable, and his whole body was spinning. At this moment, his feet softened, and he fell into a desert. The quicksand swallowed his body, which suddenly woke him up from his dizziness, and he couldn't help but struggled violently. But the more he struggled, the faster his body sank. Soon, the quicksand completely submerged him. 10 kilometers away from him, a sign was hanging on the fence, military test field. It turns out that this is a test field for the military to test nuclear weapons, and this desert was all created because of nuclear tests. He accidentally broke into the military experimental field from the sewer, a place of death full of nuclear radiation. I don't know how long it took. When the moonlit night completely enveloped the earth, a hand stretched out from the desert. The sand continued to surge, and Flint's figure slowly appeared. He looked at his hands in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that he came back to life and had the ability to control sand. A burst of joy for the rest of his life filled his heart, but he quickly calmed down. Glancing at the yellow sand around him, he no longer felt despair, because this was his home court. After spending a few hours, he left the military experimental field and returned to New York City. Hell's Kitchen, the slums. Flint, dressed in prison uniform, returned home under the cover of night. In the room, a pale little girl and a woman were sleeping. Their faces were pale and their clothes were shabby, and it was obvious that their lives were very difficult. Flint looked at the two of them with guilt in his eyes. He didn't disturb them, he just sat on the sofa and felt the atmosphere of home. At this time, several pieces of paper placed on the table attracted his attention, and he picked them up. Soon, his body began to tremble. This is a physical report. The report shows that the owner of the report is suffering from leukemia and does not have much time left. The owner of this report is his daughter. Suddenly, Flint's heart felt like a bolt from the blue, and he sat blankly on the sofa. Leukemia is a terrible disease. If you want to cure it, you can only replace bone marrow, and that requires a lot of money. But given the family's situation, it was obviously impossible to come up with so much money, and he was still an escaped prisoner, so it was even less possible for him to come up with this money. Flint, who was already full of guilt for his daughter, now saw that his daughter was sick and he was helpless, and he suddenly felt intense pain in his heart. No, I must not let anything happen to Harley, absolutely not. Flint murmured to himself with red eyes, glanced at the room again, stood up, and left the house. At 8 o'clock in the morning, several cash transport trucks parked at the gate of the Federal Reserve Bank of America. A large number of armed escorts were guarding both sides of the road, blocking out the rest of the crowd. 300 meters away from the gate of the Federal Reserve Bank of America, Flint, wearing a sweatshirt, stared at the cash transport truck. As a fugitive, it is impossible for him to make money through normal channels, and it is too late, so the fastest way to get money is to rob a bank. Before, he had the heart but not the courage, but after gaining the ability to control sand, he is no longer an ordinary person, and robbing banks is no longer a delusion. Seeing the door of the cash transport truck opening and the escort starting to carry boxes of banknotes into the bank, he could no longer sit still. Boom! A strong wind blew, and he instantly turned into a sand giant and ran straight to the bank door. Before the escorts could react, Flint controlled the sky and hit many escorts with sand. But he didn't kill anyone, he just knocked them unconscious. Then, all the money boxes were rolled up with sand and quickly disappeared in place. When everyone reacted, they could only see a giant 3 to 4 meters tall made of sand wrapped in a money box and disappeared at the end of the street. Woo! The alarm sounded and the whole bank was in chaos. On the same day, Niuyu Morning News reported the bank robbery incident in detail, causing a sensation in Niuyu. The U.S. Police Department suddenly came under huge amounts of pressure, especially since the U.S. Federal Reserve was backed by the government, which issued a direct order to solve the case and recover the lost money as soon as possible. SHIELD, Nick's office, a call came directly from the White House. Looking at the phone number, Nick's expression suddenly changed. He quickly answered the phone and said respectfully, "Sir, what are you calling me for? Did you see the news this morning? What do US.H.I.E.L.D do for food? Give you 3 days to resolve this matter for me." After saying that, the call was hung up directly. Nick, who was scolded, looked stunned and had no idea what happened. Nick didn't stay stunned for too long. Nick immediately had a morning news newspaper delivered to him. As soon as he opened it, he saw the news that the Federal Reserve Bank of America had been robbed. After carefully browsing all the news content, an angry curse came from Nick's mouth. FAQ, these sons of B. The Fed's status is equivalent to Daxia's 4 major banks, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire country. Being robbed was a completely earth-shattering event, and all the pressure was concentrated on the U.S. Police Department. But the U.S. Police Department doesn't want to take this responsibility, so what should we do? It can only pass the buck. If it were a robbery by ordinary people, they would naturally not be able to take the blame, but this incident involved extraordinary beings. As S.H.I.E.L.D, which specializes in managing extraordinary people, it was inexplicably taken the blame. No wonder Nick looked angry. After venting his anger, Nick quickly calmed down, although he was angry about the police department's blame-shifting behavior. However, a strange extraordinary person has appeared in New York. This matter is worthy of attention. S.H.I.E.L.D has just been criticized not long ago. This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise it will be labeled as incompetent, and God knows what kind of censure will happen. After clearing his mind, Nick quickly called the members of S.H.I.E.L.D into action. The first thing is to investigate the identity of the robber. Although Flint has turned into huge amounts of Sandman, he still has this basic appearance. Through federal big data comparison, Flint's identity information was quickly found. It is definitely not that easy to switch to the US Police Department, but the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D is much higher than that of the US Police Department, so things that are very difficult for them can be solved in one morning for S.H.I.E.L.D. With identity information, things would be much easier to handle. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately inquired about Flint's recent records. It was discovered that he was a fugitive. S.H.I.E.L.D psychological crime experts speculated that escaped convicts usually go home first, so the members of S.H.I.E.L.D rushed to Flint's house non-stop. In Hell's Kitchen, the slums, black cars stopped, and Nick led the crowd out of the cars. This kind of thing did not require him to do it personally, but for some special reasons, he still chose to do it in person. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and soon, a woman opened the door. Looking at Nick and others standing outside the door, a look of nervousness suddenly appeared on the woman's face. Who are you? Hearing this, the S.H.I.E.L.D members standing next to Nick were about to speak, but Nick raised his hand to stop them. You guys wait for me outside the door, I can just go in by myself. Hello ma'am, I am a friend of your husband Flint. Is he at home? Hearing this, the woman shook her head and said, my husband has been arrested and is in prison now. If you want to find him, just go to the prison directly. After saying that, the woman wanted to close the door. After all, as a woman facing a group of strong men, she was naturally filled with pressure. Wait. Nick stretched out his hand to stop her movement. Then he took out a business card from his arms. This is my phone number. If your husband comes back, ask him to call me on this number. By the way, tell him that there is no use hiding. The matter will eventually be resolved. Even if I don't think about it for myself, I must think about it for you. After speaking, Nick ignored the doubts on the woman's face and turned around to leave. After returning to the car started and drove away. Nick's assistant couldn't help but wonder, Director, why don't we search for more? Maybe we can find other clues. No need, they probably don't know anything. Let's go back and wait for the news. After speaking, Nick stopped talking. Although the assistant looked puzzled, he could only keep his mouth shut. At first Nick really wanted to capture Flint as soon as possible, but then he changed his mind. He noticed that although Flint robbed, he did not kill anyone. The escorts at the scene were just knocked unconscious. This gave him another idea, recruiting Flint. S.H.I.E.L.D originally lacked the combat power of extraordinary beings. Now that one finally appears, it naturally cannot be let go easily. Although this guy was full of bad things, the mere fact that he didn't kill anyone meant that he wasn't bad to the core. Moreover, he later found out that Flint's daughter had leukemia, so it was reasonable for such a person to rob her. So, he doesn't mind giving Flint a chance. In the ancient Huxia proverb, this is called recruiting, turning the enemy into one of your own. And not long after everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D left, Flint wrapped in a sweatshirt appeared at the door of the house. He saw everything just now, and he almost couldn't help but fight out. Fortunately, the S.H.I.E.L.D people didn't do anything and didn't even enter the door, so he managed to calm down. Boom, boom, boom. The door knocked again, and the woman opened the door and looked at the figure outside the door, her face suddenly blank. Flint. You, why are you back? Come on in. After saying that, the woman pulled Flint into the room. Looking at the woman, Flint hugged her into his arms. Vanessa, I'm sorry for making you suffer. I'm fine. Aren't you in prison? Why are you back? Someone came to you just now. Are they from the government? Run quickly. They might come back anytime. Vanessa said with a worried look. Seeing her like this, Flint felt more and more guilty, and then he sorted out his emotions and said, Don't worry about me, you heard what I'm going to say clearly. Speaking of this, Flint leaned into Vanessa's ear, told her where he hid the money, and asked her to take her daughter to see a doctor. After he finished speaking, he asked Nick what he had said to her. Vanessa didn't hide it, she told everything exactly as it was. She also took out the business card Nick gave and gave it to Flint. I understand, you don't have to worry about this matter, leave it to me. I leave my daughter's illness to you. I can't stay here now, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Flint hugged Vanessa, hardened his heart, and turned to leave. As he walked through the streets, Flint kept playing with the business card in his hand. He didn't know Nick's identity, but he knew what Nick said made sense. Even if he can run away, what will happen to his wife and daughter? This matter must be resolved, otherwise his wife and daughter will be implicated. Thinking of this, Flint finally made up his mind and dialed Nick's number. In a cafe in Manhattan, Nick was sitting in the corner by the window, waiting quietly. Soon, a figure wearing a sweater with his face hidden under the sweater walked into the cafe. Seeing him, a smile appeared on Nick's lips and he raised his hand. Here. Hearing this, Flint cast his gaze over. After seeing Nick, he hesitated and walked over and sat across from Nick. Introduce yourself, my name is Nick Fury. I'm glad you called me, Nick said with a smile on his face, showing great enthusiasm. Flint looked at him, pursed his lips, and said slowly, you should work for the government, why do you want to see me? This is a question that he has never been able to figure out. After all, the two of them have nothing in common. One is a policeman and the other is a gangster, but Nick said on the phone that he wanted to help him. Quite simply, your ability makes you valuable. I have read your file. Although you are full of misdeeds, you are still a good person among the bad guys. I can't bear to see people like you go astray, so I hope you can join us and work for the government. As long as you agree, I can help you destroy your previous files and let you start a new life and live in the sunshine. Of course, the money you rob must be returned. Impossible. Flint's mood suddenly became excited. Nick, who had already checked out all his information, was naturally unfazed when he saw this, and still had a smile on his face. I know you need this money to save your daughter. But don't worry, as long as you join us, your daughter's illness will no longer be a problem. I will help her contact the appropriate bone marrow and arrange the best hospital and doctor for surgery. What do you think? Hearing this, Flint's mood immediately calmed down. He robbed the bank to treat his daughter's illness. If Nick could do what he promised, it wouldn't matter if the money was returned. But he was not a fool, and said directly, I can promise you, but I have to help my daughter complete the operation first. Okay, no problem. Nick smiled and nodded. The conversation between the two went very smoothly. He recruited Flint with little effort. In fact, it is not surprising that after Flint made the call, the success rate of solicitation reached 99%. As long as it can help him solve his troubles, there is no reason for him to disagree. Nick successfully recruited a super person, and Tony was attending a scientific conference at the moment. The founder is Otto Gunther Octavius, and of course, he also has an alias, Dr. Octopus. Coincidentally, Dr. Octopus's research project was invested by the Austrian group. Stark Industries has now become the majority shareholder of the Austrian group. Tony naturally wants to check out the research projects of the Austrian group. Therefore, Tony attended the press conference after accidentally seeing research on robotic arms. Looking at Octavius, who was 80% similar to the one in the movie, Tony listened to his speech seriously on the surface, but in fact he was thinking about how to take him under his command. After all, Dr. Octopus is pretty good. Using Peter as a comparison, one Dr. Octopus can defeat 3 little Spider-Mans. In the movie, if Dr. Octopus hadn't discovered his conscience at the end, little Spider-Man would have been beaten to death by him. But he is not in a hurry. Dr. Octopus now belongs to the scientists of the Austrian group, and as the major shareholder of the Austrian group, Dr. Octopus belongs to his scientists. There is no way I can let this kind of duck fly when it is already in the bowl. However, in view of Dr. Reed's incident, Tony decided to wait and see what happened before he succeeded in becoming Dr. Octopus, otherwise the system would not recognize it and it would be in vain. I made up my mind, and soon it was time to show off the robotic arm. A woman stepped onto the stage. Looking at this woman, Tony narrowed his eyes. He could not remember much about Marvel, but he vaguely remembered that Dr. Octopus seemed to have started to transform because of the failure of the press conference. Is something going to happen to this woman? He had a vague premonition in his heart, but he didn't mean to remind him at all. What he needs is the supervillain Dr. Octopus, not the scientist Octavius. Soon, 4 metal mechanical arms appeared in front of everyone, causing a burst of exclamations. Looking at everyone's expressions, Dr. Octopus was obviously very happy. He believes that tomorrow, his invention will be famous all over the world, and he will be famous by then. Thinking in his mind, Dr. Octopus continued to show his research results. 4 robotic arms were connected to the woman's back, and the woman easily controlled the robotic arms to move continuously, causing everyone to exclaim. But just then, an accident happened. The woman's face instantly became ugly, and her originally rosy cheeks quickly turned pale. A scream came from her mouth. Suddenly, her pupils became blurred and her body completely drooped. The sudden scene stunned everyone, and Dr. Octopus' expression changed instantly. Sally, are you okay? Dr. Octopus took off his mechanical arm, held Sally's body and kept shaking it. Soon he had to accept the sad fact that she was dead. When everyone present saw this scene, they exploded instantly, and countless reporters quickly wrote and drew in their notebooks. Dead man at the press conference, Octavius developed a murderous product? Soon, the scene fell into chaos, and countless reporters rushed forward, wanting to interview Dr. Octopus, who looked sad. Tony, who was standing at the end of the crowd, looked at the chaos and shook his head speechlessly. It was indeed an age of entertainment to death, and no one even called the police after someone died. After silently calling the police, Tony left the chaotic press conference. He did not intervene in what happened to Dr. Octopus, although at this time it was very possible to capture him directly and build a good impression of him. But again, what he wants is the supervillain Dr. Octopus. Now is obviously the beginning of his transformation, and Tony will naturally not interfere. Back in the car, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. Sir, the person you asked me to check has been found. Oh, where is it? Tony was instantly interested. He was busy with Stark Industries during this time, but that didn't mean that he didn't care about what was happening in New York. He also saw the news about Flint, and immediately asked Jarvis to start searching. But now, no one can compare with official organizations when it comes to finding people. No news from Jarvis until now. Sir, I searched the entire Niue surveillance system and found the person you mentioned. Just now, he met Nick and joined SHIELD. Listening to Jarvis's words, Tony looked stunned. What the hell? Sandman joined S.H.I.L.D. What an international joke. He didn't expect that S.H.I.L.D. would actually rob people from him, and even be robbed by them. For a moment, he felt depressed. It seems that my appearance finally started to change the plot. Thinking silently in his heart, Tony cleared away the depression in his heart. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to be intercepted, he knew that it would happen sooner or later. After all, his intervention changed the plot into a mess, so changes are inevitable. But he didn't expect that Nick would have such courage to directly recruit a criminal. Also, S.H.I.L.D's recent actions are also very unusual, and it has actually begun to recruit extraordinary people. Although there must be something to do with the increase in the number of extraordinary people, Tony doesn't believe it if there is no element of targeting him. The conflict between himself and S.H.I.L.D is now irreconcilable. Although he owns Stark Industries, S.H.I.L.D dare not do anything to him. But there is a saying that goes well, the only constant in the world is that it keeps changing. S.H.I.L.D doesn't dare to do anything to itself now, but what about in the future? As S.H.I.L.D becomes more and more powerful, can they still tolerate themselves? And now S.H.I.L.D recruiting extraordinary people is a sign that they are increasing their power. It seems like it's time to find something for my friends to do. Muttering to himself, Tony drove towards a certain bar according to Jarvis's navigation. Since receiving 20 million yuan, Peter's life has completely changed. Even singing every night is not enough to describe it. The former good student and good boy is now a frequent visitor to bars and nightclubs. He who once never even held a girl's hand has completely transformed into a guy who changes women like he changes clothes. When Tony came to the bar, Peter was twisting his arms around two girls on the dance floor. Looking at Peter dancing enchantingly, Tony raised his eyebrows and raised a smile on his lips. It is indeed a wise saying that men become bad when they have money. Look at Peter, such a good boy once, but he has still been corrupted by money. With a sigh in his heart, Tony walked onto the dance floor and put a hand on Peter's shoulder, pulling him out. Who? Peter shouted and punched behind him. Tony raised his hand and grabbed Peter's fist. At the same time, Tony's voice also sounded at this moment. I haven't seen you for a few days, little Peter. You are very brave. Hearing the sound, Peter shrank his neck and turned his head quickly. After seeing Tony, a flattering smile suddenly appeared on his face. Mr. Tony, why are you here? If anything happens, just call me and let me know. Why do you have to go there in person? Peter has a natural fear of Tony, especially after he has control over part of the Shadow Core. This fear is even worse. Looking at Peter's expression, Tony let go of his hand and said with a smile, I have something to talk to you about, come with me. After that, Tony left the bar with Peter and got into the car. After getting into the passenger seat, Peter asked doubtfully, do you have another mission? Mr. Tony, yes and no, this matter has something to do with you. Hearing this, Peter looked confused, while Tony continued. S.H.I.L.D recently joined a man named Flint, who was imprisoned for robbery some time ago. At that time, he and his accomplices robbed a taxi driver, causing the driver's death. That driver, I think you should know, is Ben Parker. At this point, Tony stopped, and Peter's eyes in the passenger seat had turned red. Everyone has regrets, and Peter's biggest regret is the death of his uncle. Because he stood by and watched, his uncle fell in a pool of blood. For this, every midnight, his heart was filled with self-blame. Fortunately, he personally sent the murderer to prison, which was the only comfort in his heart. But now he knows from Tony's mouth that there were two people who caused his uncle's death, and one of them was released from prison and joined S.H.I.L.D with a bright future. The anger that had been buried in his heart suddenly exploded. Where is he now? Peter said hoarsely. He did not doubt the authenticity of Tony's words, but directly asked about the location of the murderer. Hearing this, Tony gave the location of the cafe. At that moment, Peter got out of the car without saying a word and disappeared at the end of the street. Looking at his back, a smile appeared on Tony's lips. As the saying goes, if it is not used by me, it will be destroyed by me. Since he knew that S.H.I.L.D was destined to become his enemy, how could Tony watch S.H.I.L.D continue to grow? Therefore, he triggered the anger in Peter's heart and helped him cut off S.H.I.L.D's minions. The Peter of the past would not necessarily kill someone even if he knew about this, but the Peter of now is no longer the young man with simple ideals. In summary, he has matured and knows that only blood can bring revenge in the adult world. In the cafe, Nick walked out of the cafe together after having a good chat. Nick was happy to have recruited a strong team, while Flint was happy that his daughter's illness was cured. Both parties achieved what they wanted, so they both had satisfied smiles on their faces. But just when the two of them walked out of the cafe, a black spot quickly enlarged in the sky opposite, and a figure descended from the sky and landed on Flint, who had just walked out of the cafe. Boom! The glass door of the cafe exploded. Flint's figure was blown away like a cannonball. Nick, who was standing aside, watched this scene with an almost dull expression on his face, unable to react at all. The extraordinary person he had just recruited was kicked away in front of him. Thinking a little stiffly, Nick turned to look at the person. When he saw the person wearing a spider suit, Nick immediately reacted and said quickly, "Wait a minute." He also thought that Peter was here to do justice. After all, that was his debut character. Although Peter wandered around bars and nightclubs during this time and the world gradually forgot about him, as the director of SHIELD, Nick obviously will not forget him. However, Peter had no intention of stopping. He completely ignored Nick and rushed into the cafe in a flash. Soon a violent roar sounded in the cafe. The customers in the cafe ran out one by one screaming. Nick looked at this scene with a look of anxiety on his face. He wanted to stop the battle, but his strength was pretty good compared to ordinary people, but far inferior to that of extraordinary beings, so he could only stare. He couldn't do anything at all. Not far away, Tony, who was sitting in the car, looked at Nick at the door of the cafe, with a mocking smile on his face. Boom, boom, violent roars continued to sound, and the cafe had become a mess due to the inhuman battle between Peter and Flint. It is conceivable that the boss had fainted in the toilet from crying. Suddenly, shadow ninjas emerged from the ground and appeared next to Flint. Before he could react, long knives were inserted directly into his body. Puff! There was a sound of intersecting, and Flint was pierced by thousands of knives, but the scene of blood flowing across Peter's imagination did not appear. Instead, grains of sand slowly slipped from Flint's body. Seeing this, Peter's pupils shrank instantly, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Farkey, is this guy still a human being? Cursing angrily, Peter rushed forward again without any hesitation, and Flint also roared and transformed into Sandman at this moment, entering a physical free state. Outside the coffee shop, Nick was originally watching the battle between the two anxiously, but when he saw the dark ninja appear, Nick's expression couldn't help but change instantly. Having suffered heavy losses at the hands of the Black Shadow Ninja, he was very familiar with these guys. Originally he thought Peter was arresting him because of Flint's identity, but when the Black Shadow Ninja appeared, he suddenly realized that things were not that simple. No longer paying attention to the battlefield, Nick quickly looked around, searching for something. Soon, his eyes stopped on the sports car driven by Tony, and then he strode over. Boom, boom, boom. There was a heavy knock on the car window, followed by a burst of electric shock, and the car window lowered to reveal Tony's figure. "Hello, Mr. Nick, long time no see. Forgot, you have become the director of SHIELD. You should be called Director Nick now. I wonder what you want from me, Director Nick," Tony said with an exaggerated smile, the mockery on his face not diminishing at all. Nick stared closely at Tony's arrogant face and said seriously, "What on earth do you want to do? Flint has joined SHIELD. You are now attacking a public official. I can arrest you at any time." "Oh, I'm so scared." Tony pretended to look scared. "However, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. I am a good citizen who abides by the law." How could Director Nick frame him at will? It was Spider-Man who did it, not me. I just happened to be passing by. "Is it illegal to pass by?" Tony asked with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Nick was speechless. Although he knew that the scene happening now was definitely related to Tony, he had no evidence. As long as Tony doesn't admit it, there's nothing he can do against Tony. Of course, it's possible to let Peter identify Tony, but would Peter do that? Just think about it and you know it's impossible. "Okay, you forced me to do this." Nick nodded heavily, took out his cell phone and dialed S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of Tony. "Send someone to 3rd Avenue quickly. Catch the criminal, Spider-Man." As he spoke, Nick looked at Tony and deliberately branded Peter as a criminal in front of him. It seems to be saying, "Although I can't touch you, I can touch the people under you." Looking at this scene, Tony raised his eyebrows, then smiled, but didn't say a word. Soon, many elite members of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, and Nick directly ordered, "Aim at Spider-Man and shoot, no matter the death or injury." After receiving the order, everyone took action quickly. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and countless bullets roared towards the coffee shop. In the cafe, the two men were fighting. Flint ignored the bullets. He had transformed into Sandman state and was completely immune to the threat of bullets. In contrast, Peter cannot do this. Although his strength is powerful, he is still within the scope of human beings after all, and he will die if he is hit in a vital part. Therefore, facing countless bullets, he could only keep dodging. This dodge gave Flint a chance. Flint caught Peter's dodge and punched Peter hard. Suddenly, Peter's whole body was knocked out. The S.H.I.E.L.D. people outside also immediately adjusted their guns, and countless bullets went straight towards Peter. If there is no accident, Peter will be penetrated by a large number of bullets in the next second. Even if his strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, he will still die. But at this critical moment, suddenly huge amounts of black figures appeared in front of Peter, directly forming a human wall to block all external attacks. The whizzing bullets shot into their bodies and got stuck directly in the muscles, unable to penetrate at all. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. also changed their expressions when they saw the black giant appearing in front of them. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that? Everyone kept exclaiming in surprise, and their eyes were full of shock. But none of this can change the appearance of the shadow trolls. Their numbers are increasing. Except for some of them who are guarding Peter, the rest are marching towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. group. Bang, 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 a dull sound sounded, and the ground shook. The black shadow troll with unparalleled defense finally showed its ferocious fangs in front of the world. Firearms, the pinnacle killing weapons of human civilization, are like burning fire sticks in front of the shadow troll. Bullets cannot even penetrate the shadow troll's body. When the shadow troll rushed into the crowd, huge amounts of palms easily crushed an elite named S.H.I.E.L.D. into a meat pie. Seeing such a terrifying scene made everyone tremble in their hearts, and Nick instantly turned back to look in the direction of Tony, his teeth clenching, and his face was filled with anger. Although he has never seen the shadow troll, he knows that all this is Tony's handiwork, but he is helpless. He knows that he knows, but he can't do anything about Tony. There are two choices before him now, or to retreat. Unless Tony wants to start a complete war with S.H.I.E.L.D., he will definitely stop. Either bite the bullet and find a way to deal with the shadow troll in front of you. It is definitely not possible to leave like this. Once we back down, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation will be hit again, and it will also affect the evaluation of S.H.I.E.L.D. by the top management in the United States. Secondly, after finally recruiting a transcendent, if we just give up, who will dare to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future? Good guy, he was killed less than an hour after joining. The dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't even protect its own members. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot afford to lose this person, and he, Nick, cannot afford to lose this person. Therefore, the so-called two roads were destined to be only one from the beginning. At this thought, Nick gritted his teeth and said, "Apply for air power strike and blow up these sons of B for me." Nick gritted his teeth. When his assistant heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "Director, this is Man-Ha-Shield. Do as I say." Nick yelled, and the assistant had no choice but to quickly contact the Air Force. Phew, phew, a strong roar of helicopters resounded in the sky above Manhattan. Countless citizens looked up at the sky and speculated about what happened. Tony, who was sitting in the sports car, listened to the noise above his head and took a deep look at Nick. This guy plans to fight him to the death? Thinking of this, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips. Since he wants to play, let's play bigger and see who can outplay whom. Today, he is going to break the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D. and make them shy away when they see him. While thinking about it, Tony's mind moved. Suddenly, with Tony as the center, black figures appeared one after another on the building with a radius of 3 kilometers. They have double wings on their backs and look like bats. They are the only flying unit in the Black Shadow Corps, the Black Shadow Night Bats. As the helicopter approached the battlefield, the prepared Night Bat group soared into the sky. Suddenly, the citizens of New York City saw a scene they would never forget. The number of Black Shadow Night Bats seems to be endless, directly covering the sky. Darkness covers 1/3 of the area of Man-Ha-Shield, and the sunlight completely disappears. Suddenly, countless people fell into panic, and some criminals took advantage of the darkness to commit crimes. Boom! Waves of light emitted from the palms of many Black Shadow Night Bats, and the 3 helicopters that had just approached Man-Ha-Shield exploded immediately. Dazzling flames shone in the sky, and the wreckage of the helicopter turned into countless flames and fell to the ground. Many residential buildings suddenly burst into flames. Manhattan, the political center of the United States, was in chaos. Since all this happened in an instant, when Nick reacted, the Man-Ha-Shield was already in flames. Suddenly, his face became extremely pale, and panic finally appeared in his eyes. Things are getting big. If the situation could be controlled before, with the chaos in Man-Ha-Shield, things have completely gotten out of control. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be blamed regardless of whether it can successfully resolve the matter. His body swayed slightly, and Nick's lips trembled a little. He overestimated himself and underestimated Tony. But when things got to this point, he had no room for retreat. He can't suffer such a big loss and still can't save his own people, then he really just loses his wife and loses his troops. Inform the military and enter the city to kill the demons. Nick's voice exuded a chill. At this moment, his voice was like ice, which could freeze people. When the assistant who was following him heard this, his body trembled and he nodded quickly, and quickly started to contact the military. And Nick was not idle either. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Captain, something happened and I may need your help." On the other end of the phone, a muscular white man heard this and nodded seriously. "I'll be there soon." After saying that, the man hung up the phone. On the battlefield, Nick was slightly relieved. Captain America, a former legend, is also the trump card he has always retained. He didn't want to use this trump card unless he had to, but now he had no choice. Moreover, he wanted to try if the American captain could deal with Tony. Thinking of this, Nick took a deep look at Tony, who was not far away. He knew that Tony was the source of trouble, and as long as Tony was solved, everything would be over. However, he has seen Tony's strength, and even the green fat man was almost beaten to death by him with one punch. As a result, now that he knows that Tony is the source of the trouble, he does not dare to let anyone target Tony. However, the appearance of the American captain gave him a little confidence. After all, he was a legend in the past. Can he win Tony? Nick doesn't know about this, but he's looking forward to it. And just when Nick hung up the phone, in the sports car, the corners of Tony's mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Integrating the sheep talisman gave him the bug ability of telekinesis. In addition to exerting great power, telekinesis can also be used for eavesdropping. Unfortunately, as soon as the battle started, Tony's telekinesis enveloped the battlefield, so Nick's phone number was picked up by him word for word. It's really unexpected to think that Captain America has been resurrected. In this case, let's see if your Captain America is stronger, or my Winter Soldier is more powerful. Smiling and sighing, Tony's voice suddenly sounded in the car. Jarvis, pick up Bucky. Okay, sir. Soon, Bucky's voice sounded in the car. Boss, what's going on? Come to Manhattan 3rd Avenue, your old friend is coming. When the words fell, Bucky on the other end of the phone was confused, but since it was Tony's request, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Okay boss, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Bucky hung up the phone and quickly went out, while in SHIELD, the American captain also quickly rushed to 3rd Avenue. A few minutes passed, and at this moment, outside the Manha Shield, an army entered the city. Tanks, artillery, helicopters. These human-killing machines are once again used by humans. What greeted them was the overwhelming Black Shadow Corps. Night bats fly in the sky, claw shadows run on the ground, trolls act as human shields, and ninjas hide and assassinate. All 4 major corps are present, using Manha Shield as the battlefield, versus American soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. More violent artillery fire sounded, and the entire Manha Shield was completely shrouded in gunpowder smoke. Citizens in several other urban areas listened to the sound of artillery fire coming from the direction of Manha Shield, and their eyes were dull. What's going on today? Is the United States going to fall? Why are some people firing cannons in the city? Countless people are filled with doubts, and their hearts are cast into a shadow at the same time. In Manha Shield, ordinary citizens had already hidden themselves. Apart from the military soldiers, the only people left on the streets were members of the Black Shadow Corps. The commander looked at the Shadow Corps in front, his face full of solemnity, but he still ordered, "Start attacking, crush them." As soon as the words fell, the infantry and tanks fought together, and the helicopters opened fire directly at high altitudes and strafed the ground. Rockets exploded and fell into the Black Shadow Corps. An explosion sounded instantly, and a large number of Black Shadow soldiers were directly torn apart by artillery fire. Even the Troll, which is said to have unparalleled defenses, suffered heavy losses under the bombardment of artillery shells. However, before everyone in the military could be happy, soon, a steady stream of black energy gathered on the ground, and a large number of shadow soldiers were reborn on the spot. Not only did their number not drop much due to the gunfire, but they doubled. Such a scene instantly stunned the American soldiers on the opposite side. The excitement in my heart was instantly extinguished by fear. While they were in a daze, the Shadow Corps, which had reorganized its formation, launched an attack. Black shadows rushed into the crowd, just like wolves rushing into the flock of sheep, causing endless slaughter in the crowd. There were screams one after another, and the American soldiers who were approached suddenly became lambs to be slaughtered, unable to resist in the hands of the Black Shadow Corps. The Claw Shadows and Black Shadow Ninjas are responsible for dealing with the soldiers, the Trolls are responsible for single-handedly fighting tanks and armors, and the Night Bats are responsible for dealing with all high-altitude helicopters. The tacit cooperation of the 4 legions immediately caused extremely serious damage to the military. Helicopters exploded at high altitudes, forming brilliant fireworks. The tank, known as the King of Land Warfare, was like a toy in the hands of the Troll and was directly disassembled. The so-called elite soldiers were turned into helpless lambs by the Claw Shadows and the assassinations of the Shadow Ninjas. After just one encounter, the military forces were completely defeated. This battlefield has completely become a veritable Shura field, with blood staining the entire ground red. On the other side, in the coffee shop, the battle between Peter and Flint continued, but at this moment, the 2 of them had been completely forgotten. Although the battle started because of them, at this point, the 2 of them are no longer important. It has now completely become another contest between Tony and SHIELD. Nick wants Tony to know that S.H.I.E.L.D. is not made of clay, while Tony wants to completely break S.H.I.E.L.D.'s backbone. Soon, the sound of motorcycles came from the distance, and the American captain wearing an American uniform appeared on stage. He holds a vibranium shield in his hand, wears a mask on his face, and the bulging muscles all over his body prove his strength. Looking at the person coming, Nick, who had been tense all the time, felt relieved and immediately stepped forward and said, "Captain, you are finally here." Hearing this, the American captain nodded and said directly, "Where is the enemy?" Hearing this, Nick hesitated slightly and finally pointed at Tony. "He is the source of cholera this time. Kill him and the matter will be over." Hearing this, the American captain turned his eyes directly to Tony, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Then he bowed slightly and planned to attack. But at this time, Tony got out of the car, raised his chin slightly and looked at the American captain and said, "What, you have been sleeping for 70 years and are you going to take action against your benefactor's son as soon as you wake up?" As soon as these words came out, the American captain's movements were immediately interrupted, and Nick's expression changed instantly. Only then did he remember one thing. The super serum injected by the American captain was developed by Tony's father. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the benefactor of the American captain. So, will the American captain take action against Tony? Thinking with a gloomy face, Nick quickly said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, just deal with him directly," Nick urged, and laughter suddenly burst out from Tony's mouth. Why, does the captain of the United States, who prides himself on justice, also plan to repay kindness with hatred? As soon as he finished speaking, the American captain stopped moving completely. "Who are you?" "Howard Stark is my father." Tony did not give his name, but directly gave the name of his predecessor's father. Suddenly, the American captain's expression changed, and his brows suddenly frowned. Howard was his old friend. When he was weak, it was because of Howard's help that he had the opportunity to inject the super serum. Even the equipment he wore was built for him by Howard himself. He didn't expect that his first battle after waking up would be against his benefactor's son. For a moment, the American captain froze on the spot and did not move. Nick, who was watching this scene, was so anxious that he had to shout, "Steve, look around you. All this is caused by this guy in front of you. Do you want to betray your faith?" These words instantly woke Steve up from his memories. Looking at the sight of corpses scattered around him, the hesitation in his eyes was instantly wiped away. No matter whose son you are, you should abide by the law. The United States is a free country, but it will never allow you to mess around. After saying that, Steve took an offensive stance again. Seeing his appearance, Tony was not surprised. Everything was even expected. There are many superheroes in Marvel, but there are very few people who have true faith. It just so happens that Steve is one of them. In his heart, faith is the most important thing, and everything else must be put aside. So what Tony just said was not for relationship building, but more for testing to see if Steve was really like the rumors. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Of course, this didn't stop Tony from throwing some dirty water on him. "Tisk, tisk, you won't even let go of your benefactor's son. You are really a wolf-hearted person." In Huxia terms, they are white-eyed wolves that are not well raised. Listening to the ridicule, Steve's expression did not change at all. Although he looked young, he was already an old man and would no longer be affected by the words of the outside world. However, not everyone thought so. When Tony finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in S.H.I.L.D. suddenly changed when they looked at Steve. Before this, Steve's image in their hearts could be described as very positive, comparable to that of a saint. But now, his image is slightly broken. Look, the legendary captain of the United States who serves the country and the people actually wants to attack the son of his benefactor. Such changes are silent and may even seem useless, but you must know that the human heart is a very strange thing. A good person does good deeds throughout his life and does one bad thing, and he becomes a heinous bad person. A bad person does many bad things, but because he does a good thing, he will be considered a prodigal son. Steve's current situation is similar. There is no danger in the short term, but it will be hard to say in the future. "Stop talking nonsense and follow me." Steve snorted coldly and rushed towards Tony. This time he didn't hold back. Looking at this scene, the smile on Tony's face remained undiminished, and he stood obediently in place without any movement. If he hadn't known Tony's details, Nick would have thought that he had given up struggling and was ready to be captured. Seeing that Steve was about to approach Tony, but at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Tony very quickly and stopped Steve. Boom! There was a dull collision sound, and Steve was immediately knocked back by a punch from the person coming. It's not that his strength is inferior to the incoming person, but that he didn't expect the incoming person's surprise attack, so he temporarily withdrew some strength for defense. Stabilizing his body, Steve raised his head to look at the person. Suddenly, a familiar face caught his eye. In an instant, the pupils of his eyes shrank, and his eyes were full of disbelief. "Bucky." Bucky looked at Steve with a complicated face and said softly, "Long time no see, Steve." After saying that, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that the first task Tony gave him was to deal with old friends. To be honest, if possible, he would like to change his opponent.